This novel was requested by Titus of More Clan. It's sudden, but I came to another world !_05, PT2. There's no issue if they can do that. If the clerics die, the soldiers those clerics were protecting will be affected by the strife and will just turn into trunks that can only hold their shields up. Scarlet. But the humans are protecting the clerics with reckless abandon. We are pushing them back slowly, but it can't be avoided that they will buy time. But it is not like the humans have a precise grasp of how much time it is possible for them to fight. This is instead a gamble. You could say this is a throwaway plan that prays our army will implode, unable to endure power of the Demon Lord's armor. Enemy reinforcements. New enemy soldiers from both sides. Also, this is the skeleton soldiers of the Blue Demon Lord. What about the equipment of the human soldiers? Scarlet. Mainly shields, but their armor is different from the Garni and Megis soldiers. It doesn't seem like they are Knights of Taizu either. They are most likely Kiwama soldiers. I confirm the number of soldiers and recreate it on the map. But further reinforcements here. Kiwama has been moving in a way that prioritizes protecting their own country. Did they grow impatient, thinking that they would be next if Garni and Megis fall? So they are increasing their forces for a battle of endurance. Brave, but they are holding too much hope. It is true that the strife places a great burden on weak monsters, but the burden doesn't show in the time when the strife is being used. Most of the lesser monsters will run out of strength, but a large number of enemies should have died by then. Scarlet. Just as the Demon Lord's armor has declared, their numbers have increased, but it is not like they can deal with the strengthened attacks of the monsters all the time. They are losing clerics, and the soldiers who have stopped in their tracks are being trampled. If it goes well, we might be able to settle this battle without losing the lesser soldiers. What should we do about the clerics surrounding our army? We could order the harpies to take them down. No need. Them maintaining it despite knowing that the strife is still effective means that they want to thoroughly block mine commands. There's a high chance there are knights and archers hiding with invisibility magic around them. Scarlet. True. Them being defenseless makes it highly probable that it is a trap. My apologies for the shallow vision. There's no need to hurry. We're decreasing the number of humans for certain. The interference of the skeleton soldiers is a hindrance, but the strength of the soldiers isn't that big of a deal. They are just small fry that can be crushed if intermediate and high-rank monsters stand to the front. What we should be wary of is not the situation of the battle, but the changes in the surroundings. We have to deal with the changes in the situation from new plans. But contrary to those worries, the enemy soldiers were steadily decreasing, and there were finally people that began to retreat. No, this is not a retreat. They are running away. They threw away their weapons and are trying to escape from the battlefield without a care for the destination. Demon Lord's armor. Deserters have begun appearing within the enemies. The running soldiers won't be able to protect themselves in the future. There's no need to force ourselves to chase after them. As long as not all the enemy soldiers escape, the monsters who have been affected by the strife will be prioritizing the monsters in front of them. Scarlet. Them running away means that their hearts have broken. The ones who are prioritizing their own life over the victory of the humans don't have the right to fight in the battlefield. That has instead driven the ones left behind in a deeper corner. There's no chance of us losing any more. What's left is to defeat the remaining soldiers quickly. But as expected from the soldiers remaining, there's a lot of them who have confidence in being able to deploy barriers for themselves, and are stubbornly blocking our fierce attacks. Most of them are formed by the Taizu Knights. The soldiers of Taizu are definitely strong within the human soldiers, but their combat power won't last for long. I received reports over and over, and it has been a while since I've been reproducing the developments in the map. They are decreasing in numbers, but their defense seems to be getting sturdier as it goes on. It has long gone over my estimated time and I could tell myself that I am getting increasingly irritated. The lesser monsters probably won't be able to fight properly from here on. The intermediates are greatly weakened, and there's definitely exhaustion left on the high ranks. This is a contest of endurance. Will the enemy run out of strength, or will our limit arrive first? We are at the advantage. That's why it is not allowed to loosen our grip. The Demon Lord Sama understands this, yet hasn't solved it with his power. Time was passing slowly. To think we would be beaten in a contest of endurance. As expected of the Taizu Knights, I guess. The intermediate ranks will soon be reaching their limits. Melsash, have the Harpies descend and give the order to retreat. Scarlet, why yes. Melsash, I give the order to the Harpy unit and have them descend. We can't communicate with them while they are relaying the retreat command as long as the barrier is present, but the uniques are not going to be running out of strength, so there will most likely be some movement soon. The Harpies rose again soon after, exited the barrier, and tell me the information. With this, there won't be any issues in retreating. Demon Lord Sama, the captains are refusing to retreat. All units say they are going to continue the battle and are ignoring the order to retreat. Melsash, what? Scarlet, impossible. It is true that the uniques are all people who don't fear battle. I can understand them not wanting to fall back when the knights in front of them are close to falling. But there, one giving the order to retreat isn't me but the Demon Lord Sama. There's no way all of them would take an action that goes against his will. All of them know the difference in power between them and the Demon Lord Sama with their body and heart. They should all understand that their life would be forfeit if they were to do something like that. About that, it seems like they think I am giving the order to retreat at my own prerogative and are not listening. Melsash, there's no way that's possible. If I were to do that, my head would simply roll on the ground since I am by the side of the Demon Lord Sama. Begrudging the achievements of other units is a petty matter compared to souring the mood of the Demon Lord Sama. I tried having the other Harpies descend and convince them by asking them if they intended to go against the Demon Lord Sama, but there was no effect. They have lost the ability to make rational judgment due to the strife. But it should be possible for the uniques to activate it by themselves. Were they having that much of a hard battle? Scarlet, no, we didn't receive reports of such. Melsash, I would confirm the impressions on the state of the battle with the uniques leading the units, but it was a repeat of there's no issues. I had the same impression when matching it with the information I got from the sky, so I thought that was natural, but there shouldn't have been anyone who declared that they would be using the power of the Demon Lord Sama. Can't be helped. Any further battle will lead to losing more soldiers. We have no choice but to undo the strife and have them come back to their senses. Scarlet, but they are currently in battle. Melsash, most of the enemies are shield users, so they won't have that many means to go on the offensive. They went as far as throwing away their weapon of choice to maintain defense. The fatigue on their side must be high, too. Scarlet, the Demon Lord Sama undoes his power. With this, even the idiots should be able to tell this is an order from the Demon Lord and hurriedly take refuge. To think they would trouble the Demon Lord Sama, I am ashamed as someone from the same nether as them. I will laugh my heart out to mock them when the judgment is given. They should begin retreating after the power of the Demon Lord Sama has been undone. But the orders of the Demon Lord Sama will change depending on the counterattack of the enemy. I have the Harpies confirm the situation. There's only few enemies remaining anyways. Our victory is unshakable. Melsash, wait. What is this? Impossible. What's the matter, Melsash? Scarlet, the enemy soldiers have all come back to life. Melsash, what? Scarlet, the number of enemies has changed to what it was before the battle. They are charging towards our army. Melsash, this is not on the level of a clever scheme. The enemy soldiers that were defeated in battle and died are present there as if nothing happened. The power of the Blue Demon Lord is to revive the dead as undead and control them. But according to the reports of the Harpies, the enemies were without doubt living humans. In the first place, no Demon Lord, no, not even Yugara can do something like this. No, this isn't the time to be wondering how they did it. Our soldiers are without doubt exhausted. The lesser ones are without doubt not in a state where they can move and are collapsing one after the other. The intermediates are out of breath and even the higher ranks are showing clear fatigue. And then, there's the enemy army rushing onto them. The resident of Yugara's planet, Scarlet, my spine freezes. There's no doubt the Demon Lord Sama bears resentment. A sensation he had never tasted before exactly because no one could go against him properly. That being has made the Demon Lord Sama taste humiliation he never has before. Even the intermediate ranks are useless now. But we should consider the possibility that they will get back their energy if they use strife again. The exhaustion shown by the enemy soldiers through the binoculars is extremely pitiful. They may have animal faces making it hard to tell their emotions, but I can see their exhaustion to a palpable degree. Of course that would be the case. They were endlessly getting the effects of strife despite being on standby after all. Human, the Harpy commander is being noisy about reporting the current situation. What do we answer with? Just as you see. That said, you are doing a wonderful job, Duvalieri. I was expecting at least one to slip away and things getting exposed. But your work was way too perfect. Don't move with the assumption I will fail. I always perform my job perfectly. Duvalieri, sorry. But even if you are perfect, that doesn't mean the devils you command are, right? Are you saying my leadership is third-rate? Duvalieri, even if the commander is good, it is not like the receiving end will be too. You can understand this well as the one who is performing this, right? I check the Harpies who are descending to confirm the situation. The heads of the Harpies have devils sticking onto their heads as if they were parasitizing them. All the Harpies in the sky are in the same situation. I already know from the information of Gold and the others that the Scarlet Demon Lord doesn't excel in magic. Despite that, he still managed to use the strife swiftly in accordance with the situation of the battlefield. This was due to the Harpies in the sky always gathering information and telling their leader the situation the whole time by the side of the Scarlet Demon Lord. It would be one thing if they were only attacking Ghani, but trying to conquer both at the same time was way too extravagant. It was basically as if he were announcing, I am not watching the battlefield personally. Just in case, I tried to confirm the source of the strife by checking the reception of the devils set in various locations, but the Scarlet Demon Lord hasn't moved from the border between the Ghani Nether and Magus Nether. It seems like he has come out from his cave, which is his base, but he is prioritizing sending his strife equally. Considering the composition of the enemy troops, the information tower must be a Harpy unique. The highest rank of Harpy in the sky are high ranks, meaning that the pawns of purple would be enough to deal with them. There's a large number of high-rank devils in butler outfits wearing pawn masks behind Duvalieri. This is the new fighting force of purple, the butler army that prioritizes numbers over quality. They are all a monster group that are stronger than your regular unique. Their individual strength is lower than the past uniques, but their loyalty is unquestionable under the supervision of Duvalieri. Not only do the high-rank devils have no intention at all to go against Duvalieri, who is several leagues stronger than them, they are in a position where they can also aim to be underling number 3 of purple. The downside is that I can't tell them apart at all. It is through them that the Harpies in the skies were captured without a sound, were planted devils, and have completely become our pawns. What follows next is simple. We send them information that the humans are putting up a good fight, have them use the strife, and have them continue it for as long as possible. I wanted to show a fake battlefield for longer, but the Scarlet Demon Lord undoing the strife means that he judged the limit was close for either the lessers or intermediates. He was showing signs of suspicion towards them not retreating, so I showed him the real site before it was discovered to bring about further confusion. But there was the possibility of the uniques contacting the Demon Lord directly, so the barrier around them is real. I am using the barrier that Nora created under the cooperation of 3 Demon Lords. It is great that the range and maintenance of the barrier is easier due to the fact that it is not a physical barrier. I told the Taizu Knights and the Holy Knights with good eyes to not do anything to the monsters in the sky aside from when they attack in order to set this up. I had a pitiful amount of devils clash against the monsters and had the Taizu Knights run in circles around them to keep them in place. It was more lengthy than expected, but it is great that monsters all the way to intermediate rank are downed. All that's left are the high ranks and uniques. Even if they have the strength to fight back with the rank up of the strife, they are at least perfect targets to clash against our butler army. We have no choice but to have the Magus side do their best with the forces they have at present. But if push comes to shove, there's blue, so they should be able to buy enough time for us to wrap things up here. In the first place, they already have no energy to attack at once. To think an army of that level would be reduced to such a pitiful sight. I didn't expect you would not oppose the power of the Scarlet Demon Lord but take advantage of it to corner him. Could it be that you have a similar countermeasure for the enticement of my lord? Duvalieri. The power of purple is a single target power. There's a limit to how much you can deceive with that. Hiding your name is the best method to deal with it. It is not like I don't, but I won't say it. Purple might get happy about it, but the threat level Duvalieri feels towards me works just fine. He would ultimately choose purple over me anyways, and so, Is it okay to attack now? Devilery. Yeah, but considering the timing the Scarlet Demon Lord undid his strife, please consider the possibility that the intermediate ranks will still have enough strength to fight back. We will strike down the uniques with the powerhouses on our side. There's not much time before the Scarlet Demon Lord discovers the trick to this and deals with it. We will settle this in one go before that happens. Go earn some good credit. Obviously, there's no way I would come back empty-handed when my lord has been left behind for the sake of me coming to the front lines. Devilery coming to the front means that Purple has to be on standby somewhere safe. She would be able to go to the front if they are together, but Devilery wouldn't leave the side of Purple no matter what, so there was no choice but to take this composition in order to move him freely in the front lines. The person herself enjoys battling, but the ones watching over her would be tense, so I had her endure. By the way, are you returning, human? I think the pawns you have there are also perfect to clean up the battlefield though. Devilery. Yeah, I plan on only having Elias as my bodyguard and have Wolf and the Mix join the battle. There would be an increase in people worrying about me if I were to step to the front after all. I will be cheering from afar. Wolf can cast a barrier around herself, but it should be possible to subdue the effects of the strife if we add Mix, too. I have also told her the signs for when she changes. Now, time for a counterattack. The plan of Comrade was far more effective than I imagined. They had them use the power of the Scarlet Demon Lord pointlessly and forced them to fight while carrying the cost alone. When I was told not to stop the harpies that were flying in the sky, I didn't imagine it would lead to this development. He was made to use the power given by Yugara and that has been taken advantage of to crumble his army after all. The Scarlet Demon Lord most likely doesn't have a concrete grasp of the situation even now. Egdoik, the more I hear, the nastier it gets. It makes me question your humanity. Blue, you had no decent evaluation of me to begin with. We have the Butler army, but there's none there. Even if the situation has improved by a lot, the enemy has higher ranks that are unique class and intermediates that are high ranks. The intermediates may be in a bad state, but they are still quite the strong enemies for the forces in the Magus side. It is either Egdoik and the others properly making an opening to break through or maintaining the advantage. We will send reinforcements when we are done here on our side. Enemies have decreased by a large number and the remaining ones are exhausted. This is the perfect opportunity to deal an even deeper wound on them when the Scarlet Demon Lord still doesn't have a clear grasp of the current situation. If we can defeat the uniques of each unit, the scales would tip even further in our favor. Understood. We will narrow our aim to the uniques and higher ranks, and have the Holy Knights push afterwards. Egdoik. They must have noticed something is off. There's a high chance they will use their power just in case. Being reckless could come back to bite you. That said, what happened with the matter about your mother? It didn't go that well. Egdoik. That's putting it lightly. It was the worst. Egdoik spoke everything as it is, and Rakura escaped from the place. Blue. It can't be helped. In the first place, if Councillor Sama had given more, precise advice, things would have wrapped up neatly. Rakura. It is my fault. The reason Rakura ran away was most likely because she didn't like having the worth of her life until now being lowered by her apologizing to you or something like that anyways. You say it as if you were watching the whole time. Rakura. Him being able to see through the hearts of others in this fashion as if natural is just like him. The predictions of Comrade have never been wrong and hit deep. The ability to grasp human nature, to steal away the choice of making him your enemy, it is truly fearsome. Well, I understand how you feel, but running away the whole time will only leave ill feelings for both sides. But Rakura. Sorry. That was harsh. Then, as an apology, I will give you advice. No, I will tell you some magic words. I reacted as well when he said magic words. But Comrade shouldn't be able to use magic. Councillor Sama's talent in magic is not only diminutive, it is despairingly non-existent. Rakura. You get really strong when it comes to other people. I will accept this fight you are picking afterwards. My mouth just unconsciously. But is there something that convenient? Rakura. It is true that the words of a mother who treasures her children stab deep, and it is possible that you will experience things that might harm the worth in your life until now. But don't worry about it. I will die away such stuff as much as you want. I will make you taste a life so good you won't even be able to deny it. That's a promise. You say it as if it is so simple. Rakura. Do you think I can't? I think you can. You don't make promises you can't fulfill after all. Rakura, so you get it. And so, go taste a bit of bitterness. I will prepare a compensation for it. Does he know how to do it? Can he do it in the first place? He doesn't make us feel those kinds of questions. There's no one here who would be able to doubt the confident words of Comrade. That's how much skill he has shown until now. I see, those are indeed magic words. Got it. But you have to. Okay, I will demand a redo endlessly until I am actually satisfied. Rakura, leave it to me. But that's for later. Do your best in your work. See ya. The call ended. Battle has already begun in Ghani. We have to hurry to the battlefield on our side too. Let's go. Gyrista, freely enter battle once you have told the details to Hakutoku. I may say freely, but be sure to choose your targets. Ekdoik, I know. In the first place, I will be tussling with unique monsters, so I will leave the Holy Knights for later. Gyrista, there's no later or first. If you do something that goes against Comrade, consider you're backstabbed by Hakutoku. Ekdoik, so harsh despite being allies. I will be going then. Gyrista wandered off, but her steps felt light. There's finally enemies she can fight in front of her. I can somewhat understand how she feels. Let's go, too. Anyways, that man, I can't believe he can say such things without any shame. Blue. Right. It would be nice if I could be as straight as him when speaking to you, Blue. Please forgive me for being so inexperienced. Ekdoik. Seriously, this man is also Blue. Mew. Did I sour her mood again? Looks like it really is too soon for me to copy Comrade. I just get more and more I have to work on. Rakura seems to be burning with motivation, probably thanks to her conversation with Comrade. If I dilly-dally here, Rakura might end up stealing away all the heads. I don't plan on competing, but no, I probably want to compete internally. Competitiveness shouldn't be bad if it works in a positive manner, right? Kaguya-sama, what should we do? Don't fret. Our duty is to show our strength if enemies come. Kaguya, even if I were to tell them to not fret, there's nothing that can be done about this situation. Developments that I find hard to believe were the intention of the Demon Lord Sama have been happening one after the other since the barrier was placed around us. Lesser devils have been charging at us at small scales and we mow them down. I thought there was no need at all to use the power of the Demon Lord if it is just for that. But the Demon Lord Sama continued using the power and made us go full power. Even when I tried to tell him that our stamina is in danger, it was a repeat of maintain their status quo. And then, just when I thought the enemy had turned serious, the power was turned off. The result is the current sad state of things. We are being pushed back by enemy soldiers that normally wouldn't even amount to an intermediate rank. If the power of the Demon Lord Sama activated once more at least. Kaguya, I felt the power of the Demon Lord Sama reach me as if pushing my back. And then, I feel strength returning to the soldiers. That's a relief. With this, we can still fig. Why you must not. The movements of the soldiers are clearly dull. Kaguya-sama, cease the yapping. We are not allowed defeat when we have the power of the Demon Lord Sama. Fight with your all. Kaguya, this guy is a vice captain that was given power by the Demon Lord Sama to make it so he can talk, and yet, he only complains. But the movements of the soldiers that have received the power for a long period of time are way too dull. Animals get fiercer when cornered, but there's no doubt they are weaker compared to when they are at full energy. The enemy is not lowering their guard at all. They are instead even more careful now that the power of the Demon Lord Sama has activated again and are trying to reduce our numbers for sure. On the other hand, our desperate attacks increase, and we end up creating openings ourselves. It is not only that. The group with strange outfits that can be seen from afar is clearly strangely powerful. They are most likely devils, but they are all on the same level of unique or higher. The destruction they brought had begun. We might have been able to face them easily if we were at full strength, but fighting them in our state is pretty rough. Also, that group has it. That's right. The power of us uniques. We uniques all received mana directly from the Demon Lord Sama and can unleash that power by our own discretion. The burden isn't that high thanks to our inherent strong bodies. We were told to only use it when in dire straits though, so you are here. I was searching for you. You are Boruva Ragtine. Kaguya. The Taizunite that made a mess of us. The man that could be called the main force of the enemy is standing in our way. In this time when we have to do something about this group of devils, he really isn't a man to lighten the grip of his claws. It seems like we might be able to wrap this up without retreating after all. Let's square off just like you want. Boru. Fine. If I lift your head as one of the main forces of the humans, the morale of the enemies should drop. I will bury you along with my resentments until now. Colgigius. No, I am not really. Oh well. Boru. Now, here I come. Colgigius. I have seen Boru Vragdine a number of times and I have a general idea of his strength. The inhuman strength behind a single hit of his is hard to believe comes from his old body. I must make sure to avoid a direct hit from that. The secret to that power of his comes from the quality of his magic strengthening. But he has only casted the bare minimum defense barrier. It seems like he has it around his body the whole time. But that defense won't be stopping my attacks. I swing my sword horizontally to keep distance from him. If he tries to sneak down or move back, I will do a body blow and break his posture. If he jumps, I will immediately grab him. What's with that swing that I can't feel any spunk in? I can see the noise in your thoughts. Boru. What? Colgigius. He swung his hammer from below and smacked my sword up. My arms felt a bit numb from this. He accurately hit the center of the sword that was swung horizontally. Moreover, that hammer didn't slow its momentum and aimed sharply for my chin. I had my center of gravity at the front for the sake of a body blow, so I won't make it in time to avoid it. Then, HMPH. I face the hammer with a headbutt before my chin is hit. If it were an attack that utilized the weight of the hammer, it would still be light. And so, his attack was stopped. This is an opportunity to pursue an attack. HNGH. Gah. The moment he raised his voice, the strength in the hammer swelled up in one go, and I felt my head float along with my body. He felt my intent to retaliate and switched to brute force in order to throw me back. Shocking instantaneous power and physical strength. There's no doubt this old man is an unparalleled powerhouse within the humans. I spin my body in the air and land. We are slightly further away from each other now. We both have no visible injuries, but he managed to seal my initial attack without any wasted movements. That's a sturdy neck you've got. My intention was to break it though. Boru. Fu. Fu. As expected. This is what makes strife worth it. Colgigius. Half-baked attacks are deflected. Then there's no need to bid my time. I just have to make each swing fatal. I dash and swing my sword wildly. But he calmly read the trajectory of them and avoided them with no wasteful movements. But I am not someone who can't follow those movements. For how long will you be able to avoid? Colgigius. I won't avoid anymore. See? Boru. What? Colgigius. The moment I tried to swing my sword, his hammer went ahead of it and smashed my sword. My posture crumbled with this, but I immediately fixed it and tried to attack again, but my sword was once again smacked in its trajectory. Are you telling me he has seen through my sword in just a few evades? No, this is not something to be surprised about. He has been sniffing out my attacks until now and dealt with them swiftly. Then, even if he can pull something like this, even though you are stupid, you think a lot, but thinking too much within a dance of death is not good. Boru? An impact from the side of my head. A strike from the hammer? No, his hammer was used to smack away my sword. The handle. To think he would be able to pull off an attack like this by taking advantage of the slight empty space to shift the handle. But this is obviously weak compared to a hit from the hammer. It doesn't matter how many times he hits me with such weak attacks. As I said, you are thinking too much. Boru. An even stronger strike hit my abdomen. This one was without doubt from the hammer. He adjusted the grip of his weapon within range and had accurately struck the area that was open. My armor broke and my body was sent flying to the back. A follow-up attack might come, so I took a defensive stance as I landed on the ground. A follow-up attack didn't come. No. He hasn't moved from where he was. Why aren't you pursuing? Colgigius. I won't pursue anyone outside the circle. Boru. Circle. Colgigius. Now that I look closely, there's a circle drawn around the place we were fighting in. It wasn't drawn by our weapons. It is most likely through the use of magic. He hid the surplus to do something like that in that exchange. But what's the point of this circle? This is a tradition when sparring in our Agudo division, you see. If we were just sending each other flying the whole time, We would get tired from the moving alone, and it would also cause trouble if we were to break the buildings. That's why we decide on a place to clash our blades in this fashion. The rule is for the one that was sent flying to return at once. Come on, hurry up. Boru, don't joke around. Kogigius. It means that you have to work around inside the circle, and the one who is sent flying is third rate. He is fighting me with that restriction on him. This is basically him saying he looks down on me. I dash towards him in one go and attack him, but he deftly avoids it. He really is reading my moves. He is observing every single part of my body. Come on, you are outside again. If you want to fight, come in already. Boru. Fine. I shall crush that conceit of yours. Kogigius. I am above him when it comes to physical strength, there's no doubt about it. But he is above me in technique. This difference isn't easy to fill up, and it is not clear just how much of a difference it is filling. In that case, I will have him admit it. And have him understand that I am someone who has received the blessing of the Demon Lord Sama. This is the moment to unleash the power of strife. It called itself Kogigius, right? His state is changing. It is not just a simple increase in bloodlust like the surrounding monsters. His muscles, which are distributed like those of an animal, were swelling up greatly. It should be safe to assume that he has used his trump card. Here I come. This time he didn't jump straight at me and walked into the circle with an air of composure. There aren't any pointless thoughts and openings like before. Then, let's do some checking here. I aimed at his head the moment he entered the range of my hammer. An attack without much motion into it. It should land just like that if you react slowly, but HMPH. He deflected my attack with a single swing of his sword. What a tasteful move, doing the same thing I did to him. But I have understood a number of things from that just now. His strength and speed have increased greatly. I thought I had the advantage if it were an attack with all my power in it, but with this, I might even be lacking compared to him. He follows with his sword. I could avoid it if it is just once, but avoiding a combo would be a bit difficult. I use my hammer to deflect his attacks without getting flustered, but his speed was steadily increasing and it was getting difficult to even follow it. With my eyes, I can predict them by looking at the movements of his body, but at this rate, my hammer won't be able to keep up. In that case, I will purposely take the attack across the hammer and use it to create distance. It is an attack that's far heavier than I expected, but I have received such attacks countless times. It makes me worry even more about the man that will become the future husband of Ilias. What the matter, Boru Vragtine? You outside the circle. Kogigius. He provokes me with a mocking laugh. He is getting cocky with his heightened strength. Then, it should be about time to go for the kill. So it seems. Then, I have to return at once. Right? Boru. I increase the output of the mana strengthening and jump high, and then, raise my mana strengthening to the highest and gather it into my hammer. He has taken this attack before, so he should remember it if he isn't a bird brain. I am glad he is a kobold. Again, Boru Vragtine. I stop your strongest attack. Kogigius. Just for your information, you will end up buried in the ground without doubt if you take this on. Boru. Phew, ha ha ha, it in the end human technique. I teach you that this pointless. Kogigius. He notices the next attack and takes a defensive stance. You would normally avoid it, but he most likely has the confidence to take it on as he is now. His survival instincts have been heightened with the power of the Scarlet Demon Lord, so he is not wrong. Well, that will be his grave though. HNGH. I smash my hammer from above with all the power I have on top of his defense. The strongest attack I can pull. He certainly did block it, but he just blocked that one attack. He didn't notice the activation of the spell I set in the circle until the very end. What? Kogigius. I injected my mana into the circle beforehand. The activated spell turned the ground into soft sand and created a space the size of him. No matter how sturdy you are, if you take my attack from right below it, it is only natural for your body to sink in one go. His body bore through the ground until only his head was left out. This is normally just a small move to crumble the footing of your enemy. But this is the first time I have gone this big. See, buried, right? Boru. You bastard. This circle a trap. Kogigius. We don't go out of our way to send our opponents flying in our spars at the Ragudo division. We would injure our waists if we were to use such displays of strength. There's one girl who doesn't hold back though. Boru. This sand. Kogigius. Wother, I won't let you do that. The moment I take a step, The earth around his arms hardens. It won't affect him that much with his super strength, but he won't be able to move immediately if there's no gaps. Now then, I will witness how far your head flies. Boru? I look down at his head. I grab the corner of the handle tightly and raise it. Not right above me, but from left to right, and right to up at the horizon. I bring the hammer further back than my head, to the back of my left side, and keep it there. And then, I rotate with my waist as the axis and swing with all my strength. I don't swing it straight down, but in a way that it will send his head flying far to yonder. Boboruvrag-Ian. Kogigius. The hammer struck the head of Kogigius dead center. The higher ranks were being defeated one after the other without much difficulty. The higher ranks don't have much fatigue and maintain the same ability to make decisions as a unique. But that's all they have in the end. They are no enemies of ours. It is possible for the Butler army to strike them down, but because they are originally just high ranks enhanced, they don't have much experience yet. It should be safe to see the enemy as being slightly above them. Rather than striking all enemies down, it would be better to defeat the enemies in groups, decreasing pointless exertion and wiping them out. The enemies are not doing something like huddling up their high ranks, so spreading them widely has come back to bite them. Report the situation. Repeat, report the situation. The call of the harpy unique reached us despite being in the middle of battle. I have swallowed a harpy and obtained their memories with stomach of perplexion, so I know how to report back. But with the sudden change in the battlefield, I can tell that the other side is impatient here and trying to grasp the reason for it. I don't have the time to prepare a fitting image even if I want to give him fake information. I was tearing apart the head of a higher rank while all of this was happening. I tell him the information as it is and don't give him any noteworthy new information. Maybe I should even retreat and concentrate on manipulating the information. If I were to tell them that the enemy has retreated for now, the Scarlet Demon Lord might undo his power, but it would be better to prioritize the higher ranks and uniques. I tell them the information as it is. It is about time I aim for the uniques. Devilery. I check the surroundings with nose of sniffing. It seems like there's a number of uniques in this place, but the closest one is already in the middle of battle. No, he has already settled it. I have confirmed that one of the knights that smells like he is one of the strongest within the Taizu Knights has confidence in his victory. There should be no need to interject if he has such confidence even after the enemy has released his power. Even if humans are inferior in strength, they excel at breaking through a situation with technique and quick-wittedness. That's a power that I have tasted with my own body. It is worth trusting. In that case, the direction I should be heading to is here. You guys, continue targeting higher ranks in groups. Get rid of the intermediate ranks that get in your way while at it. Devilery. I give the orders to the Butler army and run through the battlefield. The pack of kobolds that were in my sight was slowly changing to a composition of lizardmen. In other words, the unique I will be fighting will be that. I smash the small fry as I went by and head to the center where the lizardmen were gathering, and find one with fancier equipment than the others. You must be the commander of the devils. My name is Jehati. I approach with the left leg of running and sent his helmet flying with the right leg of roaring without missing a beat, but his head remains. I thought the most efficient method would be to defeat him before he used strife, but that was too hasty. That wasn't bad eye-body coordination. I will give you a passing mark. Devilery. To think you would interrupt the introduction of a warrior. What a cowardly act. Do such stuff between warriors. The only moment you introduce yourself to a devil is when you are offering your life. Devilery. HMPH. Rushing in by yourself, you daredevil. But I get you. I get you. You are not just a mere unique. You are one rank above that. No, even further up than that. If you are aware of that, run away already or offer your life. My ears are not so foolish to tilt themselves to your oratory. Devilery. You devil, learn that this will be the last of your arrogance. This captain of the lizardman unit, Jehatel, will warp that confident smug off your face. His body suddenly swelled up. It went beyond the body limits and changed into one suitable for battle. My nose of sniffing was telling me clearly that his threat level has increased. But he introduced himself despite me telling him I wouldn't listen to him. To think I would end up putting unnecessary information in my head. I see, I can understand why he would be boastful. It is true that his individual strength would match that of Reimyagurescu and Baragyu, and it seems like his proficiency in battle has also shot up dramatically. He might be on the same level as me if it is just purely in physical strength. But that's unsightly. How about paying a bit more attention to your appearance? Devilry, HMPH, that as far as your bluff go, we on the same level in physical strength. But we under the command of Demon Lord Sama. We trained our battle techniques too. I show you the difference between me and mere underling of Demon Lord. Jehital. Looks like you don't know there's a limit to not shutting up. Devilry. I decided to kill him in the first place. There's no need to get angry here and throw my breathing in disarray. I keep the anger to the inside and just throw in punches and kicks. Get him. Jehital. The lizardman around charged mindlessly at that shout. He was angry at me interrupting his introduction, and yet, he doesn't know about fighting fair and square. Huh. There's no need to count their numbers. I manifest the horns of burning and scorch my surroundings with lightning in one go. Everything until intermediate rank died instantly and the higher ranks were injured greatly and stumbled in place. I should be able to end the higher ranks too if I shot one more. What a pathetic attempt. Devilry. Got you. Jehital. A spear came at me from the grumbling corpses of the soldiers and pierced my abdomen. When the charcoal fell to the ground, there was Jehital making a bold smile. While holding the spear, he used his soldiers as a screen to take advantage of the opening when I was attacking. Easy. Jehital. Jehital pushed the spear to try and widen the wound. I see, his technique to accurately pierce the heart is splendid. But what about it? I am the great devil Devilry. I have no heart. In the first place, such petty tricks like this have been detected by my nose of sniffing and ears of discerning before the small fry were burned. I hung down my right arm and activated the right arm of tying. I shot several stakes onto the ground and tie his shadow to the ground. He could have avoided it at long range, but he brought himself into a position where he can't move. There should be a limit to being careless. This. Jehital. Easy. Devilry. I smashed my right leg of roaring onto Jehital, who was making a shocked expression. The body of Jehital should have been sent flying with the impact, but he is tied to the ground, so all of the impact went to his body. Jehital. You are sturdy. Devilry. 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 4 strikes. The body of Jehital was on the verge of going up as thunderous sounds rang. But his body was fixed in place and was not allowed to even move. The change would be that there's a large amount of blood coming out from his mouth. You. Jehital. He forcefully emitted mana and tore away the stakes along with the ground. He was now in a state where he could escape by sheer force thanks to having destroyed more than half of the stakes. Having confirmed this, he pulled out the spear from my body and landed further back. But I have no intention of just watching and letting him finish all that. I immediately strike the ground with the tail of shaving that I have already manifested. Jehital. Want to distance yourself? Then, I will grant your wish. Devilry. I kick his head with the right leg of roaring. This would normally end it, but this is strife, I guess. He reflexively used his spear as a shield and mitigated the impact. But a direct hit is a direct hit. He was sent bouncing back several times and rolled. He must have thought a follow-up attack would come, so he swiftly regained his posture at the end of his rolling and took a defensive stance. But I wasn't moving in the first place and finished the healing of my wound. I was injured a bit because of that mana-strengthened attack, but as long as the impact goes through my body, the damage is small, contrary to Jehital, who has blood pouring down from his nose and mouth. His breathing is also rough. Jehital. It is true that your physical strength is close to equal that of mine. But what's the matter? It doesn't look like we are fighting on equal grounds at all. Devilry. Jehital. Jehital stomped the ground and rushed towards me. He is aiming for my throat or my head. It seems like he has ascertained my vitals after being cornered. But there's barely any twist to it. If I were to try a counter here, he would most likely be able to avoid it with his instincts heightened by strife. Then, the method to take is simple. I enlarge my extended right arm and take on his spear from the front. I obviously couldn't block the power of it and the spear pierced deep into my right hand. His spear went all the way to the base. No. The tip of the spear has pierced my shoulder a bit. With this, the spear you use for defense has been sealed. You can't jump and, no matter how much you kick, you won't be able to avoid. Since I have the opportunity here, let me fix a misunderstanding here. It is true that I am like you, a unique that has been ascended to even further heights by my lord. But that's not all. I have the combat capabilities of 11 great devils, including me inside my own body. Even if I don't have the delicate techniques of humans, I have enough of a grasp when it comes to the techniques of monsters. Devilery? He protects himself with his free hand on the moment, so he can also tell my aim even in a situation like this. That said, even if he manages to block accurately, a single arm wouldn't pose much issue. I gather mana into my left arm and activate the left arm of gouging. It is originally a power that makes your arm swell massively and gouge your enemy with the momentum of it. But I added a bit of change to it. I forcefully hold back the swelling of the body and strengthen the density. I adjust the impact created and change only the tip into a sharp blade. I concentrate my everything into breaking through a single point and elevate its piercing power. That attack easily pierced through the arm of Jehitel, and my left arm pierced deep into his chest like a spear. Ga, and not ye, Jehitel. Remember this, too. A human would have died with a hit of that thrust just now. But to kill a monster for certain, you need at least this much. Devilery. I activate the left arm of gouging again. This time around, I expanded my left arm as if trying to gouge an enemy far away as originally intended. No matter how sturdy you are, if you are torn open from the inside with overwhelming mass, your wounds are easily spread open. The left arm that had pierced his body expanded while still pierced inside his body, tearing his body apart with sheer force, separating his body just like that. I confirmed that his body has reached its end, used magic, and washed away the blood I was bathed with. I also use magic to repair my clothes somewhat and return it to how it was before the battle. I spoke wrong about something. Telling you to remember this when in your state was asking for the impossible. Sorry for that. Devilery. No good. It seems like I have been influenced by the snarky mouth of that human. Let's search for a target quickly. To all harpies, leave half and the other half return. Repeat. The order of the harpy unique has been sent to the harpies. The reason why he is making half return is, according to that human, there are a lot of factors to notice. It will be immediately noticed if the harpies go against the order. The Scarlet Demon Lord must have begun to suspect that something happened to the harpies. Let's obey what the human told me. I agree to the return of half of them as the harpy unique commanded. But if I were to let them return as it is, they will find the devils parasitizing them and they will know the trick to it. So I gave them the order to kill themselves on the way. I will tell the enemy commander that they were ambushed by devil reinforcements in midair. We should be able to last for a while longer. No, if the harpies don't return, the enemy will notice something is off and will make their next move with that assumption in mind. In other words, we only have a bit of time left. Devilery. I was thinking about confirming where the head of Kogagius went, but I lost sight of it. What was that lightning just now? My gaze ended up getting reflexively pulled by it. Well, it is most likely one of the lad's comrades. I glanced at the guy whose body isn't moving anymore and confirmed that he is dead. Now that I look closely, there's someone who is watching just like me, often making sounds by my side. No way. Kogagius-sama. What should I do from here on? No, that's not it. I just have to do it myself, right? Now that Kogagius is gone, I will now be the one leading the kobolds as the vice-captain. He is giving off an ominous presence, but in a different meaning. From what I can see, he is a high rank. It seems like he has a bit more intelligence than others. How about mourning your superior a bit? Boru, I will become the new close aide of the Demon Lord Sama and will command a horde of monsters. That's right, this, Jr. The head of the vice-captain was buried in the ground in an instant. It is the opposite of Kogagius, who had his body alone buried. He is not moving an inch, so there's no doubt he is dead. Wait, so it was you, Wallace? Boru. Boru J. Wolf. I couldn't learn his name in the end. But the head of the vice-captain was used as an impact mitigator when Wol last landed. This guy had strength comparable to that of a unique though. How pitiful. Why did you come falling from above? Boru. I thought an enemy captain would be around here. Is it? Wolf. Yeah, the guy you smashed the head of just now was technically it. Boru. Wallace stared at the kobold she defeated for a bit and then made a really dubious look. Don't make a face like that. That makes this guy look even more pitiful for being killed as an afterthought. Then, I will go for the next one. Wolf. Yeah, counting on you. Boru. Wallace didn't wait for my words and moved at frightening speed, jumping at one enemy after the other. No enemy was allowed to react and their heads were smashed with certainty in one hit. I might be dead without even noticing if that girl were an enemy. Just thinking about it gave me chills. This is not what I should be imagining on a battlefield. I shake my head and clear those thoughts away. And then, I see a single person chasing after Wallace. Wolf-chan, please drop your speed a bit. If the distance increases, maintaining the barrier is. Mew Mew. Mix-sama. Why are you on the battlefield? Boru. Lord Gafgavales, I came here to support Wolf-chan. Mix. The little sister of His Majesty coming out to the front lines. Boru. No need for formalities Desuzu. I am the little sister of Anisama, but I am also an adventurer. Mix-sama said this full of confidence as she threw a knife onto a kobold coming from the back and killed it without a sound. That throwing motion without even directing her gaze, there had no wasteful movements. That just now was an intermediate with the strength comparable to a high rank, but the knife had enough power to pierce its cranium in one hit. I heard that she had grown after moving away from Taizu and becoming an adventurer, but at least bring one bodyguard. Boru. In that case, I have the strongest partner called Wolf-chan. There's no need to worry Desuzu. Mix-sama ran off swiftly while still maintaining her dazzling smile. There's not a shred of fear despite being on a battlefield. So tough. No, isn't she way too tough? A number of enemy soldiers are leaving the battlefield. Boru. They are not moving for the sake of escaping. They have probably judged that they will lose if they fight here, so they must be planning on attacking a nearby village. It is not like we can't chase after them with the cavalry of Taizu, but there's a lot of remaining soldiers. If we lose our main force here, we would lose this rare opportunity we have created. Oh well. We have evacuated most of the villages around here. Moreover, the enemies are the ones who will suffer if they try to escape with a minority. Guess I will be working for a bit more. Boru. I maintain a location where I can observe the Battle of the Holy Knights as I decrease the number of enemy soldiers. Blue and Rakura are attacking the monster army from a different direction from the side the humans are attacking at. I have told them to call at any moment in case a battle against a unique shows signs of happening, but there shouldn't be much need to worry with Rakura by her side. The Holy Knights are fewer compared to the Gani soldiers, but they have higher quality, so they can fight back with more effectiveness as at present. Most of them have casted barriers on themselves and the clerics can switch to the offensive, so they are stopping the possibility of things exacerbating into a melee and are striking down their enemies in a safe manner. But in the case a unique appears, they are no proper match against them unless there's a seasoned combatant like the Holy Knight Captain Yox. They should show the utmost wariness to their surroundings in order to avoid unnecessary deaths. With this, we should be able to win without the need of waiting for the reinforcements of Comrade and the others. No, the enemies will begin turning their brain before that. Ekdoik. The enemy soldiers that were not in battle began to separate and ran as if slipping past the sides of our soldiers. The Holy Knights try to restructure the formation, feeling threatened by an encirclement, but that doesn't seem to be the case. It seems like they are separating and trying to pour into Megis. The army of Megis is trying to stop this, but a part of the enemy soldiers were slipping past even that and moved away from the battlefield. A call from Blue came into my head at the same time as this was happening. Demon lords can do thought transmissions with nearby demons. The speed and convenience of it is superior to that of the secret technique of Megis. Ekdoik. The enemies are moving away rather than escaping. This is more like Blue. So it seems, they have most likely judged that it is pointless to fight here since they would just lose. They must be heading to the Megis territory to destroy as many of the villages as they can. Ekdoik knew it. What should we do? Blue. A part of the Holy Knights are trying to chase after them, but there's a high chance we will be letting go of this opportunity if we carelessly decrease our soldiers. We should be the ones moving as the ones who can do so freely. Also, we will contact the Holy Knights and intercept the enemies at the nearest village. If we move, the Megis army won't have their coordination thrown in disarray. Also, if we are talking about the nearest village, it would be that place. Ekdoik. I doubt the evacuation of Natora-san and the others assisting from the backlines has finished. We have to hurry. Blue. The call was cut. I can see that the army of Blue was pulling back from afar. If she is heading straight to the village unlike the enemy soldiers who are taking detours, she should be able to intercept them. I told a nearby holy knight about how we will intercept the enemies and asked them to maintain their formation. And then, I finished contacting Hakutoku and the others, and headed to the village by flying. I noticed in the middle of my flight, but I saw the harpies heading to the Magus Nether. They have most likely been returned temporarily by the order of the Scarlet Demon Lord. In that case, they have begun to read our move. The harpies have been brainwashed already. Having them retreat obediently must be in order to buy time, too. When I arrived at the entrance of the village, Rakura and Blue were already waiting for me. But I could see the enemy soldiers approaching, too. There's still people in the village. There's also a few soldiers, but it is not a number that could fight. Blue. Most have left for the counterattack after all. Rakura, tell the soldiers the situation and have them prioritize the evacuation of the villagers. Blue and I will face the enemies here. You act together with the villagers and deal with the pursuing monsters. Ekdoik. The army of Blue should be able to stall if the terrain is on our side to a certain degree. I can also set traps, so we should be able to hold back a decent amount of enemies ourselves. Hakutoku and the others have not arrived yet. They are most likely heading here by foot or on horseback. We have no choice but to have them fight together with us. When they catch up, it will be difficult to protect them completely from those numbers. Rakura. That may be the case. Blue, gradually move back and provide assistance to Rakura. Ekdoik. What are you going to do? Blue. I will lock up as many enemies in the village and continue fighting. Also, I plan on subjugating uniques if I have the time. I have an easier time hiding compared to the soldiers, and I should be able to fight more easily since I can set traps. Ekdoik. Meaning that you are going to fight those numbers? Blue. No issues. But I won't be able to hold back all of them. Please do something about the ones that slip by. Ekdoik. Blue made a slightly worried face, but she must have switched soon after. Her face returned to her usual strong one as she pointed at me. Run away if it gets bad, okay? Blue. I know. That goes for you too, Blue. Please avoid a direct battle against a unique. Time is of essence. Let's move. Ekdoik. I consider a variety of possibilities just like Comrade does. I imitate a number of those things this time around and think about where to lay the traps in the village, estimating where battles could happen. I think about the whole picture of the village and compare it to the direction the enemy soldiers are advancing. What I have to protect right now are many lives contrary to the times when I just protected the singular life of Comrade. My mother is within those people. I am not sentimental to the point of holding a big meaning in that, but I do understand that I should be protecting her more than some stranger. A dilemma from the incomprehensible order from our superiors. Moreover, our contact with the harpies has been cut off, but the Demon Lord Sama is still sending his power to us. After thinking about the reason for this in my own way, I interpreted it as continue fighting as much as possible. But fighting in the meadows just now would have simply exhausted us pointlessly. There's no way the Demon Lord Sama would find it acceptable to scatter in an unsightly fashion. Thus, I have decided to move our location to the front. Sama. It won't be long before we arrive at a human village. I'm not blind, but we are this close to the battlefield. Even if there's humans there, it should be a trifling amount. Your duty is to raise the bellows of war, the proof of our invasion. Naga division, burn the villages and kill every single human. Fuck. The Nagas answer with their roars. Everyone aside from the vice captain can't talk properly due to the power of the Demon Lord Sama. But their desire for strife is unfaltering even when the power has been activated for long. We advance to the village and search to see whether humans are hiding around. It stinks. There's no doubt there were humans here not that long ago. They must have gotten scared of our march and ran away. Half of the soldiers move ahead just like this and chase after the humans. The remaining ones search the village to see whether there's any human that didn't manage to run away, and burn the buildings. Fuck. It is not possible to give proper orders to the monsters that have received the power of the Demon Lord Sama, but even if they can't understand all the words used for the sake of battle, they can be moved to a certain degree. There's most likely no humans who haven't escaped in time. They haven't had a proper battle until now, so there's not many soldiers who are heavily injured. Even if there are, they would have been moved a bit further to the back to get proper treatment. Sama. The Orc division led by Mobadish Hun, and the ogre division led by Tarmafazia have passed by the village and headed to the direction where the humans have escaped. So they judge there wouldn't be any humans here to begin with. Then, we should move out of the village too. The ones that have finished searching should regroup at once. We head straight to the center of the village. It shouldn't take much time to set the place on fire. We will be heading straight there, so we might even find the humans faster than the others. One after the other gathered, and the number of soldiers increased. But something is strange. The reason for this off sensation. I see, so that's how it is. Is something the matter? Don't you think they are gathering at an awfully slow pace? Now that you mention it, we can't find a single person, so aren't they simply searching carefully? No, they shouldn't be able to have such thorough thoughts after getting the power of the Demon Lord's armor. This is most likely. I go back the path I took for a bit and find an opening between two neighboring buildings. The moment I was about to enter, my nose told me that my subordinates are dead ahead of here. Afoktarasasama, this is... Yeah. There's someone who stayed in this village and is trying to face us. There's not many, but they are skilled. Naga division, search for the enemies. Don't act alone. I bring subordinates as well as I search the inside of the village. We have inherited the powers of a snake, so mere humans hiding in the shadows of buildings is nothing. That should be the case, but we can't find them. The only possibility I can think of is that the enemies know the special traits of Nagas well. In that case, our priority should be to get a grasp of the enemy's hand. I move to the place where the corpses of my subordinates are as I show wariness towards my surroundings. I find the corpses of my subordinates that are slowly disappearing in the narrow corridor between the buildings. Judging from the injuries of the corpses, this is poison. Being able to kill a Naga with poison, when we specialize in poison attacks, must mean they are really skilled. Something feels off again. What's this? If I feel something is off, it means there should be a difference in the usual. I think of that. This is crap. We are the ones being targeted right now. There's an enemy nearby. Heighten your awareness of the surroundings even further. There's already only a few subordinates that I had on standby around me. There's less high ranks, too. Our numbers are being decreased even in this short span of time where we are searching for the enemy. Even by the time I shouted, the presence of a number of intermediate ranks disappeared. Where are we being attacked from? I must not rely on feeling alone. I must discern the attack of the enemy with direct vision. I direct my gaze to both sides and sharpen my senses. I listen to the steps of the Nagas and the other sounds, and see whether there's any strange sounds. I detected the movement of a Naga suddenly stopping and directed my gaze there. When I did, that one was wrapped completely in chains and was dragged inside a building the next instant at astounding speed. Inside the building, I destroy the walls of the building and have my subordinates rush inside, but the screams of my subordinates rang as they charged in. I move to a location where I can peek inside. There's several Nagas captured with chains inside and stakes were stabbed deep in their throats. The wound was corroded with deadly poison and it seems to be running through their whole body in the blink of an eye. The captured Nagas died soon after and turned into dust. The chains began to move as if sentient after confirming the captured Nagas died, and were swallowed inside the ground. The enemy is a chain user. They have set them inside the ground, set traps in every place, and... The moment I turned around to warn my subordinates, the vice captain that should have been there was gone. In the time when I had my attention inside the building, being inside this village is dangerous. We need to get out from the village quickly. Our numbers, again? I was flustered for an instant by the fact that the vice captain disappeared and even more of our numbers decreased. No, that's not all. Normally, more Nagas should be gathering even as of present, but that's not happening. In other words, the enemies are steadily decreasing our numbers in this whole village. This is bad. Our opponent is extremely bad. What's the matter, Afoktarisa? You are visibly losing it. I immediately raised my head at the voice that came from above. There was a man there hanging with chains tied to his knees extending to the ceiling of the buildings. There's a large number of chains in both of his crossed arms. There's no doubt about it. This is the guy that has been attacking us. But is that a human? My instincts as a monster are not working properly. Even though he is in the shape of a human, I don't think he is. He was directing a cold and heartless gaze towards me without moving. So you were there to think you would show yourself. I shot a poison spit. but the countless chains that appeared from the surroundings blocked this. It seems like there's already countless chains set around. Then, I will order my subordinates. I have already finished your subordinates around. They all looked up in sync after all. I was shocked and looked around. I saw several arms and legs of Nagas being dragged into the shadows of the buildings. There's already no subordinates around me. He showed up because he had finished preparations to make it a one-on-one. You mere human. How dare you? Fuck, I would have taken those words more up front not that long ago, but I am not a human now. I am a demon. The hair and skin color of the man slowly changed. His skin was darkish and his hair turned blue, and the denseness of the mana flowing out has increased. A demon, the shadow of a human that has received the love of a demon lord. He is most likely a subordinate of one of the three opposing demon lords. So you came out thinking you have a chance in a one-on-one, huh? I shall crush that arrogance of yours. Fuck. If I am against a demon, I have no allowance to hold back or observe. I will activate the strife that the Demon Lord Sama has granted me and finish him for Su. I can't move. My body is in pain as if it is being squeezed tightly by chains. The power of the Demon Lord Sama has already been activated, and yet... Afoktarasa, you are misunderstanding one thing. I didn't show myself because I thought I could win one-on-one. I showed myself because I was already sure the winner had been decided. You have already been captured by my chains. The inside of his eyes were showing me restrained by countless chains, but I can't see any chains around me. Are you telling me those chains are only shown inside his eyes? They don't budge at all despite my strengthened body. I can't activate any magic no matter how much I try. Deliberately averting the attention of the target and leading them to an advantageous situation for yourself. The technique called misdirection that Comrade taught me. If you can utilize this consciously. I see. This is extremely effective against enemies who are distracted. Several chains crawl out from the shadows of the surroundings. They all have stakes at the tips and were clad with ominous mana. They were slowly but surely approaching me. Like a nest of snakes. S2. Fuck. If you had activated your power at the time when you noticed my presence, or if your instincts had warned you. This is a pitiful ending for a snake monster, but time is of essence. No need to plead for your life. Countless chains jumped at me from all directions and pierced my body. Aha! That Gyrista. Her eyes are shining. There's no doubt she is in an even higher state than when she rushed at me. I might end up dropping dead in an instant if I were to approach carelessly. Scary. Well, there's a mountain of prey in front of the battle junkie. Of course she wouldn't listen even if told to calm down. It is fine and all that we hurried after getting the order of Ekdoik, but isn't doing a pincer attack against a number of enemies just a plain suicide attack? It is not like they are so dense they would ignore the approach of an enemy. Gyrista just rushed in instantly. Will I be able to return alive? Just when I thought this, a whole lot of swords aimed at my neck. Whoa, that's dangerous. They may look like intermediate rank, but the inside is high rank. I would die instantly if it were to hit me directly. That said, I can tell at a glance that the intermediate ranks are exhausted and the higher ranks are clearly tired. They won't be hitting me as long as I don't let my guard down. Instinct Sama can tell me about the surprise attacks that are so prone in melees, but these guys can narrowly avoid fatal wounds against your average attacks, so it is really difficult to kill them. I am not the same as Gyrista who just slices them down no questions asked. My battle style requires precise hits on the vitals of the enemies. I am having a pretty hard time killing even one thanks to that. But well, this is far easier than having a fist fight with Ekdoik. You know. Haku. If they reflexively block when their vital points are targeted, I will use the stiffness created from it to break their legs. I smash their face the same moment they fall on their knees. Damn it, it moved its head and avoided a direct hit. More enemies are coming at me in retaliation. Oh, shut up. Die already. Haku. Instinct Sama is reacting to every attack, so I can avoid the whole time as if I could see the future. And then, I would finish off the enemies when they hit empty air. They are exhausted in the first place, so as long as you hit them cleanly with a mana strengthened strike, they will fall somehow. I should be able to manage if it is against intermediate ranks. I will pass the higher ranks to Gyrista if they come. The enemy would be sent flying even if they were to clash their weapons from the front anyways. Alright, I will be hunting the weaklings just like this. Haku. Who? You flap a lot for a mere human. I heard a voice suddenly on the battlefield. Instinct Sama kicked my butt with even more strength than it has to avoid it. I jumped forward without thinking about it and rolled once. The wind pressure that I felt from my back gave me chills. I turned around immediately and there was an orc a size bigger there. Aside from his size, the quality of his armor and the weapon he is holding are quite different from that of the weaklings around. Gauntlets just like Wolf. He must be the type to go for punches, or more like, this one is clearly unique. And yet, you are attacking that mere human from behind, not giving any leeway here. Haku, is there a need to fight fair and square with a weakling? But you are unlucky. If you had died in that attack just now, you could have died painlessly. He smashed the thick gauntlets together and directed a hateful smile as he provoked me. HMPH, and what about it? I have Gyrista on my, wait. She is not here. Wait, she has already rushed off all the way there? Crap so yo. Can I run all the way there? I can't turn my back to a guy like this several times. Calm down, you should calm down first. Me, I should buy time by talking about random stuff. You must be the boss of these orcs, right? You have the face of someone who has the ugliness of orcs packed in it after all. Haku, my name is Mobadish-hun. It is a waste to introduce my name to a weakling like you though. I am tolerant to the ones I will kill. Mobi, I see. Guess I gotta follow that policy and introduce myself too. Name's Hakutoku. You lose nothing in remembering it. Haku, losing nothing or not? Depends on how long you survive. Mobadish-hun dashed with speed that didn't match his giant body and swept the place I was in with his strong arm. I of course avoid that. I slipped below him before he swung his attack, and the moment I heard a loud swing above me, I gave a good strike onto his chin. Alright, this powerful strike of mine, crap. He didn't even flinch at my attack and went for a second attack. Whoa, you are pretty tough. Haku, tough? Did I do anything? Mobi, I hit him really hard though. He didn't feel it at all. Gosh, skeletons get broken a lot more easily, so your chin should break too. Just the right amount of challenge. Might as well put a bit more waste in my next hit. Try resisting it. Haku, I was the one who dashed in this time around and swing my tanfus onto his abdomen. Figures he had no intention of avoiding that damn grin on his face. I stopped just before it landed and set my hidden trump card. An attack that can blow up the barrier of Rakura should be able to. HMPH. He must have felt the danger. He waved my body away with his arm. Even though it wasn't an attack he put his waist into, it still resonated hard on me despite being through my defense. Moreover, my body easily hovered there. But some seriousness is showing in the face of Mobadish-hun. Oi, didn't even try to endure it? Haku, I see. Looks like you have a weapon that allows you to brazenly show yourself alone in this battlefield. Huh. Mobadish-hun took a stance as if he were a seasoned martial artist and slowly closed the distance. I have only made him be more on guard here. I messed up. I could have invited neglect and smashed him with my hidden trump card to end it. But now, I don't even know if he will be messing up or showing any openings. But well, there's one happy miscalculation. That's quite the magnificent stance despite being a monster. Having a style makes it easier to read your movements. Making a unique monster get serious. I have really climbed up in the world. Haku, here I go. Mobi, a fist is pushed out with barely any preliminary motions, but my tanfus deeply gouged the right eye of Mobadish-hun at the same time. His eyeballs are still fragile. Good. But the enemy didn't falter at this and unleashed a chill-inducing kick. I avoid by moving to the right and use my trump card on the leg that's supporting high. Haku. He forcefully tried to smash me with the leg he kicked with and I avoided it on the moment. He can deal with stuff even when his vision is taken and I move to a blind spot. I would like to aim for his other eye too, but I land a strike on his nose once and retreat. It wasn't to the point of breaking it, but I want to believe it at least brought pain. But there's not much hope though. You bastard. How dare you? Mobi, man, I am so lucky. I just randomly stretched my hand and got your right eye. Haku. Nonsense. You read my moves in the exchange just now and matched them with precision. You must have a grasp of my movements, don't you? Mobi. In terms of basic skills, you are beyond human. Or more like, you are pretty much a human. It is true that you are dangerous, but there's a decent amount of adventurers in Kiwama with your movements and skills, you know? Haku. I am the right hand of Progestaff, who is the face of Ryodo, which is famous for their bad apples. I have a decent amount of experience when it comes to rowdy developments. I have had my fair share of rough dealings. Fighting a martial artist in a bar is not something rare. He is moving like a troublemaker that simply crushes their opponent with pure violence. He is an easy target for me when it comes plainly to compatibility. That said, there's no guy in bars so dangerous that I would be done for in one hit though. There's Gyrista. Anyways, there's no mistake that it is easy to read an enemy that doesn't pull any feints. I see. It is just as the Demon Lord Sama said. So humans have the technique to fill up the gap in strength. In that case, I just have to open up that gap to the point where it can't be filled up. Moby. The alarms of Instinct Sama rang even louder all of a sudden. Or more like, this is bad. My consciousness. No, endure. If I lose consciousness here, what I am seeing right now will be the last thing I see. I grit my teeth, bring out a pill from my pocket that brother gave me, and throw it into my mouth in one go while I am still managing to endure somehow. I run. Haku. It is apparently a pill made from some insect, but what's most noteworthy here is not the effect but this taste. It is seriously bitter. I would have definitely vomited if I were in a normal state. But, damn it, it is thanks to this that I can endure even the kick of Instinct Sama. The strife power of the Scarlet Demon Lord that brother was talking about. Honestly speaking, the alarms of Instinct Sama were bad even against the small fry. But the mana that's coming from this guy is the same as when I am facing a Demon Lord. I heard that uniques have been given power personally, but this is way over. Even his appearance has gotten ultra burly. Now, time to settle this. Moby. Mobadish-hun charged at me. I can barely keep up with the speed using my eyes, but in terms of reacting, I won't make it in time. I jumped in a weird direction, following the warning of Instinct Sama. But an unbelievable shockwave assailed my whole body just from a mere graze of it. I didn't fail the landing, but the bones in my whole body are tingling. A unique is dangerous in itself, and yet, he is one stage above that. No, 2 stages above that. Ain't that unfair? No, this is not the time to be negative here. Analyze the enemy calmly. The movements of just now had an abnormal speed, but they are far more simple than before. It feels as if it has become more animal-like. The animal instinct has most likely also messed him up in the defensive side. But how do I attack? A straight-on battle would be on the level of fighting against Sicilius, which would be beyond impossible. In that case, I have no choice but to use this. Haku. I direct my gaze at my right arm. This right arm that was given to me by bro, I need to borrow the power of the devil parasitizing it. My transformation technique is still questionable, but at this moment when I don't have any tricks I can use, I have no leeway to not try everything available to me. I stretch my hand out to the side and transform the devil into a curtain shape. It matches his size and stretches all the way to my feet, but I barely feel the weight of a black cloth. The technique brother taught me. I was dumbstruck when I heard it, but it was decently effective even against Wolf when I tried it out. The one in front of me is just an animal that charges at me. I have enough of a chance. I do, right? No matter technique, don't think you stop me. Mobadish-hun closes the distance again. I can react far better thanks to him rushing towards me before he speaks. I let Instinct Sama pilot my body and concentrate only on my right arm. I avoid his attack with paper-thin difference and cover his face with the black cloth. His vision was completely blocked and he won't be able to see the next attack. I prepare my trump card and his stomach, with this, HNGH. Haku. Don't underestimate me. Mobadish-hun felt my presence clearly despite not being able to see me, and followed with an attack. Of course he would. If my right arm has a cloth extending from it, he should be able to infer my position. I take distance and return to glaring at each other. I wave the black cloth to provoke him. The setup was done with the exchange just now. We settle it in the next move, you damn pig. Now, come at me. I will smash my strongest move next time for sure on that massive belly of yours. Haku. Mobadish-hun charges at me with even more speed than before. I barely avoided it, just like before, and covered his face with the cloth. I then went around him and said my trump card. Pointless. This was even sharper than before. A punch that I wouldn't be able to react to in time if I were to move after seeing it came at me. The mana strengthening of someone half-baked like me would be of no point. A massive arm that would murder me for certain in one shot was heading with precision towards where I am supposed to be. What? Sorry, but that cloth can be detached. It would be unbelievably hard to move with that on after all. Haku. His attack ended in an empty swing. The moment I put it on him the second time, I detached the black cloth from my right arm. It is in order to make him think that I will be attacking him in that opening. By doing that, I would make him think I am nearby while he has that on. An attack where he was certain would bring assured victory, but he was once again confused when it ended in an empty swing. No matter how outstanding his instincts are, that's the end of it if his body doesn't move. I put my Tanfus on Mobardishan's back and activate my hidden trump card. This is the first time since I was born that I will be doing a direct hit against a talking target. No need to worry, just go all out. I make the mana condensed to the very limits explode only to the front and send the enemy flying with the impact of it. Gah! A raw burn stench assailed my nose and a nasty liquid flew over my whole body. It doesn't matter if it is a sturdy body. A clean hole opened from the back to the front of Mobardishan's body. That's some outrageous firepower if I do say so myself. It was from the back, but I did land a real good one on that ugly stomach of yours, right? What? Haku. Mobardishan attacked me despite having a hole around his stomach. I barely managed to avoid it thanks to instinct Sama kicking me, no questions asked. Thank you very much. You are not dying with that. You really are a monster. Haku. You bastard. Hakudoku. Mobi. What should I do? That technique just now was first customers only. I do have some other tricks up my sleeve, but I have not practiced them, so I have no confidence about pulling them in actual combat. No good. I don't feel like I will be able to succeed. Maybe I should concentrate on evading until his stamina runs out. No, if he were to attack me with that intensity, who knows which one of us will run out of energy. What should I do? Aha, found a big one. Gurgle. The head of Mobardishan suddenly flew in the sky and landed right below my feet. It is still moving. He died. His headless body collapsed on the ground and Gyrasta showed up from behind. Looks like she returned all the way here after rampaging everywhere. Oh my. Most of the guys would deal with a surprise attack though. What a pathetic big boy. Wait, you were fighting him, Hakudoku. Gyrasta. Why yeah. You saved me in a way. Haku. Mobardishan's anger had reached its peak. Of course a third party would be out of his peripheral in such a state. There would be no room for wariness. I don't know, but I don't feel like I won here. Oh well, a win is a win. Could this possibly be a unique? Gyrasta. Yeah, I was this close to defeating it myself. Well, I don't mind giving it to you though. Haku. But from what I can see, the fight was practically settled, right? It is fine to consider this one your contribution. Gyrasta. Is that so? Haku. I did want some contribution. Let's just obediently accept if Gyrasta says it is my kill. So I have finally defeated a unique monster. I am now one of the top dogs I guess. I will be able to write good news to bro. Now then, I will be hunting other monsters, okay? Gyrasta. Oi. Wait, I won't tell you not to fight, but go on the other direction, okay? If you don't, we won't be able to regroup with Egdoik and the others. Haku. And I would definitely die. I would be surrounded by monsters without doubt while I am chasing after her and die. I don't care about her going out of control, but please obey the directions at least. Right. It seems like that place has more enemies anyways. I will be going then. Gyrasta ran over to the place where the enemies are packed in while carrying her stupidly big greatsword lightly. Would it be better if I were to get that proactive in battle, too? No, that wouldn't do. I wasn't born with the nerves to slice down enemies while laughing. Whether, I might end up encountering a unique again if I get separated from her here. Oi, Gyrasta, run a bit slower. My body hurts quite a bit from the battle just now. Haku. Protagonist. If the cloth is in the way, just cut it off after using it. Wolf, I think that's cheating. HMPH. Ilias, she is holding quite the grudge from Hakudoku having won once against her. Protagonist. She got back at him with 15 consecutive fights and Hakudoku couldn't get back up though. I thought he died. Egdoik was holding back the enemy inside the village, And the enemies that took a detour by the outside of the village were coming at us. Aren't these more than the ones attacking the village? Rather than saying the decision of Egdoik was wrong, it is more like the other units ignored the village in their desire for achievements. Or maybe they were trying to encircle the place but saw us running away. Rakura, you can fight, right? Blue. Yes, somewhat. Rakura. Then hold them back without pushing yourself. I have used as many skeleton soldiers as possible to guard the villagers, and I have to command them nearby since there's already a difference in strength as it is. Blue. Got it. So I just have to defeat as many as possible? Rakura. Yeah, that's fine. Blue. That man has told me to keep the orders as simple as possible for Akira, meaning that good results are easier to show up when left at her own judgment, right? She is the little sister of Egdoik, and the person himself says she is stronger than him, so there should be no need to worry. I ride the horse close to the villagers and regroup with the pitiful number of soldiers. We can buy some time, but we won't be able to last for long. Blue. We will also fight to protect the villagers. You must not. Having you fight would just be throwing pebbles in a lake. More importantly, prevent the villagers from panicking and scattering. We really won't be able to protect you all if even your running speed drops. Blue. But are you saying you will stop them by yourself? Not alone. We are gathering everyone. Blue. I have all the skeleton soldiers on standby. Show up. I have gathered the soldiers from other places too. But it would be better to assume they won't be able to make it in time for this battle. We have higher numbers than the units of Scarlet. But we can't be overconfident here. Why you? Are you possibly? Leave the details for later. I honestly won't be able to last for long. Blue. Why yes ma'am. The soldiers were surprised at the skeletons that showed up all of a sudden, but they swiftly began to evacuate the villagers once they understood they were not enemies. It would be one thing if it were purple. But there's no reason for Megis to hate them. No, thinking about it calmly, we are both demon lords, so would it be the same? All soldiers, formation to intercept. Blue. The skeleton soldiers make the formation without missing a beat at my order. This is a formation that would be decently effective against humans, but how will it go here? The roars of the enemy soldiers are approaching. They are already at a distance where I can see them in my vision and the countdown would be in seconds. The intermediate ranks are literally puking blood. Archers, release. Blue. The volley of arrows shot by the archers in unison assail their front line. Many enemy soldiers take a defensive stance, but the arrows raining down without leaving any openings were piercing them one after the other. But it is not too effective. Even if arrows pierce their arms and legs, their vitals are being protected properly. Second volley, release. Spears, to the front. Blue. The following volley also had almost no effect. Wounds aside from fatal ones only dull their movements slightly against the army in front of us. But that small weakening is also a large amount of skeleton bones flew in the sky. The monsters that I crowded as much as possible to make the defense more resilient is being destroyed like paper. I thought I had understood the difference in strength, but having it displayed in this fashion makes me feel a lot of emotions. Impatience, irritation, vexation, but this is not the time to feel such emotions. I have to think of a way to stop this situation after all. All hands, cling on, defeat as many as possible. Blue. A wave of skeletons swallows the monsters. The momentum of the enemy didn't lower even with that, and they are breaking through with skill. At this rate, it won't be long before the blades of the enemy can reach this place. Should I use that method? There's still not enough. But at this rate, HNGH. Come out, Daruagistia. Blue. Roa. I summon my trump card that appeared from the depths of the earth, blowing away enemies and skeleton soldiers alike. Daruagistia is currently the most powerful unique I have. It is the skeleton dragon that I tamed together with Egdoik. This child is my actual last fortress. I have risen it to have power that far surpasses your regular unique in the preparation time we had, but the enemies must have felt the threat of Daruagistia's presence. They attacked Daruagistia in droves. Wipe out all the enemies in front of you. Blue. Ruu. The enemies were swept with the front legs of Daruagistia. No matter how strengthened their defense and survival instincts are, they won't come out unscathed if they are smashed with mass that surpasses this. Even if the enemy tries to defend with their weapons, the swords would be smashed and the spears would break, mercilessly crushing the bodies of the enemies. This child will work, but he is the only one that works here. No matter how big and powerful you are, it would be difficult to wipe out these numbers in a short period of time. The front leg attack sent many ogres flying, but several of them mitigated their falls, and several avoided it. And then, they swung their swords at Daruagustia. After a large swing like that, the toughness of its bones are far higher than that of the skeleton soldiers, but the attacks of the strengthened ogres can deal a bit of damage even if they are intermediate rank. If high ranks come into the mix too, they wouldn't be enemies you can just scoff at. Concentrate on the high ranks. Blue. Rororo. This child is obedient towards me and doesn't feel fear against enemies. But it can't deal with small movements because of its big body. The high-rank monsters that have obtained strength comparable to that of uniques are using the dying intermediates as shields and slowly landing their attacks on Daruagustia. Even so, he would sometimes get the enemies and land a big hit on them, but the number of enemies gathering around is slowly increasing. He is definitely getting fatigued. If they destroy one leg of his, this child's ability to continue fighting would be so the enemy has also brought out a unique monster. Move, weaklings. I will take the front. An ogre a size bigger than the others showed from the pack, sending his comrades flying, and jumping towards Daruagustia. There's no doubt about it, that's a unique. A direct subordinate of Scarlet. He avoided an attack of Daruagustia with speed that can't be compared to that of the other ogres and smashed the head of Daruagustia with the giant hammer he was holding. Daruagustia? Blue. I can't believe it. Even if it is a size bigger than the others, he is far smaller than Daruagustia. He can unleash an attack that makes this child falter when there's a difference in size comparable to that of an adult and a baby. There's a crack on Daruagustia's cranium and it raised a cry in pain. But it immediately raised its front leg to smash it on the unique. The unique stopped that attack, which sent even high-rank monsters flying, without even moving. Cracks ran through the ground from the impact of it, but the attack of Daruagustia was stopped completely. Phew, ha 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 ha. Nice. You managed to receive an attack of this Tarmashafasir and retaliated with this heavy attack. This is what I call an enemy. An obstruction that merits strife. An opponent that I can brandish the power of the Demon Lord Sama fully. Tarmashka. The ogre that introduced himself as Tarmashafasir had mana leak out from him to a degree that I have never felt before. This denseness is without doubt the mana of Scarlet. There's no doubt he has activated the power of strife here. The muscles in his whole body swelled and turned bright red. The pressure I felt at the time when I was facing him had turned even more massive. No way. Blue. My eyes opened even wider at what I saw. Tarmashafasir grabbed the front leg of Daruagustia that was holding him down and threw it right above him. Daruagustia was smashed violently on the ground, dragging enemies and allies alike. Phew, ha 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 ha. This first time I throw enemy this strong. But this not the end. Tarmashafasir picked up the hammer he left on the ground and ran towards Daruagustia. It swung its tail after detecting the danger, but the hammer destroyed that swinging tail. This is bad. All troops, stop that ogre. Blue. Formations don't matter anymore. I try to hold back the charge of Tarmashafasir with pure mass. The skeleton soldiers forego attacking and cling onto him, steadily creating a mountain of bones. Let this be enough to buy some time for Daruagustia to recover. You in the way. You just haze. Tarmashka. The skeleton soldiers that had jumped onto him as they cried were sent flying into pieces. It wasn't just a strike from his hammer. Even the wind pressure created from that attack of his is destroying the bodies of the skeleton soldiers. Tarmashafasir dashes once again. Daruagustia has picked itself up, but it hasn't stood up properly. Can you endure this attack? Tarmashka. Daruagustia. Blue. The attack of Tarmashafasir landed on the right shoulder of Daruagustia. The bones around were destroyed, leaving only the front half of its right leg. Daruagustia fell to the back, to where I was. It will be difficult to support the giant body with its leg destroyed. There's this much of a gap. The strength of this child doesn't fall short to that of the undead I was bringing along until now. No, it had more power than that, and yet, no. That was not the only thing. There was a gap in here. This is the difference between Scarlet, who has been preparing to have a war against the humans the whole time, and me who was simply wishing to die the whole time. A gap in metal between demon lords. It has been shown clearly to this degree. Daruagustia forced itself to stand up and face Tarmashafasir, But this is not a situation where it can fight anymore. Just a bit more, and preparations would have been finished. Skeleton soldiers, become a wall to protect Daruagistia. Blue. The skeleton soldiers were jumping at Tamashafazia even without giving a new order. But it is not doing anything. That ogre was laughing while crushing the approaching skeleton soldiers, and walking over leisurely. It is not only Tamashafazia, the other ogres are also doing the same. Ah, geez, then I have no choice but to do this myself. Blue. I create a lump of ice with magic and shoot it towards Tamashafazia. I have learned basic magic from Yugura. I should be able to fight against your average opponent. But I am dealing with an opponent that can easily subdue Daruagistia. The ice was crushed with ease. Offensive magic. The one there. The Blue Demon Lord. What fortuitous event. No doubt the Demon Lord Sama be awfully happy if I bring your head. Tamashka. It was worth attacking him. Tamashafazia's target switched from Daruagistia to me when he noticed me. But it is honestly impossible to buy time against an enemy like this. If only Ekdoik was here. Wait, that's it. I can just call him. Arg, why did I forget until it was this close? Ekdoik, it is getting bad here. So hurry and come. I am in the middle of a battle against an enemy unique. Daruagistia has been defeated. Why are you calling me when you are already in such dire straits? I will head there at once. Don't fight. Can you run? What happened to Akura? Ekdoik. Don't think it will work. I don't think I would be able to win in terms of running speed. And he is coming here as if he has found awesome prey. Akura is fighting around the center between you and me. Anyways, hurry. I will try to stay alive somehow. Wait, are you listening? No good. He is most likely rushing here with an empty mind, but judging from the time it will take to get all the way here from the village, I don't think it will be possible. But I wouldn't want to fall at a place like this. I definitely don't want my severed head to be displayed to Scarlet. Blue. I shoot a lump of ice and follow it up with an ice spear behind it. His vision is already being obstructed by the skeleton soldiers. So won't he get caught off guard a bit by an attack coming from somewhere he can't see at all? No good. The lump of ice was crushed in the same way as before. As for the ice spear, it was smashed to pieces by a headbutt. These are the ones that sync the best together within my offensive abilities though. The bow I have at hand is not that different from the one the skeleton soldiers have. Even if I do a magic enchantment, it is weaker than the ice cannon. Phew, ha. What that attack? A heaven and earth difference between you and our Demon Lord Sama. Tamashka, shut up. Can you not lump me with that musclehead that only thinks about fighting from day to night? Blue. You bastard. Mocking Demon Lord Sama? Tamashka. That was a mistake. But that's my honest opinion, so it can't be helped. Tamashafazir rushed my way in one go and swung his hammer. It is not on the level where I can evade or react to it. I would even say I have done well even being able to notice his hammer has been 82, 88, 93. It is beginning to turn into a pain to count the enemies I have defeated. It is true that they are faster than devils and look strong, but they are not that big of a deal compared to the great devils of the Purple Demon Lord San, so it is pretty much the usual. But I was told to reduce their numbers as much as possible and as fast as I can, so I have to defeat the enemies in a more simplified manner than usual. War isn't that different from your regular devil subjugation. Rakura. If the enemies were humans, I would have definitely hesitated in killing them and would be busy trying to hold back to not kill them. But the monsters are coming at me without fearing death just like they normally do. There's no need for me to hesitate against enemies that are not hesitating in taking my life, so I am grateful on that front. But a number of them are heading towards the Blue Demon Lord San and the villagers, which is something that bothers me. But if I were to move away from here, even more monsters would be flowing there. I would need to fight while worrying about my surroundings. If I did that, people like Ilias-san and Wolf-chan would be able to fight without worries, but they would have to fight while trying not to get the average holy knights and villagers nearby dragged into it. I imagined something bad for a moment there. Oops, concentrate. Rakura. What I can do is defeat as many enemies as possible here. That will decrease the burden of the Blue Demon Lord San and will lead to securing the safety of the villagers. Don't think about unnecessary stuff and just continue fighting while maintaining this state. You are good, human. To think there would be a powerhouse like you. It looks like luck is on my side. My name is Was I spoken to just now? But there's no person nearby. The only thing around me are the corpses of monsters turning into dust. What's this monster in the first place? I can't differentiate monsters as it is, so I can differentiate them less when their heads are severed. Hallucination. Not good. I have to drive away the noise. I shake my head and look up at the sky. There's something coming here at astounding speed. Is that Ekdoik-san? Did he finish defeating the ones in the village? He is not going down, so he must be heading to the Blue Demon Lord-san instead of me. Could it be that the Blue Demon Lord-san is in trouble? Rakura. Should I go there, too? But even if I did, it would take time with my running speed, and most of all, there's still monsters around. Even I know that leaving these guys would be dangerous. What should I do? I have more idle thoughts than usual. It is as if I am carrying worries. Is it because Mother is there? Rakura. It is true that I have obtained the resolve to talk to Mother after being told by Counselor Sama. Counselor Sama went that far to ascertain me it will be okay. But if we can't protect Mother in this battle, no, I have to trust the Blue Demon Lord-san and Ekdoik-san. Those two will surely be able to do it. Rakura. I will just do what I can do. Counselor Sama said that's what will help out everyone the most. So I just have to believe him. Me being able to feel that I will die is of no use at all, because it will already be late by the time I feel it, and I myself won't be able to do anything about it. The next time I regain consciousness will be after more than 100 years. That's why, my brain spinning like this means that I am already— Wait, huh? There's a hammer being swung down right in front of my eyes. Tamafisia will kill me no doubt. And yet, why is it that I can look up at it this whole time? You use strange technique? Tama. Hey? Blue. I thought time had stopped, but now that I look closely, the arm of Tamafisia is trembling. Judging from how swelled his muscles are, he is trying to swing down his hammer even now. He can't move. Just when I thought this, the first thing I thought of was the eyes of blinding from Ekdoik. That technique can explain this situation. Does that mean he made it in time? I direct my gaze to the surroundings, but I don't see him. Where is he? I don't see him at the front or the sides. If he is not above either, the only place left is behind me. I look back and see. Blue. How many times should I let out a dumbfounded voice? It can't be helped. The one who was there was not Ekdoik who I was waiting for or Akura. It was their mother, Natora-san. Why is she here at a dangerous place like this? This you're doing? Seems to be barrier, but something like this. Tamafisia raised his hammer once again and swung it down at me. But that attack stopped cleanly right before me as if stopped by an invisible wall. Could this possibly be? I returned my gaze to Natora-san and concentrated on her eyes. What was reflected in her eyes between me and Tamafisia was a big shield that covered the figure of Tamafisia. Natora-san, that power. Blue. I saw the shield in her eyes break. At the same time as this happened, a vast amount of blood began to flow from both of her eyes. She covered both of her eyes, unable to endure it, and sat in place. This power is without doubt the power that was granted to Ekdoik by the Great Devil, right? A single guess showed in my mind. This power can be used by Rakura for some reason. That man said that it might be influenced by their blood. In that case, I can understand that Natora-san, who exists in between Ekdoik and Rakura, should be affected by it too. But I heard that even the magic expert Ekdoik bled from his eyes the first time he used it. The burden on someone with no battle experience should be immeasurable. There's fortunately no following attack. I ran to Natora-san and checked her state. Her internal mana is in disarray and the peculiar mana of monsters she shouldn't have was overflowing near her eyes. She couldn't speak most likely because of the effect of this. She is trembling in pain. This is bad. Natora-san can't control her internal mana and that's too dangerous. I use magic that absorbs mana from the target, and absorb the mana accumulated in her head. Absorbing it all would be dangerous in its own way. But this is as much as I can do right now. Natora. Looks like she has the leeway to breathe now. Using a power that you cannot control is way too reckless. Blue. What's this? Just when I thought a shield had suddenly shown up, it broke and Natora. Looks like she doesn't know about her power. But how did she manage to do that in such a state? I can only think of one reason. The power activated in a state where it could be used. This means Natora-san herself wanted to make a shield appear. In other words, Her power went out of control because of her sole desire to protect me. It is the power a devil gave to Egdoik. A part of this curse must have gone to you because of your blood relation. It is the power to manifest objects that only exist in your eyes. It is an extremely strong power, but if you use it without mana strengthening. Blue. I see. I did feel something off with my eyes one day, so this is what it was. I thought you were in danger. But I couldn't do anything. I wanted to do something regardless. I am sorry. I caused you trouble instead. Nay Tora. There's no way you caused me trouble. More importantly, is your body okay? Blue. You did something, didn't you? I can't put any strength in my body, but it has gotten a lot better. Nay Tora. So she says, but she is clearly in a bad state. We have to treat her quickly or it might turn into something irreversible. But the current situation is not so kind as to wait for such a thing. Not only that, I am also in danger here. Tamafasir must have judged that the invisible wall has disappeared and is trying to resume his attack. This is obvious, but I have no means to do anything in my star. Rororu New. Daruagistia jumped in and sent Tamafasir flying with a body blow. Daruagistia collapsed in front of me with that momentum and struggled to get up. This child. Its leg has been broken and shouldn't be able to stand up properly, and yet, Blue Demon Lord, San, don't bother about me. And run. I can't move. In this state anyways. Nay Tora. Don't joke around. Why should I abandon the very reason I am fighting here? Blue. You are a very important person for him, more than me. Nay Tora. Arg. Are you seriously going to say that at a time like this? There's no way I can abandon you. How would I face him if I did that? It would be one thing if it were for the rest of a human life, but I would have to carry such guilt for practically an eternity. You know? To hell with that. I checked Tamafasir. He has already gotten up and is walking here confidently. He is going to finish Daruagistia and then kill us without doubt. It is impossible to wait for the miracle of being saved by Egdoik and Rakura. I'm the only one who can get us out of this situation. Even if I were to try to use my last means, the preparations are not done yet. But that's the only thing that has any possibility. Should I buy time? That won't be possible. Then what? Oi, can you hear me? Who? Blue. A voice suddenly rang from the communication crystal. I let out a weird voice reflexively. Calling at a time like this? Can't you read the atmosphere? No, wait a moment. Isn't this actually the best moment? Maybe this man has a way to get out of this situation. Don't let out a weird voice. That gave me a fright. That's what I should be saying. Lend me your wits. Without saying anything, I am in trouble. Blue. Explain the situation briefly. In the middle of fighting a unique. Egdoik and the others are not nearby. Daruagistia has been defeated. I am definitely going to die before preparations are done. Also, Natora-san is here, so I can't move. Blue. Then finish preparations at once. I am troubled here because it won't make it in time. Blue. If it won't make it in time, have it make it in time. As I said, Blue. Die. That will solve it. Huh? What are you suddenly? Blue. No, that wasn't directed at me. So that's what he meant. That certainly would allow me to make it in time. I hear some ruckus from the communication crystal, but I ignore it. I now know what I should do, so I have no time to talk with him. I cast a barrier around the whole body of Natora-san just in case. I carry her, jump over Daruagistia who is down, and speak. Calm down, Daruagistia. Entrust your being, your everything, to my words. Blue. Daruagistia was forcing itself to get up, but stopped struggling once I got on top. I connect my own mana to Daruagistia. This allowed me to feel the will of Daruagistia. This child is still raring to go. It is okay, you can still fight. No, you will be able to from here on. I will grant you that power. I look down at Tamafasir who is heading this way. That's a face with resolve. Tama, right. You have seen quite the unsightly appearance from me. But now that I see a way for victory, there's no need to get agitated here. Blue. Phew, ha 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 ha. You may be acting tough here, but it is way too comical. Weak Demon Lord, what more can you do? Tama, right, I myself am weak. But I am a Demon Lord. That's why I will simply do what only a Demon Lord can do. Skeleton soldiers, ready your weapons. Blue. All the skeleton soldiers hold their weapons tightly at my order and take a stance. Tamafasir looked at this and snorted. What can small fry do at this, Tama? All hands, kill yourself. Blue? Dharma. The skeleton soldiers stabbed their weapons on their own bodies at my words. There's also those who dropped their weapons and grabbed their cranium with both hands and crushed it. They are destroying their bodies without an ounce of hesitation. The bodies that have received damage to a certain threshold were visibly grumbling and rolled down. High loyalty. But that all? Tama, right. It is true that they are loyal. It is truly a waste that the soldiers I went through the trouble of gathering and training have died with a single order of mine. But I finally have the numbers necessary. Blue. I activate the power of annihilation through Daruagistia. The power of annihilation calls the soul of a human into their corpse as the core to create an undead. But I will be using Daruagistia as the core. But what I will be infusing to him are all the corpses of the skeleton soldiers around here, which are a mass of mana. I pour my power in one go. The mana that you normally would have to take a long time to absorb. Just pouring the mana of a demon lord into a monster is not enough to raise their rank as a unique. They have to accumulate enough power to be able to endure mana of a demon lord. Daruagistia required more mana than your regular monster because of its giant body, to the point where it would match the total number of skeleton soldiers I have. The body of Daruagistia was recovering at a fast rate, and its body grew thicker and was being rebuilt into a giant skeleton. Now, roar, Daruagistia. Let it be known to the whole world the full power of the Blue Demon Lord. Blue. The roar of Daruagistia made the air and the ground tremble. The monsters that were roused by the power of strife had no choice but to stop at the shockwave of it. The skeleton dragon that was only the size of a hill had become a giant mountain that covered all the monsters here in its shadow. This. As expected of the direct subordinate of Scarlet, Tarmafazir was shocked by the evolved form of Daruagistia, but he roared and charged. Annihilate, Daruagistia. Blue. Daruagistia raised its front legs widely and smashed with all its might without any technique to it. The earth cracked and boulders flew in the sky. There were several scraps of ogres within all that, falling onto the ground and mixing with the earth. Tarmafazir was never to be found again. That said, the one who is facing the most unreasonable situation is the protagonist. The original Daruagistia less than defensive walls of Kiwama less than giant undead greater than current Daruagistia. I was moving in the sky at the limits of my speed. But there was quite the distance between the village I was in and the villagers who were evacuating and being protected by Blue. I know clearly the personal combat power of Blue after fighting her, but she would have a hard time even against your regular unique. Within those, there's the elite of the Scarlet Demon Lord who have received the transcendent power of strife. The chances of winning against them is slim. The protection of Daruagistia won't last long either. Faster. Go even faster. Ekdoik. Suddenly, I heard a giant roar that made the air vibrate and felt a massive surge of mana. This is not an enemy. It is from a monster that is under the control of Blue. Even though it is from a far distant battlefield, I could tell its presence even with just my eyes. There's no doubt about it, that appearance is Daruagistia. But its size is far bigger than the time when we captured it. Could it be that she has succeeded in doing what we talked about before? Ekdoik, the one who had the highest battle power within the uniques we captured was Daruagistia. Blue tried to make it into a powerful individual like Duvulieri, but Duvulieri continued living for a long time, gaining a massive amount of mana himself. Compared to that, it hadn't been long since Daruagistia had evolved into a unique. Daruagistia couldn't receive the mana of Blue satisfactorily. The plan we compromised with was to bring the dredges of skeletons in the place where Daruagistia rests, and by making the mana in the air abundant, we urged on his growth. We casted magic on the skeleton corpses so they don't turn into dust after death. It was a lot of trouble to carry it, but there's the benefit that we can make him grow with that. Even if it would take a mind-boggling amount of time, we have an eternity in our hands. I thought it was fine to just be patient about it, but can't the mana be poured in one go from the outside? A new plan was made from the statement of Comrade. The theory is similar to when using necromancy with annihilation in order to gather the mana in the surroundings. Blue said that it might be possible to imbue the target, but the question this time was how to supply the mana to Daruagistia. You need to gather the mana of the monsters born in the nether in order to make a monster of the same origins to grow. We tried using the skeleton corpses we had as a test, but the growth of Daruagistia wasn't that big. The result of Blue's calculations led her to the conclusion that she would need more than half of the skeleton soldiers for the required mana for Daruagistia, and so, The result after consulting with Blue and Comrade, we would be using the skeleton soldiers without restraint to increase the corpses. It should be safe to assume the evolution of Daruagistia is certain. But that means the soldiers around Blue are. Egdoik. Daruagistia evolving means that Blue is still safe there and that the skeleton soldiers around are almost wiped out. Something of that level won't be losing unless it is quite the opponent. But I still have to hurry. There's really few enemy soldiers on my way. It is in part because I succeeded on stalling them at the village, but they are most likely in the middle of battle against the main force of the enemy. Daruagistia raised a roar and attacked the ground. The shockwave of it reached even me in the sky. So a monster of that size surpassing the category of unique makes it this fearsome. With this, the trouble should be resolved if we can coordinate proper. Egdoik, you are late. Come here quickly. Here. I heard someone shout from afar. I came here at the fastest speed I could bring out though. I finally arrived at a distance where I could see Blue and thought about entering battle at once, but the enemy soldiers around are almost all heavily injured or dead. It seems that's how massive the attack of Daruagistia was. Even I might not be able to defeat it. I go to Blue who is shouting at me from afar to come. She is carrying a single human in both of her arms. My mother. What's the situation here? Egdoik. Natora-san saved me by using the same eyes of blindness as you. Natora. What? Egdoik. Blue told me what happened until now. This power that I inherited from Big Legged could be used by my sibling Rakura, so I heard from Comrade that she might have been influenced in the same fashion, but her state is weird. Seeing that there's blood flowing around her eyeballs means that she didn't use mana strengthening properly, but that doesn't seem to be all. It seems like the devil's mana is corroding her. I absorbed some of it, but if I absorb any more than this, it might dry the mana of Natora-san herself. Blue. I see, so it has this degree of side effects if used by someone with no magic training contrary to me and Rakura. Egdoik. What are you analyzing all calmly about? Can't you treat her somehow? Blue. To put it bluntly, it would be impossible for me. In order to control the devil mana completely, you would need the control of the purple demon lord who is in the Gani side. But there's no doubt she won't last in this state. Egdoik. Don't state it so easily. That's your mom, right? Are you saying you are giving up? Blue. It is not like I am giving up. Your treatment was effective on her. It should be possible to stabilize her while carrying her to Gani in that fashion. Egdoik. As I said, the mana of Natora-san herself will be gone if I go. Blue. If it is not enough, just fill it up. I have heard from Comrade that there's a method to give blood to others in his world. If we do that to infuse mana into her, there should be some leeway created. Egdoik. Comrade can't be healed with magic. That's why he has explained medical knowledge to the people around for the times when he is injured. The knowledge of a world that can achieve things with techniques impossible for this world. It is thanks to Comrade that I could think up a way to overcome this situation. Then, let's do it. Blue. Wait, what are you doing trying to pour Demon Lord mana? Things would get worse than even the devil mana. Egdoik. That was close. Then you do it. Blue. I am a demon. Calm down, Blue. The evacuated villagers should be ahead of here, right? Egdoik. Why yeah. Blue. Then there should be holy knights guarding them. Holy knight should have a decent amount of mana, and it should be hard for there to be an adverse reaction since they would be from the same land of mages. I will bring her there since I have the speed. Egdoik. I receive my mother from Blue and confirm the location of the villagers with farsight magic. It should be possible to treat her with those numbers. What should I do? Blue. Prioritizing the treatment can lead to slowing down the evacuation. It seems like the battle has been settled here, but please wipe the enemy with certainty. There should still be enemy soldiers at the village. Make sure not to forget to meet up with Hakutoku, Gyrista, and Rakura. There should be no need to worry about this Daruagistia. Egdoik. Rorun. This child, you let out quite the sweet voice compared to when you speak to me. Fine. Then, let's go, Daruagistia. Blue. Daruagistia headed to the village while letting out a roar. The movements itself are slow, but it is bringing out quite the speed because of its big frame. I should call Hakutoku and the others so they don't get accidentally stomped. I report the situation to Rakura and the others through the chains as I arrive at the place where the villagers are, and the villagers and holy knights that know about my mother ran here. Natori-san, it is because you ran off to a place like that. Can you please gather the holy knights? Devil mana is currently corroding her insides and is in a dangerous state. I want you to help me out in extracting this. Agdoik, treatment, you say? Are we doing it here? The skeleton dragon you can see from afar has already dealt with the enemies nearby. I doubt there will be any monsters coming here. Even if there are enemies that have not been dealt with, only a few would be able to get through the vicious rampage of that skeleton dragon. I should be able to deal with those with one hand. Agdoik, the state of Mother is still bad, but there should be no issues if we can treat her here. It seems like I will be able to pay her back for saving Blue. That's impossible. We can't stop the evacuation. Why? There's a monster that powerful as our ally. What are you? Why? Agdoik, why have we stopped moving? Quick! We have to run away quickly. We are going to die at this rate. No more. I can't stay near those monsters. Let's run to a safe place quickly. Yeah, the monsters that were protecting us died suddenly. This is, judging from the expressions of the villagers, everyone is at their wits' end. This is my mistake. They are civilians that not only don't have combat experience, they haven't even received combat training. If such humans were to be exposed to the threat of the strengthened with strife, their mental burden would be beyond what they could bear. Blue may have ordered the skeleton soldiers to kill themselves to escape from a predicament, but that also meant reducing the protection of the villagers. I can understand them being uneasy with just the remaining holy knights. If I were to force the holy knights to stop here, the villagers would run away on their own, and things would go out of control. This woman requires the continuous infusion of human mana. She most likely won't survive if she is not treated here. Are you going to abandon her? Agdoik, we treasure the people of Medjus. But if panic happens here, there will be many villagers who will get stranded. Leaving the group in a situation where there isn't enough supplies can endanger their lives. What should I do? Persuade the villagers? No, I don't have the talking skills to calm them down. Then, by force. But that would create a fatal rift in the relationship between Blue and the humans. But the stamina of Mother won't be able to last until the evacuation point. Should I just gamble on me treating her alone? But the mana of the Nether is poisonous for humans. Even if we are blood related, her coming out fine with demon mana is practically. Now that it has come to this, I will stay and help. A single holy knight raised their hand as if to dispel my worries. The face I can peek from below the helmet gives me a strong impression that they are not used to war. They must be the youngest one here considering the age of other holy knights. But Milia, the villagers would be uneasy if the other knights were to leave, but I am a newbie. I don't think it will be a burden on the seniors even if I were to leave. Milia. So it seems. Is this one alone enough? I would like several people if possible, but please let me check your amount of mana. Agdoik, I try measuring this holy knight called Milia. They may be a newbie as a holy knight but has a decent amount of mana. They must have trained a lot. We might be able to manage somehow with this. Excuse me, how is it? Milia, we might be able to manage somehow, but it would mean I will be taking your mana to the limit. It will be quite the burden with just you alone. Agdoik, there's no issues. The duty of holy knights is to protect the people. There's no way I would falter at being worn down for the sake of this. Milia, got it. Let's prepare at once. The other holy knights, please continue evacuating the villagers. Agdoik, I move my gaze away from the villagers who are leaving. I use earth magic and make 2 simple beds. I have Mother lie down on one of them and instruct Milia to lie down on the other one. When she takes off her helmet, her long purple hair that can be seen often in many people of Medjus falls onto her shoulders. So you were a woman? Agdoik, could it be that issues arise with me being a woman? Milia, no. That's not it. The women around me are all energetic like men after all. Agdoik, she gives me the impression that she is more upright than that woman, but the light armor below her metallic armor and the color of her hair reminded me of the past. I shake my head lightly and clear away my idle thoughts. I wrap chains round the arms of my mother and Milia, and place a hand on top of my mother's eyes. I use magic to absorb mana through the chains, and suck the mana of Milia slowly and send it to Mother. After confirming that enough mana had accumulated on the body of Mother, I use my hands to absorb the mana around her eyes. Magic to absorb mana in 2 locations, mana granting magic in 1 location. You are really skilled. Milia, to be more precise, I am constantly confirming the amount of mana of the 2. and am also moving the devil mana coursing through the body of mother as well. I am also weaving a seal to restrain the power around her eyes. Egdoik. Why you can do something like that by yourself? Melia. I can multicast 10-20 spells without issues. It should be about time for your body to feel heavy. Are you okay? Egdoik. Why yes. This isn't much compared to my training. I can't bring out any strength. Melia. There's differences between expending mana by yourself and having it be taken out from you. It is because the latter will be taken as a foreign attack and the body reacts in an extreme fashion to it. It is going smoothly. But there's a limit to the share of one person. This should be the limit. We should have bought enough time to carry her to Garni to give her proper treatment. Egdoik. Please wait. I am still okay. Please continue if there's a possibility to save her. Melia. I have already absorbed enough for a normal human to be worn down. There's a difference between people, but any more than this will endanger your life. Egdoik. It is okay. I can endure with spirit. Melia. No, this is not something you can endure with just spur. Egdoik. I can endure with spirit. Melia. Got it. Egdoik. I have seen many people who have resolve. This young holy knight has resolve that doesn't fall short to them. Then, there's no need to hesitate. I will continue the treatment until she is in a safer state to bring mother to Garni. You. Melia. The alarms of your body are ringing now. Grit your teeth. It would be better for you to close your eyes as strongly as possible. Egdoik. No. Rather than closing my eyes, I would get more motivation. If I were to look at the person I want to save. Melia faced to the side and stared at mother. Her body should be beginning to feel death at this stage. If she gets swallowed by that sensation, she will lose consciousness just like that, and lose energy in one go. I look at the eyes of Melia as I continue the treatment. I warm her surroundings with magic, and stimulate her senses lightly so that she doesn't lose consciousness. It may hurt a bit, but it will serve as a stimulant. Concentrate on the pain. Egdoik. Yes, please. Raise the pain. Melia. Got it. Egdoik. Melia's body jumped from the pain. Her pain receptors are being protected by skin and meat. Of course it would hurt if it is stimulated directly. The pain Melia is feeling right now far exceeds your average torture. Even so, she is gritting her teeth and enduring it. Buckets of sweat were coming out from her whole body and she was convulsing unnaturally. Even so, the resolve in her eyes was unwavering. All right, this is enough. Egdoik. I managed to absorb almost all the devil mana that was corroding mother's body thanks to Melia. I casted a seal around her eyes to restrain her power, so it shouldn't corrode her further. The mana remaining inside her body is close to healthy, so it should be safe to say there's no threat to her life anymore. Are you done? Melia. Yeah, her life is not endangered anymore. With this, we should be able to avoid risky treatments and go for the safe ones. Egdoik. That's a relief. Melia seems to be relieved, but she is in a more dangerous state than mother. But it seems like she will be able to recover by just resting for a few days while feeling lethargic. However, let's have others give her mana at the evacuation point. You have my gratitude, Melia. I think you are a wonderful knight, being able to do this much for the sake of one villager. Egdoik. Thank you very much. But it is not only that. This person is your mother, right? Melia. That's right. Egdoik. You placed your mother and the villagers on a scale, and were about to give up on your mother. That's too much. Making the person that's fighting for our sake suffer such a thing. Melia. The reason why Melia was so persistent about resisting the pain was because I said she was my mother. An outsider who is fighting for the sake of her country was trying to save a single life. She couldn't ignore this and volunteered herself alone. Even if she learned that she was a family member of that outsider, she still accepted pain that surpasses torture. I am grateful for your consideration. I will be carrying you two to a safe place now. You won't be able to wake up for a few days, but I will search for people who can look after you properly, so sleep without worries. Egdoik. Okay. Speaking of which, your name? Melia. I haven't introduced myself. My name is Egdoik Sulf. Egdoik. I am Melia Pence. Melia. It won't take long before the goblins that left the front lines to arrive at the closest village. According to what I heard, A great number of the enemies are terribly exhausted due to the strategy of the man that is friendly with His Majesty. The enemy soldiers that appeared in this place were also in a state of extreme exhaustion. This is the perfect opportunity to hit them. But I became a knight this year and finally got to join the Lino division. It is good thus far, but to think I would have to wage war against a demon lord in that very year. I wasn't included in the bandit subjugation, so I don't have proper real combat experience. Even if you tell me to not be nervous, I can't do anything about this one. Kale, what are you doing trembling in the face of the enemy as a knight of Taizu? Lord Lino, my apologies. Gale. Lord Lino reprimanded me for my hesitation. This place becoming a battlefield is already unavoidable. That's why I must not be swallowed by it. I put my sword in between my armpits and smack my cheeks with both of my hands. Good. What you should prioritize the most once the battle begins is to not die and to create surplus. It is when you have surplus that you can coordinate with your allies. For the first time, make sure to remember once again what you should do and must do. Lino. Yes, sir. Gale. You are putting too much strength. Kale, you weren't brought to the battlefield to bring up the numbers. It is because I acknowledge you as someone who can shine as a combatant in my unit that you obtained the opportunity to fight for the sake of His Majesty. Have confidence, however, throw away your conceit. Lino. Lord Lino said this and went to check on the other members. The captain of the Lino division that has the most knights, Lord Lino, knows everything about the knights of his own division. The reason why the Lino division has the most members is because of how good Lord Lino manages his members. I also learned a variety of techniques from Lord Lino through the training given to me. What I learned the most there was how to not be injured in battle and the methods to lengthen my time for survival. I have learned the teachings of Lord Lino that are more about surviving than fighting. So at the times when I spar against knights of other divisions, I could perform in battle in a way that, even if I don't win, I would never face a crushing defeat and would make them work for it. No matter how massive the enemy is, I just have to believe in the teachings of Lord Lino. Gale. Oi, Greenhorn, did you already forget the advice of Lord Lino? Loosen the strength in your shoulders. If you get so strained fighting by my side, I will end up putting strength to senpai. My apologies. Gale. I won't tell you to slack, but your field of vision will widen if you breathe slowly and loosen up your strength. You won't be fighting only at your front in the battlefield after all. Why yes. Gale. You are a statue. Can't be helped. I will tell you a story so you let go of that excessive strength. Story. Gale. Actually, the wife of Lord Lino is a super hottie. Lord Lino is super soft to his wife. I see. Gale. But you know, they got in a bit of a fight one day. The Lord Lino. That day was amusing. Do you know how many hours he was practicing his apology in his office? Ooh, my wife, it is all my fault no matter how you see it. Please, please forgive me, he went. This is pretty hard to believe from that Lord Lino, but I was on the verge of laughing out loud just imagining it. Senpai grinned when looking at that state of mine and smacked my back. By the way, if Lord Lino discovers that this story is known, you will without doubt suffer terrible work. I couldn't eat for 3 days. G got it. Gale. It is a funny story taught to the nervous greenhorns of the Lino division. You will be telling the story to a newcomer the next time, just so you know. Survive. Yes. Gale. The excessive strength in my body disappeared thanks to my senior. At the same time as this happened, roars from afar reached my ears. I strained my eyes and saw an army of goblins charging this way while letting out bloodlust. All hands, deploy your barriers. Use mana strengthening only on your arms and around your legs as the core points. Lino. The orders of Lord Lino echoed from a bit further back. Everyone readied their weapons at that order and casted their barriers. Only a few seconds more before the battle begins, but there's already things that we have to do. I confirm the equipment of the enemies at the forefront. It is mainly spears and swords. The ones coming in first will most likely be the spears. There's the archers at the back with others that seems like they use magic. I confirm the equipment of the archers, the shape of the bow, analyze the range judging from its size, and estimate the time it will take for them to begin their attack. The enemy approached us at the time I did this. Engage. I must not attack them blindly. The vanguard of the enemy will try to lower our soldiers at the front as much as possible. In other words, they will be unleashing a full power attack aimed at our vitals. What I should do is a mana strengthened weapon deflect, calmly tell which enemy is aiming for me, and I deflect the spear aimed at my face with my sword and unleash slashes towards the unprotected spots in the armor of the enemy. The goblin staggers, but I don't continue my attack immediately. The vanguard of the enemy has reached this point, which means the archers at the rear have already shot their arrows. I take half a step back and widen my field of view. I distinguish the arrows coming at me from their trajectory. I block the arrows that will pierce me by using my sword, and for the ones that will just scratch me, I use my armor to repel them. The moment the rain of arrows stopped briefly, I once again concentrate on the enemy in front of me. There's goblins that have been hit by misfired shots of its allies, but there's no sign of their rush stopping. I carefully deflect the attacks that came at me and wait for their balance to crumble. Kale, match my right side. Yes, sir. Gale. I confirm that the goblin my senior deflected the attack of had its posture crumbled, and we attacked it as a duo. The attack of my senior was blocked, but my attack stabbed deep into the goblin's throat. But even that couldn't be called a fatal wound. Its eyes haven't died, it hasn't dropped its weapon. I quickly pull out my sword from its throat and maintain formation. It is not like the goblins in front of me will stop attacking even in the time when we were attacking the goblin in front of my senior. I calmly block the attacks again. Shoot. Lino. The archers stationed at the back unleash their arrows at Lord Lino's order. The distance of the arrows shot by the knights of the Lino division are always fixed. They pierce the goblins in the front with precision. They would collapse if they were humans, but the goblins are not affected much. However, your body will move reflexively if you get hit by an arrow of a Taizu knight on the knee or elbow. If we attack in that window, they would have to take it in a bad posture. There. Gale. I make my mana strengthening stronger and deflect the attack of my enemy with strength. I sliced off the leg of the enemy after confirming that their posture was broken greatly. I stab my sword on the neck of the enemy that had lost their balance and fallen, and withdraw again. That one landed well. It should have died with that. No, it is still moving. I did hear that the monsters will be lively until right before death, but this is way too lively no matter how you slice it. Kale. Don't grow hasty. The ones following behind are catching up. I come back to my senses at the call of my senior and return my gaze to the front. The goblin at the back narrowed down their target on me after the goblin at my front had fallen down, and swung its weapon. I hurriedly readied my weapon and deflected the attack. That was close. Thank you very much. Gale. They are trampling their fallen allies as if natural after all. That helps us out. Let's have them trample them more. They are a mass of strife that don't even see their fallen comrades, but that also means they don't have any intention at all to coordinate. If they step on their comrades, they would trip or break their posture. The ones who are trying to get up won't be able to properly if they get stepped on. Their ability to confirm their feet decreases if it turns into a free-for-all fight. So being able to calmly confirm your footing leads to an advantage in battle. The enemies mainly consist of intermediate and high ranks. It seems the lesser goblins have run out of strength on the way just as reported. I am careful of the high ranks that are fighting against my ally knights as I defeat the intermediates in front of me with certainty. It is an enemy that doesn't die easily, but I am beginning to get used to their movements as battle continues. But no matter if it is an intermediate or a high rank, I won't be able to come out fine if they get a direct hit on me. I strain my eyes and perk up my ears without getting impatient and concentrate on my battles. If this were against soldiers of other nations, they would have allowed the invasion of the enemy and it would turn into a melee. But the sturdy defensive formation of Taizu Knights doesn't crumble. We reject a melee which would be favorable for the enemy. Kale, it is about time. We fall back. The voice of an ally rang at my back. It is not like the knights at the forefront can fight forever. If there's an opening, we will fall back, and gather our breath. I confirm my own breathing, mana amount, and answer without looking back. It is okay, I can still go on for a while more. Gale. Got it. Those were some nice moves. Thank you very much. Gale. The number of enemies is just not lowering. But that's the same for us. No, the enemies are being injured, but the knights are barely injured. If this continues, the ones at an advantage will be you. Watch out. My senior suddenly shoved me to the back. I saw a giant boulder land where I was in. The enemy threw it from the back lines. I should have been able to detect it like an arrow if it is a projectile. The fact that I couldn't means that this boulder was thrown at an unbelievable speed. Thank you, senpai. But this is Gale. It is him. The goblin overthrew it from above. There was a goblin a size bigger than the others beyond the gaze of my senior. The quality of its equipment is also better compared to the others, and the mana I feel from it is higher than a high rank. Unique. Gale. To think we can't even grumble a single human formation. My army is pathetic. You fools who have lost your sanity from the power granted by the Demon Lord Sama and can only flail about your strength. This is how you crush the enemy formation. The unique goblin placed a hand on the ground. When he did, the ground swelled and a giant boulder was being formed. That unique can use magic too. He understands that our equipment has magic seal stones, so he attacks by creating matter beforehand. It seems it has pretty high intelligence too. Gale, it is coming. Why yes. The boulder the unique goblin created was thrown towards our formation. The speed of it is faster than when thrown, so you have to avoid getting a direct hit from it. You can avoid it by a narrow margin with the reaction speed of a knight since it is a long-range attack, but our formation is grumbling cause of it. What's the matter, humans? Your methodical formation you are so proud of is crumbling. Ha ha ha. Damn it, mere boulders. Gale, you idiot. Stop it, Gale. I take on the boulder flying at me with my sword. A boulder created with earth magic shouldn't be that sturdy. Heavy. My sword bent and the boulder landed directly on my body, barely killing any of its force. My whole body was lifted by the strong impact and was sent flying back. The boulder landed a bit to the front of me, but I was smashed to the ground with the impact of it. I tried to get up immediately, but I couldn't bring out the strength. This is... The bones in my arms are broken. How's the taste of a boulder with added spin? Don't think the attacks of this Zobramitire can be stopped by the mere mana strengthening of you bastards. Zobra. The goblin called Zobramitire created boulders one after the other and threw them at our formation. The knights that saw me being sent flying had no choice but to concentrate on avoiding, and the formation crumbled even further. The enemy soldiers charged at those openings and the battle is switching to a melee. Are you okay, Gale? I am. I can still fight. Gale, you idiot. If you fight with those wounds, you will only be dying a dog's death. Fall back for now. My senior carried me, who couldn't get up. But that has delayed the speed at which he can react to the boulders flying our way. A boulder is flying straight at us. Evading in this state is just good spirit. I would say you get a passing mark when it comes to your first campaign. The trajectory of the boulder changed. Lord Lino showed up in front of us at some point in time. Seeing as he has his sword drawn, it must mean that Lord Lino used some sort of technique to repel the boulder. Just how did he manage to do that against an attack of that level? Lord Lino. Gale, all units, fall back while maintaining formation. I will take on that unique. Lino. The knights fall back as ordered and begin fixing the formation. Lord Lino walks alone towards Zobramitire, but goblins swung their weapons on his way. You are in the way, small fry. Lino. The attacks of the enemies slash the air the instant Lord Lino swung his sword. The enemies lost their posture from having swung onto nothing. Lord Lino didn't follow with an attack and just headed to where Zobramitire is. Looks like there's a human with some guts. My name is Zobramitire. Let's hear your name, man who will soon be killed by me. Zobra. Don't act like a warrior just because you can talk a bit. I have no name to give to a dirty goblin. Lino. Nice bark. I shall die away that haughty attitude interfere. Zobra. Zobramitire throws a boulder, but Lord Lino swung his sword and changed its trajectory. That boulder landed directly onto the other goblins with force to spare. I couldn't see any special motions just now. It just looked like the motions you do when deflecting a normal attack. HMPH. Even bandits don't throw boulders. So, in the end, you are just a mere beast that has intelligence. Lino. Then, taste the sword dance of that beast. Zobra. Zobramitire draws the sword at his back and charges at Lord Lino. The slash coming from the side was deflected straight upwards with a single stroke of Lord Lino. Zobramitire must have judged that a counterattack would come in the time his posture was crumbled. He jumped up while spinning with the centrifugal force and created distance. But Lord Lino simply lowered his sword and watched his movements. I was expecting a sword dance though. You are done with just a side slash? There's a limit to exaggerations. Lino. Ha 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 ha. This is amusing. I now want to break that leisure of yours. Now, let the slaughter begin. Zobra. The state of Zobramitire changed drastically. His body became a size bigger, and the muscles of his legs and arms had become twice as thick. I heard uniques can use the power of the Scarlet Demon Lord on their own, but this is, I can tell clearly even by just watching. That's strong. Your average knight wouldn't be able to match that thing at all. The amount of mana he has is far above that of Lord Lino. Senpai, that's bad. We have to help out Lord Lino. Gale, listen here, how are you going to help out in that state? Just watch the power of our captain. Is this the time to be saying that? The enemy is clearly, Gale. Lord Lino doesn't fight a losing battle. If it were an enemy that he can't win against, we would have been given the order to retreat a long time ago. Judging from the mana that can be felt from the other party, he is by no means an enemy we can win against. But the battle had already resumed while I was worrying about this. The attacks of Zobramatia were far faster than before, and I wouldn't even be able to see the trail of it if I weren't watching from afar. Lord Lino is deflecting them just before they land, but I don't see him being able to retaliate at all. What the matter? You doing nothing? This the true power of the Demon Lord Sama: fear, revere, regret. Zobara, you really talk a lot. Sorry, but can't you fight in silence? My sword would get dirtied if I were to cut your spit. Lino, you bark a lot for offering. Zobara, you are the one barking. Lino, it seems like they are talking while fighting, but honestly speaking, just watching is already nerve-wracking. The attacks of the enemy were unrelenting, and just thinking about the possibility of one-hit landing. But the other knights watching the battle of Lord Lino were unfaltering. They simply continued dealing with the enemies they had nearby. Why are the seniors able to watch so calmly? Lord Lino is certainly a wonderful knight, but he is not that famous for his combat prowess. Gale, a commanding officer of a knight division doesn't just entail aptitude. It is true that the Ragudo division composed by Lord Lino and the knights with the most seniority are the most famous, but the captains of other divisions have strength that's acknowledged by all members of the Ragudo division. The words of my senior were overflowing with confidence. The people who have been in the Lino division for long don't doubt the victory of Lord Lino. Him not choosing to retreat means that there's victory lying in wait. The attacks of Zobramatia are not going down in strength, but now that I look closely, I can see changes in the movements of both sides. The speed at which Lord Lino is deflecting the attacks is gradually getting faster. It looked like it was barely in time before, but now it looks like he has leeway. It was not that long ago that we fought a horde of undead in Taizu. They would regenerate even when slashed, and wouldn't die unless we had the power of the clerics. You bunch don't die easy and only your movements are pretty fast. But well, in my opinion, undying undead are more troublesome than you guys. Lino, you bastard. Zobara, you are only letting your high physical specs do the talking, and I don't feel a single shred of skill in your attacks. What do you expect to accomplish with that? Lino. The clash of swords that were echoing endlessly suddenly rang loudly, and the body of Zobramatia shifted heavily. That's a pose of when your attack has been deflected completely. The attacks of Zobramatia just now was far stronger than the boulder I couldn't stop. Are you telling me that he has seen completely through those attacks? Knew what you do? Zobara, I just deflected normally with no twist to it. What about it? Lino. The strength of humans can't take on my attacks. Zobara, that's what mana strengthening is for. Concentrate the mana strengthening to only the places in your body you are using for deflecting and increase their power explosively for a brief period of time, and it can match the attacks of monsters with far more power. Just strengthening your whole body like an idiot would just waste your mana unnecessarily. After all. Lino, why you? Zobara. Zobramatia tried to resume his attacks, but his posture was broken further with the sweep of Lord Lino. This time his posture was broken before he unleashed his attack. Also, you attack recklessly way too much. Even though you have been strengthened, you show all your cards in an instant. It is like you are begging me to learn your moves. Lino. Lord Lino stabs the right knee of Zobramatia when his posture was broken. Zobramatia jumped back quickly, so the wound is shallow. It should be shallow. But he buckled. He groaned as if he didn't understand what happened to his own body. I said undead are more troublesome. They can heal their wounds in an instant after all. But you all simply can move even if wounded. If I throw your mana strengthening in disarray through your wounds, your movements fall along. You probably have only trained between other monsters. Did you seriously think you would surpass the research humans did for centuries since the days the demon lords were born to go against the monsters that are far superior in strength than us? Lord Lino attacked first for the first time in this battle. Zobramitai tried to block the attack, but fell immediately to the feint of Lord Lino, and a part of his body was slashed. The movements of that spot grew dull and received further attacks. Zobramitai couldn't evade or defend, and wounds were etched into his body one after the other. The newly created wounds were getting deeper and deeper, and that led to even duller and duller movements. The goblins that felt their captain was in danger attacked Lord Lino, but Lord Lino dealt with those attacks with ease. You bastard! You bastard! Zobara. There's one thing I have to thank you about. It seems like you have moved away from the main battlefield and are trying to invade the nearby villages just like the other monsters. But if a captain that's supposed to be the strongest is only on this level, it doesn't seem like there's any need to send reinforcements to the other places. Even if there may be some margin of error, the captains of the other divisions should be able to deal with it without issues. I thank you for dispelling that worry of mine. Lino. You bastard! Zobramitai roared and attacked Lord Lino. But that exchange was so one-sided, it crushed all the worries I had at the beginning, and it didn't take long before the head of Zobramitai was sliced off. Zobramitai has been defeated too. Our uniques have been defeated one after the other once the phenomenon of humans suddenly reviving happened. The Demon Lord Sama can confirm if a unique is alive if they have been granted the power of the Demon Lord Sama. This is an undeniable reality. Losing despite having the power of the Demon Lord Sama. Can't they survive without the command of the Demon Lord Sama? There's no way for mine orders to be relayed swiftly as opposed to the Devils of Purple. Thus I have entrusted them to fight their own respective battles. I have no intention of finding fault in that. What's the state of the Harpy unit? Scarlet. About that. They were ambushed by snipers of the enemy on their way, and were wiped out. The Harpies I had returned were all shot down. It would mean the enemies were aware of my unit in the sky from the very beginning. But for them to be wiped out is. So that's how it is. Looks like we have been deceived completely by the fake information the enemy fed us. Scarlet. Fake information. You would need quite the numbers in order to shoot down all of the harpies flying in the sky. Normal bows won't reach in a satisfying manner. It would have to be Taizu Knights who excel in mana strengthening or a number of elites from the Holy Knights of Mages. But there's none of that. If they had such soldiers in reserve, they would have been able to use them to ambush mine army from a location that doesn't allow retreat, which would make me expend mine power pointlessly even further. Scarlet. That's true. I understand the trick to this. They used the Devils of Purple and must have stolen the control of the Harpies in the middle of the invasion and then poured fake information on them, and aimed for me to use strife pointlessly. Scarlet. In the time humans were falling back and hindering us, my unit was slowly being taken over. Something like that is. No, it would certainly explain the situation right now. The Demon Lord Sama has to be in a middle point in order to strengthen both sides of Ghani and Magus at the same time. My unit was used as a relay in order to fulfill this condition as a communication tower. They took advantage of this. They complied with the retreat to the Harpies in order to buy time. Their objective must have been to bring down our uniques. We have no choice but to continue using strife with the assumption that the battle continues. The only option left for mine army after having messed up our line of command is to continue fighting. It seems like they have shot them down with precision. Scarlet. Then, we should use all the harpies that haven't gone to the battlefield to give the order. No need. The monsters that have not been sent to the battle this time around are incompetent ones who can't follow orders properly. Even if we were to send them to the battlefield, they would be defeated before they can perform their role. Scarlet. But at this rate, all the uniques we have sent to the battlefield are going to be. Doesn't matter. I did allow them to attack and be on standby, but haven't given them the order to retreat. It is fine as long as they fight until their last breath. Scarlet. The Demon Lord Sama said he will be making the ones in the battlefield fight until the end with a calm expression. I thought we wouldn't lose in this battle where we have sent all our forces, but at this rate, our army. Mel's-Ashterwal. There's already not enough soldiers to get back up from the current situation. There's already no victory for mine army. Scarlet. The words spoken by the Demon Lord Sama drained the blood from my body. The army that was prepared after long years The elites that were gathered while certain of victory are going to lose. What are we going to do after this? Melsash, the same. You shall continue increasing the number of soldiers. Now that uniques from several species have been lost, I will leave the management of those to you. Scarlet. A. Melsash, we have been given eternity, thus we can gather our strength as many times as needed. We just don't make the same mistake. Scarlet. The Demon Lord Sama seems to be unfazed by this time's defeat. He is already getting ready for the next battle. Demon Lords are immortal. Even if they die, they will resurrect and continue living for eternity. Even if the piled up results are lost, he thinks it is okay since he can just pile them up again. I have lived long as a unique myself, but it really makes me feel I am still young. I still haven't reached this realm. Understood. Melsash Tawal, you return first. I will fulfill my last duty. Scarlet. The Demon Lord Sama said this, grabbed his own axe, and directed his gaze at Gani. Demon Lord Sama. What are you going to do? Melsash. Mine army's victory is gone. But it is not a defeat. There's the need to make humans learn this reality. Scarlet. This is the first time I have seen the Demon Lord Sama smile. Regardless, there should be a way to phrase it better. It can't be helped. Blue told me to be straight to the point. I tried to calm down Elias on our way to the Gani castle. What I said in the call with Blue was misunderstood, and I was reprimanded a lot, but they finally understood that it was advice. Well, it is the fault of a certain someone for putting it simply with a just die though. There's no way I would say that to an ally. By the way, there was a call from the person herself reporting that the enemy had been defeated safely. They are currently hunting the remnants and most likely will end without much difficulties, but I am a bit worried about the matter of Rakura's mother, so I have to make preparations for them to meet up with Purple quickly. I place one of the communication crystals and listen to the details. This is the one that was given to me that has the sole purpose of listening in on the situation of Marito and the others in the Gani castle. It is one way, but it is made in a way so that it can be used for a long time. I was curious about it, but wouldn't it be enough to just contact His Majesty often if it is just for information? Ilias. Calls from Marito are important, but he is resourceful, so he has a tendency to summarize information way too cleanly. There's often cases when the information I would like to know has been scrapped. According to the information entering my ears, Lord Lino has joined the fray against an army of monsters comprised mainly of goblins in a nearby village, and he has defeated a goblin unique. If I had heard this from Marito, it would have been Lord Lino has defeated a goblin unique, but the actual report has the details of the battle. How much did they struggle, the harm done to the soldiers, and stuff like that. I personally would like to know more about that rather than whether they won or lost. But if I were to demand that of Marito, it would fill up the tasks he has to do to the brim. Wrapping up all the information I have obtained until now, the uniques are certainly pretty strong. They may not be as strong as Duvuliri, but it should be safe to say they are comparable to the great devils at the time when we faced Purple. Normally, that alone would make me want to frown, but as expected of the Knights of Taizu, they are all seasoned veterans who can grasp victory even against enemies with higher specs than them. Lord Lino is pretty strong. Right. Lord Lino doesn't excel at mana strengthening on the level of Lord Ragudo, but the sturdiness in his defense is in a realm of its own even within the Knight Captains. I would most likely take quite a long time to get a win against Lord Lino even as of present. Ilias. The gap in experience. Yeah, I may have an advantage if we talk solely about pure physical strength, but the Knight Captains all have their individual strength to cover up for it. I have to make it so they can't use their strengths to their best if I want to win against them. Ilias. For example, Lord Fol was defeated by Ilias in a spa in the past. His relationship with Ilias turned sour because he was defeated in front of his subordinates. They haven't fought again, but she doesn't know who would win if he were to fight with his actual strength. Ilias is apparently the monster here if we talk only about specs, but the fact that Ilias can't win for certain speaks volumes about how high the quality of Taizu is. I feel like Karaja would be pretty impressive if he were to get serious. Right. I have sparred often with the members of the Ragudo division, but they all were fighting in a way that would allow me to show all of my power. If they were to fight against me seriously, I don't want to imagine it. Ilias. Boruji has defeated a unique in this war. He is reliable as an ally, but it does make me feel I don't want him as an enemy. Gold waged war against Taizu countless times in the simulated worlds and said she didn't feel like she could win. I can sympathize with that feeling. That said, it went well this time around, but what should we do from here on? This time around? What do you mean by that? Ilias. Considering my analysis of the Scarlet Demon Lord, he is not desiring victory in this time's battle. I feel like the objective of the Scarlet Demon Lord was to cause the battle in itself. The battle itself? Ilias. If he was putting importance in invading humans, he wouldn't have invaded both Garni and Meges at the same time. He would have gone himself and would have put all of his forces in Garni in order to expand the Garni Nether. He wouldn't have been led astray by fake information, and there would have been a plethora of monsters in the Garni castle by this point. I feel like the Scarlet Demon Lord was commanding them in a way to show his own power to the humans. Even so, he was not interested in victory. This means, if my guess is correct here, the Scarlet Demon Lord will be cutting off attaining victory here quickly and will ready himself for the next war. A Demon Lord is immortal after all, he has infinite time. Are you saying he still wants to invade despite having suffered a crushing defeat? Ilias. He would need decades of preparation or maybe centuries though. The humans of this world have a long average lifespan thanks to the mana in them. Even if I say long, it is on a degree that doesn't lose to the modern world that excels in medicine though. There's a few exceptions, but you could say their lifespan is within reason. It would be great if I could live until I get to my hundreds, so I obviously won't be able to show up for the next invasion. In other words, we have to do something about the Demon Lord himself in that time, huh? Ilias. The Scarlet Demon Lord has lost most of his soldiers. We could purify the Nether and get to their base, but it would be rough with our current forces. The mana of the Nether is poison for humans. You will end up getting ill really quickly if you don't have a barrier on you the whole time. It might be possible for the Knights of Taizu, but I doubt that will be the same for the soldiers of other countries. Having only Taizu conquer the Nether with their low numbers would be way too dangerous. The plan to purify the Nether and attack when the conditions are more favorable would be the most logical plan, but considering how big the Nether is, it would be a long-term plan of around decades. There's also the possibility of obstructions happening in that time frame, too. How about gathering a group of elites and subjugating the Demon Lord? Ilias. Even if he is killed, he would resurrect. You would need to capture him and seal him. Sealing a Demon Lord whose power is unknown is a bit new. Ilias. It should be safe to assume that it won't be possible to bring in this Demon Lord as we did with the others until now. Gold had the objective of ruling a human nation to begin with. Blue was simply used by the Scarlet Demon Lord because of her desire for death, so she didn't really have a real objective in itself. As for purple, yeah, but the Scarlet Demon Lord has a clear objective, and as long as he has that objective, him being an enemy of humans is unavoidable. It would be nice if we had the ingredients to make him give up on the objective itself. But right now I have no idea of what it is. There's no choice but to incapacitate him as long as there's no possibility of negotiation. I do have a number of ideas, but all of them are hard to implement. This needs the humans to talk with each other and then make a proper plan. Right. You will be lending your brain for this at least, right? Ilias. Of course. Leaving aside the people of the far future, I can't really just ignore the ones living in the present who I know. It is not only the Scarlet Demon Lord, Gold and the other Demon Lords will be related parties in that battle as long as they don't lose their immortality. Speaking of which, Ekdoik has become a demon. It would be irresponsible for me to just leave them be when I was the one who brought them into it. We arrive at the capital of Garni and perform the procedures at the gate of the first lair. We considered the possibility of Ray 8 and the people affiliated to leaders moving in the shadows, so the defense of the first layer has gotten pretty strict. The second layer and on are almost the same, but the foreign merchants are currently staying in their own nations because of how tight the security is right now. The only things moving at this time are the resupplies and the requested merchants. The mana of the registered has been imbued in an exclusive badge, so they confirm the mana of the one entering and the mana of the badge through a magic tool at the gate of the first lair. A certain someone has no mana, but we managed by registering the mana of Kutu. Go ahead. Thanks for your hard work. They opened the gate and we entered. They immediately close the gate. There's normally a lot of Garni citizens entering your site the moment you enter the first layer, but they have been evacuated to the second layer and on. This was a decision considering the possibility that enemies might separate and try to invade Ghani individually. That said, this is pretty strict. I heard this was your idea, but there's the need to go this far. Ilyas, Ray 8 can impersonate someone with mind manipulation magic, so it is possible he would use this to send a spy. If we check every single one, we can stop the invasion of anyone aside from Ray 8 who can steal one's body. If we leave several gatekeepers, the risk of everyone getting hypnotized is lowered. Right now we are at an advantage, so what we must be the most wary of is terrorism happening in the capital of Ghani and Megis where there's few hands because they have sent men to the front lines. As long as we can't deny the possibility that Letus has not sent inciters like Jestaf, there's the need to raise the security at least. That said, the battles at the front lines will be over soon, and they will most likely finish defeating the enemy soldiers scattered soon. By the way, your exhaustion seems more pronounced than normal. Are you feeling alright? Ilyas, I am understandably tired. I may not have fought, but moving around close to the battlefield and preparing a variety of things was a first for me. Take your time and rest well. When we reach the Ghani castle, you have taken naps, but you haven't slept properly, right? Ilyas, even if I have the reliability of Ilyas and Wolf as my bodyguards, I don't have the nerves of steel to sleep satisfactorily near a battlefield. I have experienced a reduction of sleep time a number of occasions, but having that happen for several days is nearing the limit of the stamina of a civilian. Ilyas and the others not looking any tired at all goes beyond impressive and gets into the realm of baffling. Right. It should be fine to just leave the cleaning up to Marito, so I could take half a day. Get down. Ilyas pushed me down and covered me on the ground. A thunderous sound and shockwave assailed my whole body at the same time as this happened. My body went up, and I could feel myself bouncing on the ground and rolling. Ilyas had hugged my body tightly and mitigated the shockwave, but the pain is nothing to scoff at. Once we stopped moving, I confirmed the feel of my own body and got up. Ilyas had already gotten up and faced the gate. Just what in the world? Ilyas, I moved my gaze to the gate and there was the sight of the gate that had been closed securely just a moment ago, destroyed without a shadow of its former self. And then, there showed a single shadow brandishing a giant axe. He would be categorized as a demi-human, but his traits don't match any animals I know. Giant horns, a mane, and a muscular body shining red. The moment I saw that figure of his name naturally came out of my mouth. Scarlet Demon Lord. Black hair and black eyes. I see, you are the resident of Yugura's planet, huh? I heard your body is shockingly weak compared to that of Yugura, but to think you were close to dying just from the shockwave of just now. It is great that you didn't die. I was about to lose my negotiation chip. Scarlet. Ilyas charged at the Scarlet Demon as if to cut off his words. The Scarlet Demon Lord reacted swiftly and took on the sword of Ilyas with his axe. Fall back. Have cut to protect your body. Ilyas, do that, resident of Yugura's planet. That said, I don't know if you can get away from here with those legs though. Scarlet, what's that about my legs? I give the order to cut it to protect my surroundings and direct my gaze at my own legs. Seriously? My right leg is bent in an impossible direction. No, now that I confirm my body calmly, this is pretty bad. Every single part of my body is in pain which didn't allow me to grasp the current situation properly. But there's probably cracks in several parts of my body. I got this injured despite Ilyas casting a barrier on the moment. If Ilyas hadn't reacted, I would have easily been dead. There's no need to even ask, but there's no doubt you are the Scarlet Demon Lord, right? Ilyas, that's right. Not bad pressure from your sword. I can understand how mine subordinates lost with a human as strong as this one. Scarlet. The Scarlet Demon Lord and Ilyas were clashing blades and didn't move an inch. He is at least equally matched against the inhuman strength of Ilyas. No, the fact that Ilyas is not switching to the offensive means that it is beyond that. The commander coming here himself. The tacticians that strategize would cry at this. Where's the need to tag along with the common sense of humans? I'm a demon lord, thus I create strife as one. Scarlet. It is as if you are saying the battles until now were mere child's play. Oi, child's play. The action of giving the power of strife to the monsters born in my nether and having them fight the humans, now that you mention it, it is like providing toys to children to have them play. But resident of Yugura's planet, your achievements are worthy of praise. Even if it was mere child's play, You still surpassed mine command when I was acting as a demon lord. Scarlet. Now then, what should I do? It is certain that I can't move properly with this body. I could order Cutter to carry me on the air, but I don't know if I would be able to run away from an opponent that can fight on equal or higher grounds than Ilias. He said just now I am a negotiation chip. I can imagine who are the people that I could serve as a negotiation chip. Ray 8 in Letus saw the bastard colorless. But Letus considers me troublesome, so it would be colorless. Huh. He has been given knowledge by Yugura, so he would be able to prepare something the Scarlet Demon Lord wants. Let's leave that aside for now. He at least wants me. He won't be letting me escape that easily then. I should be grateful to colorless then. No. I don't want to, not that bastard. Your brain really does turn well. I don't plan on killing you here, but make full use of the devil on your body to protect yourself. It will be hard not to kill you even if holding back after all. Scarlet. What I can do here is distract him with words. It is not like there would be topics that could shake someone who can talk nonchalantly while grinding blades against Ilias. If I were to try and escape clumsily, an attack would fly my way, and I would end up pulling the leg of Ilias, who has to cover for me. It should be safe to assume that the first layer's gate being destroyed is already known by all of the Gani capital. There's no doubt reinforcements will be coming. We have to buy time here. Your objective isn't simply to capture me, right? It seemed like you didn't even know I was here to begin with. It doesn't seem like you came to slaughter all of the humans in the Gani capital either. There's only a few possible objectives. The victory of mine army has been wiped because of your actions. But demon lords don't lose, and it is no victory for humans. I have simply come here to let them understand this. Scarlet. You are a confident one. If you have that much leeway, charge into the front lines. Even if I were to wipe out the enemies in a battlefield, it is not possible to bring fear to all humans. There's the need to leave a deeper scar in order to take away victory more decisively. Scarlet. So it would be more impressionable to burn the country rather than wiping out the soldiers. Huh. That's right. Scarlet. Saying whatever you please. Do you think I will allow that? Ilias. Ilias took distance and charged at him with more power. The result was the same. The Scarlet Demon Lord took on that attack without any issues. But what's different from before is that the ground where the Scarlet Demon Lord is standing it cracked. So humans have obtained the power to fight. Huh. That's good. That gives meaning to me becoming a demon lord. It gives worth to me brandishing power surpassing logic. Scarlet? I couldn't see what happened, but Ilias was pushed back after an intense sound of clashing weapons. He is clearly on a different level compared to the demon lords we have seen until now. I don't know if Ilias can win, but there's no other means but to believe. What I can do here is only one thing. I take distance from the Scarlet Demon Lord and check the state of that man. He is leaning on the nearest wall and isn't showing signs of standing up. He is keeping Cutter deployed around him. There's no doubt the bones on his legs are broken. And judging from his expression of enduring pain, I can tell that he has suffered damage in other areas, too. There's a limit to the barriers Cutter can cast. He should be able to run away at a certain degree of speed if he were to order Cutter, but it would put quite the heavy burden on his body, which can't use mana strengthening. Also, judging from the conversations until now, the objective of the Scarlet Demon Lord includes him. If he were to move carelessly, it could lead to him moving in order to incapacitate Cutter, and the shockwave of it would injure him even further. I can tell your mind is elsewhere. That's how much leeway you have against an opponent who isn't showing signs of attacking aggressively. Huh. In that case, allow me to open up. Scarlet. The Scarlet Demon Lord said this and walked this way without taking a stance. I don't know if this is a sign of his leeway or he doesn't have a stance to begin with. But what I got after having him attack me twice is that I must not allow him to grasp the initiative. No need for that. Ilias. I concentrate my mana strengthening from the onset and jump to the very front of the Scarlet Demon Lord. I was trying to land a hit on his neck, but his axe was placed in a way that it got in the way of its trajectory. It is not only that his reaction is fast, he must be predicting the moves I will take. It is different from the monsters that make their strength speak. It is certain that this man excels in his fighting skills. In that case, I switch my steps, add a spin to my axis, and aim for his legs from the opposite direction. Nice moves. Scarlet? He uses the handle of his axe if he defends. If he can't block the attack with the blade, that's the center of gravity. he would step in and easily stop my sword. He has to see through the moment the sword will appear in order to read the trajectory of the sword while I am spinning. But he had already raised his knee to strike my sword away. He had completely seen through the fact that my aim was his legs. I immediately moved back and created distance. My intention was to break it though. That's a pretty sturdy sword. The quality of your weapon doesn't seem to be bad. Scarlet, I thought you were a strong conceited demon lord, but you praise humans more than I thought. Ilias, I just speak the truth. In the battlefields I have rushed through, I have not seen a human who has had this much mastery in mana strengthening and wielded such a sturdy weapon after all. Scarlet, obviously, humans have been polishing their fighting techniques in preparation for the arrival of new demon lords. Our efforts won't wane as long as there's the scars called Nevers. You yourself must have the power that you polished after having been defeated by Yugura, right? Make sure not to fall before pulling all stops. Ilias, I unfortunately have no such thing. Scarlet, what? Ilias, my body that has been strengthened further with strife has reached the limit of its growth a long time ago. My skills have not changed at all from the time I was defeated by Yugura. Scarlet, that's slothful when other demon lords have been growing. Ilias, I will prioritize seeing through his movements first. I will go for the higher number of moves to bring out as much of his patterns as possible. I swing my sword in all directions without going too deep. My first and second attacks were blocked, but I am slowly beginning to see just how my enemy blocks with what type of attacks. I will go in even further like this and, what? My sword is stopped. It is not that my attack was blocked. The Scarlet Demon Lord didn't even defend and stopped my sword with his bare body. Even if I was concentrating on speed and didn't put strength into my sword, taking on my sword that had the speed of mana strengthening added to it is just, I take on the axe. He swung haphazardly with my sword, but the shockwave of it was so strong, it easily made my body float despite me having held ground. There was no sign of mana strengthening from that attack just now. No, this demon lord is different somehow to begin with. Let me correct a misunderstanding of yours. Mind power isn't something that can be trained even if I wanted to. Mind body is already perfected. Strife is a power that enhances the person's strength over their limits. Thus, there's no need to strengthen myself in the middle of battle. That body can continue to move at its best even without mana strengthening. Scarlet, you don't need mana strengthening. Ilias, indeed. There's no need for a technique created for the weak to defeat the strong. Scarlet, the consequent attacks of the Demon Lord had speed incomparable to that of before. It is on the same level as the charges of Lord Ragudo or even more than that. But the strength included in it was far stronger. However, they are not attacks that I can't block. You will speak of the strong despite having been defeated by Yugura? Ilias, he is a transcendental being. He learned the truth of the world and violated it. It can't be helped that there will be a gap between the ones that have overcome the truth with their own strength and those that were led to the gates of the truth. I acknowledge the fact that I was defeated, but I don't feel inferior over it. Scarlet, the real power of Yugura that I experienced in the hero index I saw at Kuama, the power of the Anbu protecting His Majesty, it is true that they are in a realm that surpasses competition. But if that's true, that would mean this Scarlet Demon Lord possesses power that surpasses the common sense of this world. Scarlet Demon Lord, it is true that you are strong, but I don't feel like you have gone beyond common sense. Ilias, obviously, I haven't shown you yet after all. But there should be no need to hold back against someone of your level. Go ahead and experience the true meaning of the strife's power. Scarlet, the Scarlet Demon Lord swings his axe again. That speed was no different from the one before. It may be difficult to avoid, but it is possible to take on. I take on the attack with the assumption that my body will float from this and make it so that my posture won't crumble from it. The shockwave of it was certainly inhuman, but I managed to block it. I will go on the offensive just like Ilias, my body is heavy. I can't put as much strength as I want. My body aiming for a counterattack has loosened up as if it was forgotten about the fight. The Scarlet Demon Lord is standing right in front of my eyes. Retaliate? No, I can't. The axe is already approaching. I somehow managed to slip my sword in between the attack of the Scarlet Demon Lord, but my body was sent flying, unable to take the attack properly. I was smashed onto the rubble and sharp pain ran through my whole body. Are you okay, Ilias? So you avoided instant death. Impressive. Scarlet, what? Ilias. Mind body is strife itself. If I attack with that power in mind, the one who is hit by it will be affected by that power. You were swallowed by mind strife in that attack just now. Your body itself can't wield the power to fight anymore. That's all there is to it. Scarlet. I see. Many soldiers lost their fighting spirit due to the roar of the monsters that had been affected by strife. So you are telling me his attacks are the same as that? No, they have even more effectiveness than that. The power to forcefully incapacitate the target you attack. A power that's not a technique or magic. A power only he has. I get up by using my sword as a cane. The damage was pretty high, but there are no broken parts in my body. I fix my breathing and concentrate on the flow of mana in my whole body. It is okay, I can still move. It seems like that effect disappears slowly after a certain period of time. Even if you can take away the freedom of my body, it seems like you can't take away the desire for strife in itself. Ilias, that's because you are strong. A normal person would have had their heart broken even if they were to escape with their life. Scarlet. It is certainly a troublesome power. The effect may have dimmed, but my body is trembling. How long has it been since I have trembled against an opponent? It reminds me of the time when I was weak, and I dislike that. No matter how many times you attack me, my resolve is it won't be shaken. Ilias. Then, prove it to me. Scarlet. The Scarlet Demon Lord switches to the offensive. I must avoid the attacks. If I get hit by one, I will end up in an almost defenseless state, and I will definitely be taken down on the next one. I throw away my preparations to retaliate and concentrate on evading. With this, I should be able to avoid getting hit. The moment the wind pressure of the axe swung hit my skin, the same sensation as before assailed me. Even coming close has an effect. Q. Ilias. I take distance in one go and try to evade the following attacks somehow. The effects of it are weaker than taking on an attack, but I will definitely be caught if I were to continue avoiding at close range. I must not let him attack. I will attack myself and take distance before he can retaliate. I can't think of any other way. Good eyes. Show me just how long those eyes will have light residing in them. Scarlet. You. Ilias. I evade the attack of the Scarlet Demon Lord and swing my sword, aiming for the stiffness afterwards. But my attack was completely read and he took it on with his axe. An attack done while trying to create a distance is blocked more easily. No, not only that. I can't bring out strength again, even when defending. Ilias. Obviously. Scarlet. The Scarlet Demon Lord swings his axe. This is bad. I won't be able to avoid it in time. At this rate. The Scarlet Demon Lord who was in front of me was sent to the side. I could feel familiar mana resonating in me at the same time as this happened. This mana. There's no doubt about it. Wolf. Ilias. Ilias, are you okay? Wolf. Wolf had run to help out and punched the Scarlet Demon Lord without hesitation. The Scarlet Demon Lord stopped his attacks thanks to the sudden ambush and took a defensive stance. The mana emission punch of Wolf had moved the body of the Scarlet Demon Lord that had not taken a favorable defensive stance. Yeah, I am okay. You saved me there. Ilias. What about Shizu? There he is. Shizu, are you okay? Wolf. I can't say I am okay, but well, I am alive. He is injured, but there's no risk to his life for now. But the opponent is not so soft that he would be able to escape from here. Ilias. The expression of the Scarlet Demon Lord hasn't crumbled despite having been hit by the attack of Wolf. But I can see him confirming the axe he used to defend. This mana amount. I see. You are a so-called illegitimate that Yugura and Green created, huh? Scarlet. You did that to Shizu? Wolf. Wait. Wolf. Attacking him carelessly is dangerous. No, are you okay? Ilias. What do you mean? Wolf. I don't see the effects of strife on Wolf despite her having punched the Scarlet Demon Lord. Not only that, the recovery of my body is a lot faster after having touched the mana emission of Wolf just now. What is the meaning of this? I was thinking about it and that man raised his voice. Ilias, it is mana emission. I see. Wolf. There's something I would like to try out. I will go in first. If my movements get dull, please follow after me. Ilias. I don't really get it, but... Got it. Wolf. I swing my sword at the Scarlet Demon Lord like before. He stopped it without difficulties, but I emitted mana to the surroundings in one go around the sword and took distance. I don't see anything off about my body. So that really was the case. His power interferes with the mana of the other to show its effects. If I emit the mana clad in my sword immediately, his power won't reach my body. The mana expended is nothing to scoff at, but this will allow me to fight. Me recovering from the mana of Wolf must have been because of the qualities of her mana. The mana of Wolf resonates more easily in the bodies of others. By resonating deeper than the mana of the Scarlet Demon Lord that crept into my body from the outside, she mitigated its effects. If the mana of Wolf overflows in the surroundings, it should serve to mitigate the effects to a certain degree even if my mana emission doesn't make it in time. It hasn't been dealt with before, so I didn't even think about it. But I see, there was that method, huh? Scarlet Wolf, if that guy touches you, release that mana to the outside immediately. You can fight as normal in everything aside from that. Got it. But Shizu, don't talk too loudly. It will hurt Shizu's body. Wolf, it is okay. I can endure with bravado. That can't be called being okay. Wolf, it is not only Wolf. He is fighting together with us, too. He is analyzing the power of the Scarlet Demon Lord as much as possible despite him not being able to move his body properly. I can see a ray of hope because of this. It is 3 versus 1, but you won't call it underhanded, right, Scarlet Demon Lord? Ilias, you are counting the resident of Yugura's planet? His head does spin, but it is far from being a 1. Scarlet, we can bring out strength beyond 1 thanks to his wits. Calling it 3 wouldn't even suffice. Ilias, I charge towards the Scarlet Demon Lord in coordination with Wolf. We understand each other's movements, so we can match each other as if we shared limbs even without waiting for a signal. The defense of the Scarlet Demon Lord is sturdy, but even so, it is easier to fight him than before. He didn't evade when it was light attacks, but he is defending when it comes to attacks I am putting my foot on. The Scarlet Demon Lord is also defending against the attacks of Wolf. This means we will definitely deal damage if our attacks land. A Demon Lord is different from a monster in that their body is composed like that of a human. We have a chance of winning if an attack lands on a vital point. I swing my sword with even more strength than ever before. It is an attack that has a higher risk of getting counterattacked by, but Wolf would jump in at that opening without delay, so there's no counter from the Scarlet Demon Lord. Each and every attack of Wolf holds inhuman power due to the mana emission. If the Scarlet Demon Lord counterattacks carelessly, he will be the one getting a direct hit land on him before his attack does. Those are pretty energetic moves, but that energy won't last for long. Scarlet, sadly to say, Wolf and I have a lot of mana. Waiting for us to run out of mana is a bad idea. Ilias, Wolf fights while emitting a large amount of mana to begin with, so the strife doesn't reach her body, and her mana is also abundant. My mana is low compared to Wolf, but the cost of it isn't that high as long as I concentrate on emitting just the mana clad on the sword. That said, if time passes like this, the Scarlet Demon Lord will get used to the movements of Wolf. The fighting style of Wolf has turned into an irregular one that's hard to read thanks to the teachings of Gradona, but she doesn't have much experience fighting people, so you can see a decent amount of patterns. I need to create an opening while the Scarlet Demon Lord is still doing his reading. Here. Ilias. I aimed for the moment the attack of Wolf was blocked and increased my mana strengthening to its limits. I unleash the fastest and strongest attack to the front of the Scarlet Demon Lord. It is an attack that the Scarlet Demon Lord should be able to see. But if he understands that this attack has more power put into it than the ones before, he will have no choice but to defend. The sword and axe clash violently. I do mana emission at its highest output at the same time and stop the movements of the Scarlet Demon Lord with the mana pressure. It is only for an instant, but stopping his movements for an instant is enough. Wolf did mana emission, changing the trajectory in midair, and unleashed a punch onto the Scarlet Demon Lord once she moved to his back. The Scarlet Demon Lord is still being held down by my sword. If he blocks the attack of Wolf, my sword will be swung fully. An intense clashing sound. The axe of the Scarlet Demon Lord has not moved. I don't think he will fall from this. But we have at least landed a hit. What's a shame is that you were inexperienced in front of a Demon Lord. Scarlet Wolf and I were dumbstruck. The Scarlet Demon Lord is still taking on my sword. He has no leeway at all to turn his body to the punch of Wolf that was unleashed behind him. but the punch of Wolf didn't reach. The fist of Wolf had stopped just a few centimeters away from the head of the Scarlet Demon Lord. Barrier? Ilias. What I saw around the head of the Scarlet Demon Lord was a barrier blocking the fist of Wolf. Moreover, it is not only one, but several layers. Female Knight, the magic seal stone embedded on your sword only has the size to erase the magic that's slightly in front of the sword. It is arranged that you can use your sword to erase magic if you were to use it as a shield. If it were bigger than that, you wouldn't be able to use magic even when it is sheathed on your waist after all. Conversely, there's no magic seal stone on the weapon of the demi-human woman's weapon. In that case, I just have to block your sword with my axe and use a barrier for attacks coming from my back. Of course, I understand that it is enough power to break through a single layer, thus I used 10. Scarlet. So you deployed them only around your head and blocked it by concentrating on that narrow range. Ilias. You must have thought about settling the fight before the movements of the demi-human woman are seen through, but you mistook your measurement. The peculiar movements of a demi-human, the habits when fighting, I already know them from head to toe since before I became a demon lord. Scarlet! Wolf, get away! Before I could finish shouting, the Scarlet Demon Lord launched a kick onto the abdomen of Wolf, who was in the air while still maintaining strength in his axe to stop my sword. Wolf couldn't mitigate the attack and was smashed to a nearby wall. Wolf! The power in the axe suddenly increased, and I, who was supposed to be the one pushing him back, was sent flying instead. I fix my posture and land, and then direct my gaze at Wolf. She is barely managing to move, but she clearly can't get up. Wolf has high mobility thanks to her large amount of mana, which allows her to unleash powerful attacks. But Wolf's main battle style is to avoid the attacks of the enemy, so she is unskilled when it comes to techniques to protect her body from impact. Even if it is hard for her body to be affected by strife, getting the full brunt of the Scarlet Demon Lord's attack, who is far stronger than me. That goes for you, too. I said your pure strength and speed is great, but you are in the end just someone who has lived in a peaceful world compared to the warring era. Both attacks lacked weight. Understand that an attack that you just hope it would be nice to slice the enemy won't be able to stop mine movements even one bit. Scarlet. I can tell mana is gathering on the axe of the Scarlet Demon Lord. I have a similar technique, so I can tell immediately. The attack coming next is without doubt a large area of effect attack that emits massive amounts of mana from his axe. It must be the same as the one that destroyed the Gate of Gani. An attack that hits my whole body is not something I can defend against. I have to jump the moment he swings his axe and avoid a direct hit. You can avoid it if you want, but the one behind you won't be coming out safe. Scarlet. Ilias. Behind the location I landed at. There's him, unable to move. I can't avoid together with him in this position. If I avoid, he will die without a doubt. I tried thinking of a countermeasure, but the Scarlet Demon Lord had already swung his axe. I don't feel anything in my whole body. I was caught in the pouring shockwave, and my consciousness flew away for an instant. The only thing I can barely move are my eyelids. I sent my faint vision to my brain and retrace my memories as if trying to get moisture from a soggy cotton in order to understand my current situation. There's nothing around me. Everything has been blown up without leaving a trace. That's right. This is the magic attack unleashed by the Scarlet Demon Lord. I was caught in that. I can't speak. Katu. Tell me the situation. I tried to communicate with Katu, but there's no response. I have been injured to this degree, so Katu, who had been ordered to protect me, must have used most of its strength in order to protect me. That's how much power that attack just now packed. Ilias was hit directly by that. Right, what happened to Ilias? My eyes were taken away by the dreadful state of the surroundings, but with my vision clearing up, I managed to notice Ilias, who was on one knee in front of me. Judging from how the ground behind Ilias all the way to where I am is comparatively fine, Ilias must have protected me from his attack. I can tell she is still alive even from afar from the fact that her shoulders are going up and down. The Scarlet Demon Lord is standing imposingly further away. I don't see any fatigue from him despite having unleashed an attack that big. On top of that, there's Wolf lying on the floor behind him, trying to get up but unable to. It seems like that attack just now was only directed at the front. Wolf wasn't caught in it. This isn't the time to be relieved. I have seen Ilias fight countless times before, but this is my first time seeing her pushed back this much. The true strength of the Scarlet Demon Lord isn't the strongest body he got from strife, it is the plethora of battle experience that allows him to utilize all aspects of this strength. He acts haughty, but he saw through the special traits of the weapons of those two, and also has the technique to land his attacks with precision. That colorless bastard, what's that about them being able to put up a good fight if it is those two at the same time? This is completely my mistake. I had gauged the strength of the Scarlet Demon Lord wrongly. I expected him to be injured if a direct hit landed, since he was defending against the attacks of Ilias and Wolf. So I was trying to think of a way to create an opening, which was a mistake to begin with. I should have put my everything in running away the moment we regrouped with Wolf. If we are to believe the words of the Scarlet Demon Lord, he is far stronger than the humans who live in the laws of the world. We needed to win by using the transcendental power of gold against him, or negotiate with him and have him take only me. No. He is not someone you can pull that off with. A negotiation only holds ground when both parties are on the same standing. In his eyes, the result would have been the same no matter where the dice rolled. Pure mana emission can't be sealed by magic seal stones, but mine attack that I aimed to drag the resident of Yugura's planet. You managed to protect him with your own body and survive it, too. I will give you a passing mark. Scarlet. I am. Still. Ilias. A giant axe came at Ilias when she tried to get up. The body of Ilias bounced on the ground as if she were a ball. Judging from the metallic sound, she managed to block it, but it is clear that Ilias already doesn't have the energy to block the attacks of the Scarlet Demon Lord. The Scarlet Demon Lord seems to have already lost interest in the two. He walked my way despite being aware that they are still alive. The devil that was wrapped around your body ran out of its mana from the shockwave of it. It would be easy to bring you with me, but I can't just leave you here until I accomplish mine objective. Scarlet. I don't want to be dragged around and be shown how he destroys everything, but I don't have any way at all to resist. You could even say there's the possibility of me being treated roughly on the way and dying. No, what I don't like the most is the leisure face he has. This man that injured Ilias and Wolf looked down on them, and thinks that's a given. Most of all, the reason he fights in itself annoys me. You make odd eyes. You can direct eyes like that despite not having the power to fight. It has been a while since my interest has been piqued in this fashion. Just how do I look in your eyes? Scarlet. A hand bigger than my head approached. I could tell the temperature around increasing just from that. There's no way I would be able to shake his heart no matter how much I glare at him. But even so, I don't let my eyes wander. I am of course scared. Even so, there's emotions that surpass fear leaking from my body bit by bit. That's as far as you go. The Scarlet Demon Lord must have sensed something. He moved half a step back, and a single spear came down right in front of me. This familiar form and spear. Even more reinforcements have come. But this is a killjoy. Scarlet. Don't say something so cold. I went in between the lad and the Scarlet Demon Lord, and retrieved the spear I threw. I don't know if to say I made it in time or didn't. Ilias and Wolf seem to be barely alive, but they have been beaten up terribly. As for the lad, he can't even stand up to begin with. A single old soldier is standing in front of me. Your act of not worrying about your life is befitting of a warrior, but there should be a limit to a lacking opponent. Scarlet. I would like you to say that stuff after you have crushed me by yourself. Then, I shall do just that. Scarlet. The Scarlet Demon Lord swings his axe. I can tell with my very skin that I wouldn't come out unscathed if I were to take that on stupidly up front. I deflect the attack with the bare minimum moves of my spear. At the same time as I did, I emit mana to avoid the effects of strife. Moves that tell me you have been watching from afar. Scarlet. The two that you defeated are like my grandchildren. I wouldn't be able to do something like watching while biting my fingers. But everyone already knows the secret of your power thanks to the lad. I take the communication crystal I borrowed from the Yugura church out of my pocket. Right now it is picking up the sounds around the crystal that's inside the pocket of Ilias. It is not like Ilias activated it on the moment. In the occasion when danger occurs within a certain range of Ilias and the lad, it was set beforehand that the devil would automatically send a call to the surroundings. We soon received this call once the explosion happened, and we were listening to the whole battle. Wolf and Ilias were not simply defeated. They drew out the powers of the Scarlet Demon Lord, and gave us the time to make countermeasures. I see. So the conversations I had with the female knight just now were all heard by you guys. But what about it? Your movements, amount of mana, every single aspect is below that of my opponents just before. Scarlet. The axe came at me again. But you are not the only one who can measure the skills of someone after one exchange. I deflect it again and use the remaining motions to aim for his eye. The Scarlet Demon Lord tilted his head slightly to the side to avoid that. Your movements are not bad, but, Scarlet, you really talk a lot despite not having avoided it completely. Red blood flowed out from the cheek of the Scarlet Demon Lord. He must have thought that he could avoid it completely after seeing my initial actions. You can just increase the speed in the middle of the thrust. So you managed to injure my body. Scarlet. The technique of an old soldier ain't bad, right? Let's hear your name. Scarlet. Ah, right. To think the day would come that I would introduce myself to a demon lord. It pays to live long. I hit my spear on the ground and took a deep breath. If I don't show the results of my restless training in Taizu every morning here, when will I? My name is Karagiagujesta Domitukafakon, one of the Ragudo division in Taizu. Kara. Alright, I said it without biting my tongue. I don't have any regrets anymore. No, it is not like I am fine with dying already though. Karagiagujesta. I will remember that name as the very first human to have injured this Scarlet Demon Lord. Scarlet. That's an honor. But it seems like there's no leeway to talk for too long here. Kara. Indeed. Scarlet. I'm the only one who managed to arrive at this place, but there's most likely a lot who are already on their way here. Those two are within those people. My duty is to continue protecting this lad without dying. But it is not like I am such a cold person that I would be able to keep on the defensive when the people I love have been injured. I have no intention of buying time. I shall take your head with this spear. Kara. That's a good spirit, but you should not hold desires that don't match your mettle. Scarlet. I will attack before the Scarlet Demon Lord does. My opinion after taking on two of his attacks was that the Demon Lord has more physical strength than even Ilias without doubt. It wouldn't be strange for my body to break if I were to maintain a defensive fighting style. In that case, I have to attack too in order to reduce the number of moves he can make. HMPH. I won't be able to pierce that thick skin with an attack that doesn't pack strength. I put my heart and soul in every single thrust I make. But as expected of a demon lord, he has already seen through the movements of my spear. There's no negligence anymore and he is blocking my attacks carefully. Don't tell me this is all. Scarlet. Obviously, it is not like I call myself this. But I have to show you that my god spear nickname isn't just for show. Right? Kara. My thrust pierced the shoulder of the Scarlet Demon Lord faster than he could defend. I tried to follow up the attack, but the Scarlet Demon Lord moved back swiftly and created distance. It is great to see that the technique I didn't use within my allies worked on the Demon Lord, too. Magic. Or not. An attack that can get through even my defense. This is technique 2. I see. You can unleash thrusts with differing speeds with motions that are barely any different. Scarlet. What? You already discovered the trick? That's right. It has been decades since I have continued swinging my spear. It is the little trick I learned. Kara. Not bad. Exquisite technique. Scarlet. To think I would be able to display the techniques I have polished in preparation for threats coming to the world against a demon lord. It was worth polishing. Kara. The strong ones don't avoid or defend the moment they see the attack, they reflexively take the optimal action after grasping the breathing, pulse, and presence of the enemy in order to predict their attacks. My technique throws those signs into disarray. I have trained in front of a mirror in order to unleash all the speeds of my thrusts with the same motions. If it is faster than what you grasped, you won't be able to make it in time for defense or evasion. If it is slower, it will disturb their breathing. The Scarlet Demon Lord is throwing away defense at precise timings and defending in advance at the place where the spear should be coming to. But that's exactly what I want. Too soft. Kara. I thrust my spear at the spot that's not protected by his axe. Even if I can't aim at his vital spots because of the giant axe, it is not possible to protect all of his giant body. The Scarlet Demon Lord brushed away the pierced spear as if finding it annoying and went out of his range by his own volition. It is not only the speed, you are even changing the angle. Scarlet. That's right. If you defend beforehand, my spear can stab somewhere else. Kara. I don't have the godly speed of Lord Ragudo, and don't have the superhuman physical strength of Ilias and Boru. The only thing I can do is thrust with my spear. In that case, I can only stand by their side by mastering that one point. God spear. It is true that I have not seen someone that excels in the spear to this degree in the past. Scarlet, being acknowledged by a demon lord that has lived longer than me makes me happy. Kara. But if you are the god spear, mine axe is the demonic axe, the pinnacle of strife that can mow down mastered techniques with a single hit. Scarlet. I don't know about giving yourself a nickname. Kara. That said, there's no lie in those words. If I let just one hit in, the situation will be turned completely on its head. The pressure is more fearsome than any powerhouse I have sparred with, but I direct my gaze at the lad for an instant. Don't make such worried eyes. I know even if you don't tell me. If you were able to speak, I am sure you would say, please take Ilias and Wolf, and run away. I am sure he would have led on the Scarlet Demon Lord with his silver tongue and offered his own body. The Scarlet Demon Lord has already lost interest in Ilias and Wolf. It should be possible for me to bring those two and run away if I were to do it, as if my life depended on it. But, lad, you are also an important person I must protect. Ilias is the memento of my proud junior, Lord Ratzel, who died in early death for the sake of the country. I wanted to respect the wishes of him and her, and support Ilias, but I couldn't protect Ilias completely. I ended up allowing her to walk a life filled with shame, looked down upon by knights and nobles. You managed to save Ilias without any difficulties. The thing that I wanted to accomplish even if it cost me my whole life. Thanks to you, Ilias has grown into a wonderful knight that wouldn't bring shame even if brought out anywhere. That's the same for Wolfie. I didn't know even at such an old age that there was such an oppressed pure girl like her inside the country I protected. You gave me the opportunity to swing my spear with pride, the spear that I vowed to use to protect the people. You buried the loneliness of the isolated king that's called the Wise King, and brought light to my family. Even though it hasn't even been a year, there's no end to the things you have accomplished. That's how many big and numerous blessings you have given us. And most of all, you called me the most trustworthy knight, so I can't show you an uncool sight. Kara. For the sake of protecting the country and the people, for honor, to repay the debts, no matter the reasons lined up, there's no doubt this battle is for the sake of my own pride. A vain old man that simply wants to show how cool he is in front of the young man that admires him. This is questionable as a knight, but following the knight's code is simply one of my ways to get through my own way of living. In that case, I will pierce through, together with this spear of mine. I roared and unleashed my spear. The defense of the Scarlet Demon Lord is becoming tougher and more precise. But if he is conscious about defending, the surplus he has to attack certainly decreases. It is possible to grasp the timings in which he will attack. I purposely create opportunities to attack and then make the Scarlet Demon Lord retaliate. There. Kara. I predict his attack and evade by changing my stance. And then, I thrust my spear into the opening of the spear that cut through air, and pierced his stomach deeply. It is not the cheek or the shoulder, but the stomach. I managed to deal clear damage, but I don't think I have defeated him with this at all. I will spread his wound even further. Karajiagujester, your spearmanship is truly wonderful. But as I thought, it is truly a shame. If you had strength on the level of that female knight just now, if you had the mana amount matching an illegitimate, I would have had an even harder time. Scarlet. My spear. I can't take it out. Kara. This man, he is grabbing my spear with the muscles of his abdomen. So he purposely let my attack land in order to do this? The swung axe landed directly on me and my body was sent flying like an arrow. You slipped in the handle in between your body to avoid your trunk from getting sliced in two. But from the feeling just now, your bones must have been broken, your muscles torn, and your meat crushed. I doubt your entrails are fine either. Scarlet. Blood pours out from my mouth at the same time as I coughed. The scenery warped and darkness began to cloud my vision. My spear came out with the impact of the attack just now, but the handle is bent, and the bones in the spot where I was hit are in a tragic state. The Scarlet Demon Lord approached me without any hurries. But be proud. Your spear certainly reached mine body. You have been promoted from an old man that isn't worth cutting down to a life that must be sublimated by mine hand. You were a lively one. Scarlet. Aren't you jumping to conclusions? Way too much? Kara. I use my bent spear as a cane to get up. I am not in a state where I can even get my legs stretched out, but a bent spear works just fine. I spit out the blood accumulated in my throat and fix my breathing. Healing magic. I doubt he is going to give me time to recover. Then, there's no need to use my mana for something like that. You can still get up, huh? But you won't be able to swing your spear satisfactorily with that body. Scarlet. You praised me. Despite this old body of mine, I can keep up, even if wounded. Kara. Right. Just like how a wounded beast doesn't forget to bare its claws and fangs. I shall enjoy your exquisite spearmanship until the very end. Scarlet. The Scarlet Demon Lord takes a stance again with his lowered axe. I would be able to do something if he were to lower his guard a tiny bit, but it might be impossible. The Battle of Karaja was the most outstanding I have seen until now. He displayed every single bit of his training results, and injured the Scarlet Demon Lord who far exceeds him in individual strength. But getting hit once spells the end. The effects of strife will go through your whole body, and you won't be able to mana strengthen yourself properly. The battle turned one-sided after that. No, it couldn't be called a battle. It was a sight where avoiding or deflecting was not allowed, and he was simply getting pummeled by the Scarlet Demon Lord. His armor dented and there's no spot that's not dyed in red. The spear that could be called the symbol of Karaja had received several attacks, unable to even maintain its original shape anymore. Even so, Karaja continued standing up. He continued evading fatal attacks with precise movements as if passing a string through a needle, and continued standing in front of the Scarlet Demon Lord with deeper wounds than me. Karaja Gujester, I have certainly witnessed the pinnacle of technique humans can reach. Scarlet. But that valor was reaching its end. The body of Karaja had been sent flying over and over, and wasn't moving anymore. The Scarlet Demon Lord grabbed the head of Karaja and picked him up. His body shook powerlessly, not showing any resistance. The Scarlet Demon Lord felt the battle had ended, let go, and observed Karaja who collapsed on the ground. And then, his eyes were directed at him. His state is also pretty bad. He may not have been hit directly, but I doubt that body will come out fine after receiving the shockwave of strife. And most of all, if he is taken away from here by the Scarlet Demon Lord, we will most likely not see him again ever. Move. The damage I received from the direct hit of the mana emission wasn't that high. What's troublesome is that I can't control the mana in my whole body after getting that direct hit. I fixed my breathing in the time Karaja was fighting bravely and continued concentrating on the mana in my whole body, and I finally managed to detect the mana lying deep in my body. I should be able to move like before if I continued picturing myself slowly pushing it out. But I don't have the time for that. I condensed the mana deep in me and release it inside my body in one go. My whole body is burning. I can tell the inside of my body is being wounded by my own mana emission. But I managed to push out the strife eroding my body. I confirm the freedom of my body and get up. The Scarlet Demon Lord noticed me getting up and directed his gaze at me. That was brute. You being able to recover this fast after being hit by that attack is impressive. But I have no interest in you anymore. Scarlet Demon Lord. Ilias. I ignore my pain and rush at him while bringing out my highest output mana strengthening. But the result was the same. The Scarlet Demon Lord blocked my attack perfectly without any difficulties. It is true that you surpass Karaja Gujester when it comes to your individual strength, but your technique is deplorable. It is not worth taking on the sword of a child that has barely learned how to move her body. Scarlet. The Scarlet Demon Lord retaliates. My body already remembers the power, and I don't have any issues dealing with the moment of erosion. Thinking this, I used my sword as a shield and braced myself for impact. But what came at my sword was far weaker than I thought, and the metallic sound reaching my ears was like a light tap of metals. A strong blow went across my sword as if taking advantage of my confusion. I couldn't defend properly because I was caught off guard, and my body was sent flying. You are concentrating way too much in taking on the attacks. That's why you crumble easily with a single unprepared strike like mere child's play. Scarlet. I missed the timing to emit mana, and the mana of the Scarlet Demon Lord was poured into my whole body again. My body became heavy like lead again, and the mana strengthening in my whole body melted away. He took advantage of me concentrating on blocking his attacks. Am I an idiot? I got caught in such a simple feint. No matter how much you enhance your body, my body will surpass it all. I feel no threat at all from you compared to Karajigujesta, who faced me with technique. Scarlet. There's no mistake in the words of the Scarlet Demon Lord. I have won against my opponents until now with attack power higher than my opponents. Even if it is an enemy with technique, this should be an opening against a thoroughly polished attack. But I am lacking in technique to get advantages against the Scarlet Demon Lord, who surpasses me in all base specs. I don't have the technique to match an opponent who surpasses me in strength, speed, and technique. Even so, it is no reason to lower my sword. Ilias. Karaj is down and Wolf is not in a state where she can move. I'm the only one who can fight here. I'm the only one who can protect him. Even if I can't create victory, I wouldn't be a knight if I were to drop my sword in the face of the one I must protect. Karaj proved it to me right in front of my face just now. Makes sense. If you could throw away the path of battle against an opponent you couldn't win against, demon lords wouldn't have been born. Humans. Warriors are such creatures. Scarlet. The demon lord readied his axe and approached me. I can tell from his eyes that he is trying to finish me with certainty. I can understand what it means by approaching death now. Even so, I must hold my sword. I won't defend anymore. I will lose even the strength to move if I were to block any more attacks, striking each other at the same time. What I should aim for is his heart. It is cool, Tilda, but it is too soon for a young knight with a bright future ahead to pull off something like that. You know, Tilda? My body floated suddenly. In a flipped-over world, I see the Scarlet Demon Lord being pushed to the back with a defensive stance. I could only watch this scene dumbstruck in the time I was trying to understand what happened. My body eventually didn't feel like it was floating and began to fall. That's when I finally noticed I was thrown and landed on the ground. Gradona? Ilias. The one who was there was the Master of Wolf and one of the adventurers that made his name resonate in the world. No. That's not all. Right by my side there's the captain of the Ragudo division, Lord Ragudo, standing there silently. You managed to mitigate the fall. Ha! Good job hanging on, Ilias. Ragudo. Ah. Ilias. Lord Ragudo glanced at Karaj lying on the ground and didn't say anything more. He placed a hand on my shoulder and stepped to the front. That alone made the tension assailing me loosen up in one go without being able to stop it. Strength left my body regardless of strife and my legs gave out. Reinforcements. Huh. That technique just now was pretty weird. Scarlet. You say that after you properly guarded it despite having been caught off guard. Also, you really give off the vibe of a soldier despite being a demon lord. Salvet. Don't you think you would get along with him? Gradona. What a bad joke. He is someone I won't be able to understand right after you. Ragudo. Seriously? I am worse than a demon lord? I am going to feel proud about that, you know? Gradona. Be ashamed. Ragudo. The casual tone of Gradona didn't change even in front of the Scarlet Demon Lord, and Lord Ragudo is also throwing snarks. It is not like they have leeway, but it is more like they are unshaken. That won't do. I consider my way of life the best one and I am proud of it. Actually, I would want to fight him alone though. This will be my last chance to fight a demon lord after all. Gradona. I won't stop you if you can win with certainty is what I want to say, but as long as I have the order of His Majesty, I can't accept that request. Ragudo. This is why workers are just. In the first place, Salvet, wouldn't teamwork with you be impossible? Gradona. Gradona, I have no expectations at all for you. I will just be matching you. Ragudo. KK tilde. Then, try to match me. Gradona. Gradona dashed off and the Scarlet Demon Lord matched his movements, facing him with his axe. But the trajectory of the axe changed right before it reached Gradona and ended up with simply cutting right above him. That technique is close to the one he used when he threw Wolf before. Gradona grabbed the axe clad in the mana of the Scarlet Demon Lord, and diverted its trajectory. Gradona took advantage of that missed attack and landed a four-fist on the Scarlet Demon Lord's body. But the body of the Scarlet Demon Lord didn't budge an inch. That technique could even be called acrobatic, but there's barely any power to it. Scarlet. It is not a fist for the sake of punching after all. See, caught you. Gradona. The moment Gradona was pulling back his forefist, The body of the Scarlet Demon Lord was pulled along. Gradona grabbed the mana of the Scarlet Demon Lord in the middle of his attack. The Scarlet Demon Lord tried to prevent himself from falling to the front by bringing one leg to the front and standing his ground. The moment the Scarlet Demon Lord tried to do that, a slash came, aiming to lob his head off. Lord Ragudo had rushed in as well without delay, as if he had predicted that Gradona would drop his waist and pull the Scarlet Demon Lord. The Scarlet Demon Lord swiftly bent his knees and avoided the sword by lowering his posture, but the forefist of Gradona landed square inches the face of the Scarlet Demon Lord at the same time as he avoided. The big body of the Scarlet Demon Lord that didn't budge at all no matter how strongly I slashed at him was sent flying to the back and was smashed into a mountain of rubble. Hard. Isn't he sturdier than Garen? Gradona, don't put a unique and a Demon Lord on the same level. Ragudo, what about you, Salvid? You failed to slice off his head. Nail it properly. Gradona. The Scarlet Demon Lord gets up silently. It doesn't look like it was too effective on him, but he is bleeding a bit around his lip. The Scarlet Demon Lord wiped the blood with his arm, and Lord Ragudo and Gradona. Those were impressive attacks. Let's hear your names. Scarlet. Captain of the Ragudo Division of Taizu, Salvit Ragudo. Ragudo. Name's Gradona. Nice to meet ya. Gradona. Ragudo. I see. The captain of the night division that Karajiagujestu is in, huh? And also, Gradona. I think I have heard that name before. If I remember correctly, you are the man called the Holy Fist. Scarlet. Did you hear that? My name has resonated all the way to a demon lord. Gradona. Hope your alcoholic tendencies haven't resonated. 2. Scarlet Demon Lord, I normally would like to settle this in a fair one-on-one fight, but this is a war. Don't question the difference in numbers. Ragudo. Lord Ragudo pointed his sword at the Scarlet Demon Lord. Strong. Despite their speed and strength not being that different from mine, those two have the technique to land their attacks. They may have heard about the countermeasures to deal with strife, but they are dealing with it with the bare minimum process as if they are used to it. I came here alone to fight anyone that came at me to begin with. I have no intention of calling a 2 against 1 underhanded. Scarlet. That's good to hear. It wouldn't be cool if you were to scream "that's unfair!" when we win. Gradona. Gradona dashes off again. The Scarlet Demon Lord takes a deeper stance than before and tries to see through those movements. But the sword of Lord Ragudo, who caught up with the charging Gradona, approached. The Scarlet Demon Lord stopped the sword with his axe and readied himself against the attack of Gradona, but his vision was taken away by Lord Ragudo's sword onslaught. Even if the weight of one of my attacks is higher, the speed of that sword dance while maintaining high concentration mana strengthening was overwhelmingly superior to mine. Full power attacks were being unleashed as if they were arrows raining down in a battlefield. And then, a powerful blow was unleashed on the Scarlet Demon Lord by Gradona as if slipping through that rain of sword slashes. Caught you, now. Gradona. Gradona grabbed the mana of the Scarlet Demon Lord like before and tried to break his posture. Lord Ragudo did a thrust at the same time as this happened, but the Scarlet Demon Lord blocked this thrust as if he had predicted this development. His posture that was on the verge of breaking was kept with powerful footing. Doing the same technique again. Huh. Scarlet. The development is not the same though. Gradona. What? The gaze of the Scarlet Demon Lord was directed somewhere aside from those two. The one there was Mix-sama stabbing a knife deep into the right arm holding the axe. She managed to approach the Scarlet Demon Lord without being noticed by using magic to hide her presence. Even though I was looking from afar, I didn't notice the approach of Mix-sama. To think the arm I used to stab you with would be the one going numb. That's some tough meat. Mix. So there were still reinforcements, huh? Scarlet. We didn't say there's only 2. Gradona. Not a bad surprise attack, but it is an attack that succeeded because of minute actions. There's a limit to the results an attack of a thin dagger like that can achieve. Scarlet. I would like you to say that after tasting the power of this knife. Mix. Dash. The meat that was stabbed by the knife began to pulse unnaturally. It swelled and moved as if rampaging, and his right arm exploded. That knife. There's no doubt about it. It is the demonic tool that the Purple Demon Lord gave to Mix. The Scarlet Demon Lord swiftly took distance and looked at his own wound, and his arm and axe on the ground. I see, a demonic tool, Huh. It seems like you pour mana into the body of the opponent and make it explode, but the mana you poured wasn't your mana. So it is something that has both the mana of purple and blue. Scarlet. The mana of a demon lord is incompatible with each other, and so, it seems like the effects are tremendous when poured directly into your body and make it swell. That said, the ideas of Mr. Friend are always wonderful and nasty. Suna makes. I was also taken aback for an instant. But couldn't you have aimed for a vital point? Gradona. There was no opening anywhere else, you see. I could only aim for the right arm that was stiffened from the attack of Lord Ragudo. Makes. The expression of Mix-sama is grim. The number of uses of the demonic tool of Mix-sama are limited due to functioning by pouring the mana of 2 demon lords, and the purple demon lord said it can only be used 2 times. They will only be able to land certain damage 1 more time. But the attack just now must have increased the wariness of the Scarlet Demon Lord quite a lot. Even if an opening can be created from the coordination of Lord Ragudo and Gradona, the chances of Mix-sama being able to aim at a vital point with precision when she is below those 2 is low. It was still a good job. He has dropped 1 arm and his weapon. It is beginning to get advantageous for us. Ragudo. Hope that's the case. Makes. I will accept the disadvantage of 1 arm, but I shall retrieve my weapon. Scarlet. Oi, do you think we will allow that? Gradona. Come back, like shows. Scarlet. The moment the Scarlet Demon Lord said the name of the axe that was lying on the ground began to spin at high speed and launched towards the Scarlet Demon Lord. And then, he caught it with his remaining left arm. Lord Ragudo and the others had no choice but to take distance at the unbelievable movements of the axe. So that axe is also a demonic tool. Ragudo. This axe was smithed with mine flesh and bones as materials. A demonic axe. It has taken in my strife completely, and I can control it by my will. Just like this. Scarlet. The Scarlet Demon Lord held his axe aloft and threw it towards the 3. Gradona ducked, Ragudo went to the side, and Mix-sama jumped to avoid it. But the trajectory of the axe suddenly changed in mid-flight and went towards Mix-sama, who is in the air. So that's the trick. Hoi. Gradona. One? Mix. The crouching Gradona pulled his arm down and the Mix-sama fell to the ground faster than the pull of gravity. The axe passed by above Mix-sama's head, changed its trajectory in midair, and returned to the Scarlet Demon Lord. As expected of Gradona, he grabbed onto the mana of Mix-sama in that instant. Are you okay, Mix-sama? Ragudo. Why yes. Gradona-sama, thank you very much. Mix. Don't worry about it. I have a habit of touching the mana of cute girls. It makes me excited on the same level as fondling boobs and butts. When you get on my level. Gradona. That's pretty maniac. Mix. Gradona, you will be put on trial after this. But he can change the trajectory freely. Huh. That's a troublesome attack. Ragudo. If I remember correctly, he often touched mine and Wolf's mana. No. Let's leave that aside for now. It is just as Lord Ragudo said. That axe is problematic. He throws it at long range, so they should be able to deal with projectiles to a certain degree. But what if he were to change the trajectory when he swings it directly? It would turn into a technique that is as difficult to avoid as the exquisite skill of courage. To think the day would come when I would wield the power of Lakshos. But that's good. It means I can leave mine mark even deeper. It makes it worth getting serious. Scarlet. You are slow in getting serious. Or more like, can you just die without getting serious? My waist is in pain from the age tilde. Gradona. Gradona was talking all casually, but now that I look closely, there's buckets of sweat coming down from his back. Lord Ragudo is looking calm here, but he is holding his sword tighter than normal. As for Mix-sama, her body is trembling. It can't be helped. It is because they are strong that they understand correctly how strong the Scarlet Demon Lord is. They know that if an attack were to land properly, they wouldn't be able to get up from there. On the other hand, the Scarlet Demon Lord may have lost an arm, but I can't see any exhaustion at all like the first time when I faced him. I can't see those 3 winning against the Scarlet Demon Lord. Now, let's enjoy the moment of strife. Scarlet. It should be enough. Scarlet. I look back at the voice that rang from behind me, and the ones standing there were His Majesty and the Gold Demon Lord. No, it is not only those 2. There's the Ragudo division with the other knights, and Diuvilieri and his subordinate devils surrounding the place. Moreover, there's also a lot of Ghani soldiers at the back. Gold The one by your side is the current king of Taizu. Scarlet. It has been several centuries since we have faced each other like this. That's an unfriendly face as always. How about learning from this one and practice in front of a mirror to make a soft expression? Gold. The Scarlet Demon Lord's eyes were completely directed at the Gold Demon Lord. His Majesty was watching the development silently, but he must have seen the state of him and Karaji. I can tell there's anger deep in those eyes. I have only seen my own appearance once when I was reborn as a Demon Lord. Scarlet. Right, you were that kind of man. But this war is over. Leave already. You are just being unsightly here. Or what? You want to fight me too? I don't think it will even be a fight though. Gold. You think you can win? Scarlet. I don't. This one's body would be sliced in two along with my barrier against your attacks. However, I can touch you before dying. I plan on not letting you come back to this world ever again at that moment. Gold. The ruling of the Gold Demon Lord creates simulated worlds and allows her to do trial and error in the same conditions as the real world. Its combat capabilities are close to nil, but she can immediately send the soul of the person she touches into a simulated world. Even if he were to kill the Gold Demon Lord, if his soul were to be sent to a simulated world, he would be killed by a third party by the time he wakes up or has been sealed. True. Swinging my axe at you would be far from strife. Also, there's one who is outside the logic of the world. Fine, let's leave the strife this time around to this much. Scarlet. The Scarlet Demon Lord lowered his axe, turned his back at the Gold Demon Lord, and jumped. He jumped far higher than even the gate he destroyed just before, and the soldiers who had their bows ready could only watch dumbstruck as he jumped away. Silence came down for a while and the first one to break it was the Gold Demon Lord. Puha. Being in the same space as that man makes the air so tense it is displeasing. Everyone, remove the debris and search for survivors. Prioritize the injured. Gold. The Ghani soldiers around move at the order of the Gold Demon Lord. His Majesty also matched this and gave the same order to the knights. The disastrous scene covered in silence turned noisy in the blink of an eye. His Majesty approached me while I was still unable to move. His expression was calm, but I didn't have the surplus to read what he was feeling. But I ended up speaking out what I thought. I am very sorry, Ilias. Don't worry. He is alive and wasn't taken away by the Scarlet Demon Lord. You have achieved the bare minimum duty of a bodyguard. Marito. Right. I have to confirm his state. I get up with my unsteady body and head towards him. Mix-sama was already leading the knights around to ready the procedures to carry him. Mix-sama runs towards me when she noticed me approaching. Mr. Friend's injuries are pretty bad, but there doesn't seem to be any risk to his life. Desuzu. Wolf-chan is not in a bad state either. Rather, Lady Ratzel is in a worse state, so don't push yourself. Mix. I am okay. More importantly, he. Ilias. Of course, we will treat Mr. Friend with utmost priority. But Lady Ratzel, your treatment is also important. Desuzu. It is possible the Scarlet Demon Lord will just pop up again. Mix. Yeah. Ilias. He has lost consciousness and his injuries are bad, but his breathing is comparatively peaceful and it certainly doesn't seem like there's any danger to his life. On the other hand, watching his injured state stabbed at my heart, reminding me of how powerless I was in protecting him. That was unbelievably painful, so painful and vexing. Lady Ratzel, are you okay? Does it hurt somewhere? Mix. Ilias. I finally noticed my own state when Mix-sama pointed it out. Tears were flowing incessantly from my eyes at some point in time. In what kind of posture am I right now? In what state am I in? I don't know anything at all. I could only observe the scenery in front of my eyes. What I can tell is that the threat is gone and that Ilias and Mix are looking at me with worried faces. Wolf-chan, no danger. From what I could hear of Mix's words and tell from her expression, there's no danger to the life of Wolf. That's a relief. But there's tears overflowing from the eyes of Ilias. Speaking of which, I feel like this is the first time I see Ilias crying. Anyways, I am glad those two are okay. Speaking of which, what happened to Karaji, the person that fought against the Scarlet Demon Lord until Lord Ragudo and Gradono arrived? No good. I can't hear anything at all. I can tell my consciousness is steadily getting more distant, most likely because of the relief. I moved my gaze and tried to search for Karaji, but I couldn't see him. No, I see knights carrying away the injured. They put the people on the ground on what seemed like a stretcher and carried them away one after the other. I directed my gaze at one of them. There's one stretcher the knights were carrying that had a blanket placed on. I can't see the face of the person, but I couldn't help feeling familiarity from the arm hanging down. My consciousness snapped away before I could understand what that meant. I hear voices again, but it is a voice I don't remember hearing before. No, my body feels strange. My eyes open easily when I try to. The ones there were strangers. They are all speaking to me with big smiles. My body and mouth moved on their own, most likely reacting to those words. Something is strange. Ah, I see. This is a dream. Is Yugura shutting himself in again and researching magic? His appearance changed and the things he does have changed, too. Don't say that. He has outstanding talent despite appearances. Words came out from my mouth, the voice of a woman. I can pretty much guess whose dream is this. But the dream I had before was all scenery, yet I am beginning to hear voices too. I really have to make countermeasures of some sort. The owner of the body and the people in front of me are chatting as if having fun. It is not as if, but they most likely are actually having fun. It seems like the emotions of this body's owner are transmitted to me too. You picked up a weird man. Even has been completely poisoned by that Yugura. My little brother prefers deepening his knowledge like Yugura rather than running around outside. But considering the eccentricities of Yugura, I should be calling him a bad friend. Even so, he has been a whole lot more cheerful lately. I do have to be grateful to him in that front. I honestly don't think much at all of this scene. No, I do feel a sense of immorality from listening in. Even if you show me the conversation of strangers, I would like to wake up already. Just when I thought this, the scenery in front of my eyes changed completely. It should be the same as the place before, but there wasn't a shred of the peaceful village scenery. Buildings were burning and destroyed. The sky was dyed red with the light of the fire, and there's burned grass everywhere. The people the owner of the body was speaking to are not here. No, they are. I was made to understand that the big piles of charcoal lying in front of my eyes were them. Every one. I feel as if muddy liquid was oozing from inside my body. It is not like she is injured. These are emotions. The emotions welling up from the heart of the body's owner. I can tell because I have had a similar experience. This is anger. Unrestrained anger was filling up the whole body and dying away the worth of the world. Wail, lament. The despair etched in my soul, the anger created by our demise, must be made to resound in this deplorable world. The body's owner spoke out loud to no one in particular. She must be telling that to herself. The things she has to do herself, the things she must do. She is voicing them out here so that those feelings don't thin out. She is etching them into her own soul with a lament. My friend can't receive the effects of healing magic which spurs on the mana inside your body to heal because he has no mana. We used ointments that adventurers utilize and also bandages to help out for the moment. We finished the emergency treatment, but there's no choice but to take time to recover from there on. We had him lie down in a room of the manor close to the Gani castle that the Knights of Taizu are using as a base. I couldn't do anything aside from watching over him regardless of day or night. Recovering wounds naturally requires a lot of stamina. My friend hasn't woken up for 3 days due to this. The doctor bringing water and liquid food, and skillfully pouring it inside his mouth really hit me. They told me he is getting better by the day, but I am worried that he might not wake up at this rate. It is ironic that it is thanks to this worry that I couldn't feel sleepy and am able to stay by the side of my friend like this. The one there is Marito. The eyes of my friend were open when I raised my head. He is looking at me with a weak expression. Ah, that's such a relief. You have finally woken up. I unconsciously sighed heavily and strength left my whole body. Yeah, it is me. Sorry that it wasn't a woman. Marito, no problem. Your worried face works just nice. I have been watching over you for 3 days and 3 nights, I'll have you know. Marito. That said, being met with snark at my days of dedication feels good right now. I am satisfied with just the fact that he has woken up. I have been asleep for 3 days. By the way, how did you guys look after me at that time? There were a lot of volunteers, but considering your future anxiety, I decided to employ a doctor and men to assist. Also, well, I helped out a bit. Marito. I am glad I have an understanding friend. Well, Lady Ratzel and Wolf-chan have to prioritize their own treatment. As for the others, My honest feelings would be that I don't know if it would be okay to leave the job to them. Marito, I wouldn't want to trust in the two demon lords to begin with. Even if they are fine when it comes to being considerate to his safety, who knows what they would pull off when they have too much free time in their hands. I was thinking about leaving it to Mix, but I have a bad feeling about it, so I had her endure. What happened after that? Of course I will talk about that. Where should I begin? Marito, I was conscious at the time when the Scarlet Demon Lord left. Please tell me about the developments afterwards. Battles continued to a certain degree even after we fought off the Scarlet Demon Lord, but we have safely finished eradicating the monsters that attacked Garni and Medges. We have made a number of soldiers keep an eye on the border of the Nether. As for the movements inside the countries, we are trying to secure dwellings and food for the refugees, and doing the repairs of the destroyed facilities. The Scarlet Demon Lord has lost most of his forces. I doubt he is going to be able to invade any further. You could call this the victory of the human side. Marito, victory. My friend raised his arm languidly and covered his eyes. He was made to go through hell just before attaining complete victory. It is most likely hard to accept it as a victory. The Scarlet Demon Lord said he was going to show his own strength and make clear that it wasn't a defeat. But our victory is not to defeat the Demon Lord, it's to protect the country and the people. This is without a doubt a victory, and you are the one who made it possible to grab a hold of it. Marito. Right. An ideal victory is not something that can be obtained easily after all. Also, the information you may want to know. The treatment of Egdoik and Rakure's mother is being performed in Garni. According to the Purple Demon Lord, they will be able to heal her without much issue. Marito. That's great to hear. The person herself said she wanted to nurse my friend and was not listening at all. But due to the Gold Demon Lord persuading her with think carefully about what Sir would be more grateful for when he wakes up, we managed to get her cooperation. I would like you to worry more about yourself than others though. Feel weird anywhere? Marito. My whole body hurts and feels sluggish on top of that. It won't be possible for me to get up. I would tie you down if you were to try and get up with those wounds. Marito. Is Kato okay? It is there. It used almost all of its mana to protect you. It began moving soon after resupplying its mana. Marito. Yes, Kato reading mood and waiting. Lots people came, but I might been killed if I teased them. Kato. Smart choice. There were a lot of people who came to check on the state of my friend. All of them were worried about him from the bottom of their heart. If they were teased with the tone of this devil, well, I would have wrapped it up with just throwing it in fire. That said, the life of my friend would have been in further danger if not for the devil. It might be fine to award it a Medal of Honor. Also, I am hungry. Makes sense. Want it ready at once? Marito. No, it is okay. The outside being dark means it is night, and I seem to still be sleepy. Just ask them to make my share of breakfast. Your body has been working the whole time in healing the wounds even when you were sleeping after all. Got it. Then, go ahead and sleep tight. Marito. Marito. Is there anything else to report? No, not as of present. I do have some details I would like to talk about with you, but let's have that talk tomorrow. If I were to make you arrange that stuff inside your head, you wouldn't be able to rest even if you wanted to, right? Marito. Right. My friend said this and closed his eyes. Seeing him like that hit me with drowsiness. It is not like I am moving my body, but I nursed him right after commanding whole armies for long periods of time. I can't deny that my stamina is somewhat lower compared to the knights that are continuously fighting in the front lines. I exit the room and request the preparation of breakfast, and then I myself went to sleep. And so, the next morning, I thought I would wake up wasted. But I was more refreshed than I imagined. I must have had quite the deep sleep there. My body feels extremely light. I was grateful for the sleep granted to me by relief as I headed to my friend's place. My friend most likely hasn't woken up yet, but I would like to try waking up a sleeping friend once. I walked the hallway and heard a strange ruckus from a room. Arg, how about being more gentle with a patient? Rich of you to say that. Even though you said there will be no stealing the march, you went and had invaluable experiences. When I peeked in, there was Lord Domiticofacon tied up on the bed and a few knights of the Ragudo division hanging around. Lord Domiticofacon was the most injured among the survivors, but we managed to save him by giving him concentrated treatment. That said, we prioritized his life, so most of the wounds in his whole body were left for later. The medical treatments will most likely continue for a while as they wait for the mana of the person himself to recover. It is noisy so early in the morning. There should be people who are still sleeping. Marito. Why, Your Majesty, my deepest apologies. Kara. Lord Domitukafakon, think well once again about the reason why you are tied up on the bed. Marito. You have a point, Your Majesty, but these guys are jealous that I got to fight a demon lord and are harassing me like children. Even just now, they tried to scribble on my bandage. Kara has been terribly forgetful lately. After all, we are simply writing down the messages of others like this. Keep it moderate. Marito. This Lord Domitukafakon said he would return to the front lines the moment he regained consciousness. This obviously wouldn't be allowed, so he was restrained by the people of the Ragudo division. That said, he is this lively, so it should be possible to bring peace of heart to my friend if I show this early to him. Good grief, carrying me like I am a dead person. I saw a coffin by my side as soon as I woke up. Would you normally prepare a coffin? Kara. What, your butt was kicked black and blue? Did you want to show everyone the white of your eyes and your tongue sticking out from your mouth? HNGH. Kara. These old soldiers. Even though the young knights are all wasted after continuous days of battle. No, wait, what did he say just now? Lord Gafgavales, what was that about carrying him like he was dead? Marito. Even if you ask me that, he was so terribly injured that we decided to put a blanket on top of him since it wasn't a pretty sight for others to see, Your Majesty. Boru. I rushed out of the room and ran to the room where my friend was sleeping. Why didn't I notice? My friend covered his eyes with his arm the moment the talk about victory came. Even though his whole body hurt and couldn't move properly, he still went and did that. If my friend has misunderstood that just now, in the case my friend has assumed that that must have been the result because I decided it wasn't something that required me to tell him immediately. Just what kind of eyes would he have made? It was because he knew I wouldn't leave him alone if I saw him make those eyes. I forget about etiquette and violently opened the door, confirming the inside. Knew it. Marito. There was already no one on the cold bed, and the cold air of the morning was coming in from the wide-open window. The Scarlet Beast had the overwhelming advantage in the beginning of the battle between him and the Earthling. But everything was turned around by the strategy of the Earthling. It would have been plain if the story ended there, but as expected of the Scarlet Beast, he went and soured the victory of the humans by brute force. Well, such a violent play can only be allowed because he has the strongest body in the world though. More importantly, I should confirm the actions of the Earthling. It would be nice if he were to head to the place of the Scarlet Demon Lord though. I checked and saw that he had left Garni. But it doesn't seem like he is heading to the Garni Nether. I do have a rough guess of the objective in his actions, but I have no idea what he is trying to do. Though, I am impressed he can move when he is that tattered. He is moving his body by force by compensating with the devil in his wooden sword. He looks so weak here it makes me worry just watching him despite not being a close friend of his. Anyways, I am close to learning where he is heading to. The time in which he left Garni, and the route he took as he sneaked past the eyes of the knights was all weird. But right now he is flying practically straight forward. If I match it with the map, his destination should be... No, there's no way. He is not heading there to kill himself, right? If his objective was to die, he could have just wrapped a curtain around his neck. But maybe I should stop him from going any further. Just when I thought this and stood up, we locked eyes. My eyes making contact with his through the broadcast means he is doing this with complete understanding that I am watching him and know where he is heading to. Katu, do it. The footage was cut off the moment he pointed this way. That bastard. He killed my familiar. Don't go killing my familiar that not only can't be seen but can't be perceived either. What should I do? Should I send a new familiar? I may not be able to trace the mana of the Earthling, but it should be possible to pinpoint the mana of the devil that has possessed the wooden sword. I can resume my surveillance if I predict the place he is heading to and set it up again. Or at least that's how it should be. No good. Those eyes are bad news. I have seen that man's eyes grow muddy several times already. But the eyes he directed at me just now were incomparable from the ones of before. Those are the same as the time with Black Sis. They are pretty dyed. I am half nostalgic and half sad. No, Half of that sadness has unease mixed in it. Black Sis completely stopped being human after her homeland was burned. She had already begun the lifestyle of a demon lord before even becoming one. I have no means to stop a human that has become like that. Even Yugura couldn't, so there's no way I would be able to. So unbelievable. I have lived for centuries, and yet, I have not grown at all. On the contrary, I'm being reminded about how much of a bum I am. Living for a long time ain't good. Him getting rid of my surveillance must be his way of telling me to not move, but he is not only avoiding my obstructions, he must have thought of the possibility that the king of Taiza would try to make contact with me in his search for that man. I can move freely to a certain degree if he is neutral, and I can also spread information. That's only if that action of mine and the information don't turn me into the enemy of someone. That is, those eyes that were telling me you are an enemy if you get in the way. I have the restriction of not being able to take hostile actions, so I can't do anything as of present. That man has been open about being observed until now, even if displeased about it, and yet, he took this action. He is definitely scheming something pretty bad here. What to do? What to do? Even though I had enough with just once of not being able to do anything and just letting things play out. Black Sis, Yugura, and that man. There's too many people who move as they please. Even though you are not the only ones who will be suffering afterwards. Garni was lively as if it were a festival because the Scarlet Demon Lord's army was defeated. It is most likely the same for Magus, but the ones that know he has disappeared are not in that mood. His Majesty, who was the first one to learn about his disappearance, immediately communicated the information to the soldiers of the nether borders, and allowed the surveillance of anyone entering or exiting. The knights that were patrolling at night too reported that there wasn't anyone that approached the Garni Nether's border, but considering that we are talking of that man, we can't be relieved with just this. His Majesty mobilized all the Taizu knights that he could, and is taking command in the search even as of present. I would like to jump out at once even at this very moment, but I won't tell ya to prioritize the treatment of your wounds, but at least have an idea of where he went, or it is going to be pointless. Ilias. I know. Ilias. Right now the ones in this room are Mixama, Wolf, Egdoik, Wakura, and the 3 demon lords. Hakutoku is also technically here, but in the neighboring room listening to our conversation. His Majesty is leading the search on the human side. But we are currently having the demon lords search for him as of present. Nothing on my side. In the first place, Kata was it ? Can fly, so it is not possible to find him with the skeletons. Blue. Are you an idiot? They can only move in the sky, you know. If he is going to take some sort of action, he will obviously have to land on the ground though. Purple. Who are you calling an idiot? In the first place, I barely have any skeleton soldiers now, so I have a limit in my searches on the ground too. Blue. You are proving your idiocy then? That goes the same for me who use the lessers as sacrificial pawns, you know. Are you trying to run away from the blame? Purple. They are devils to begin with. Can't you just order them to surround all directions? Blue. Not leaving any doubt of your idiocy, I see. There's no way I would call you if that was possible. You know, the Katu I gave to him can be made to get out of my control temporarily with his order. He did it so that it wouldn't be possible to search for him with the reaction of Katu if he were to be cornered into a situation where he is alone, you know. Purple. That countermeasure is not one against the Purple Demon Lord, but more of a countermeasure for the devils that might betray the Purple Demon Lord. Kata can end up obeying not only the Purple Demon Lord, but also high-rank devils. That may not exist at present, but it is not like it is possible to erase the possibility completely of the devils in the Butler army to gain antagonistic knowledge or ambitions. The result after consulting with the Purple Demon Lord about the possibility of using the nature of Kata against him was that he can limit the order rights of Kata to just him. But that has come to bite us instead on this occasion. No, this has become a positive for him in a sense though. On top of that, Kata can use a number of stealth spells that the Anbus utilize. It is a situation where we would want to borrow the hand of even an idiot. But to think we would have to play a serious hide-and-seek with Sir Gold can only be impressed here. He has even done countermeasures for Duvalieri's nose of sniffing, you know. He has spread parts of Katu's body in all directions of Garni, throwing in disarray the pursuit with Smelgo. Purple. The search using the simulated worlds is being done right now, but there has been no results as of present. I can only move the Ghani soldiers in the simulated world after all. Your monsters don't listen to me. Gold. What about the golden foxes? They should be able to head to the place of Mr. Friend since they are attached to him, right? Makes. I have already had them head there. But they don't return. This is just a guess, but they might have been enticed. They listen to anything the person they are attached to says. Gold. So he is being prioritized more than their creator Demon Lord. Makes. I am letting them live as they feel after all. Gold. He was investigating the nature of the golden foxes after being introduced to them. Honestly speaking, there's a high chance he knows more about them than the Gold Demon Lord herself. He has also left stuff like the communication crystal and the fragment of Egdoik's chains. Right now the only thing we can rely on is physical search using monsters. We shouldn't think of Comrade as just your average civilian. He knows every single card in our hands. It is likely more difficult to find him than any Anbu. Even if the knights were relaxed, not a single one of the knights in the residence noticed the escape of Comrade. Egdoik. Just thinking about having a psychological battle against Councillor Sama makes me want to sigh. Rakura. But according to Marito, Comrade is most likely planning on taking revenge against the Scarlet Demon Lord. He has already found the location of the Scarlet Demon Lord through the simulated worlds, right? Egdoik. That's right. That's why I am having Diuvilieri search around the area, you know. But if Diuvilieri were to get close to a certain degree, there's the fear of Scarlet noticing though? Purple. Right. The knights most likely can't get close for that reason. In that case, it would be a reading battle between Diuvilieri and Comrade. Egdoik. It would be impossible for Diuvilieri. I had Diuvilieri and him play a psychological battle game one day when we had free time, but Diuvilieri lost completely, you know? Purple. Diuvilieri doesn't lower his guard by any means as long as he has the order of the Purple Demon Lord, and is strict when he acts. But that in turn makes it easy for him to read. My brain is more flexible than Diuvilieri's, and yet, I am not even a match in a psychological battle, so it is no surprise there's skilled ones stationed around the dwelling of the Scarlet Demon Lord, but we can't do a large-scale search with the possibility of being found by the monsters under the Scarlet Demon Lord. It shouldn't take much time for him to reach the place of Scarlet from Ghani with the flying speed of Katu. It wouldn't be strange for him to have reached by the time His Majesty noticed. There's many knights on the border of the Ghani Nether who are on alert. It shouldn't be easy for Katu to break through with his stealth skills. To think the day would come when I would feel this little confidence in the word should. For now, I will head to the Ghani Nether with Hakutoku. There might be a glimmer of possibility with the instincts of Hakutoku. Egdoik. His instincts might go haywire just from approaching the lair of a demon lord though. Gold. Even if so, Hakutoku and I want to search for Comrade personally. Ilias and Wolf can't move well because of their injuries, so we should be the ones moving as the ones who can. Egdoik. Egdoik-san. Wolf. I understand that you may be overcome with the desire to search for Comrade, but endure. If Comrade has already fallen into the hands of the Scarlet Demon Lord, you are the ones we can rely on to save him. Egdoik is already moving while assuming the worst. The Scarlet Demon Lord was trying to secure him. Even if the chances of him being killed are low, there's an extremely high chance he would be captured. In the case that happens, we would need a low number of elites to save him in the Ghani Nether. But Wolf and I have tasted the strength of the Scarlet Demon Lord to an unbearable degree. Wolf has been showing remarkable reactions as a demi-human due to having been hit by the strife of the Scarlet Demon Lord. As for me, even if I were to heal from my wounds, I don't know if my sword would reach that Demon Lord. No, don't lose heart. Wait, I have received a call from Diuvilieri. Purple. Everyone's gazes gathered on the Purple Demon Lord as she said this. She placed a hand on the communication crystal and makes it so that everyone here can listen to the thought transmission from Diuvilieri. My lord, I can smell the scent of Katu near the cave that's serving as the base of the Scarlet Demon Lord. I found Katu when I approached. Diuvilieri. Katu. What about him? Purple. About that human was already not present, and his scent was already. Diuvilieri. There's no one here who doesn't understand the continuation of his words. I could feel the atmosphere getting even heavier. So he really did head to the Scarlet Demon Lord alone. Katu, why are you the only one there? Purple Master told Katu to stay here. He said the Uvuliri pick me up if I do that. Katu. I see, so the movements of the Uvuliri of us have been read, huh? The Uvuliri, chase after him. Avoid battle as much as possible and get him bar. Purple Master said the Uvuliri must not chase. The Uvuliri surely die. Katu. I doubt you will know even if I ask you what he is trying to do, but tell me what you know about his actions. Purple. You first, Master. Katu. We are told by Katu where he went, and then, we understood the answer this led to, and everyone here was left speechless. I confirm the sensation of my right arm as I sit on my throne, so I really can't put as much power since it has been regenerated just recently. It will take a while before I can regain the sensation of it, but I should be able to make it in time by the time I finish reforming my army. I didn't feel like the skills of the woman that stabbed my right arm with the demonic tool were that high. And yet, it had this much power, so I really can't lower my guard at the power of the ideas brought by the resident of Yugura's planet. It would be hard to pour the mana out before it rampaged, just like how the humans went against the power of mind strife due to the shape of the demonic tool. That blade had a hook. It is not easy to take out once you are stabbed with it, but they must need the help of magic in order to pour the mana of demon lords. In other words, it can't be embedded with a magic seal stone. I can stop that attack before it reaches my skin if I put up a barrier. Your right arm has already healed, as expected of the Demon Lord's armor. Dispose of the pleasantries, Mels Ashtawal. Do you know how many years it will take to gather the same army as before? Scarlet. Yes, we have already finished the optimal training curriculum. If we take into account things like the speed of weapon production, we should be able to finish preparations 50 years faster than before. Melsash. Mine army was just a gathering of riffraff at the time when I was killed by Yugura. After resurrecting, I learned that Yugura had told the humans to get ready against demon lords, and began to strengthen mine army of monsters. If humans are going to grow, I just have to do the same. Once we begin getting numbers, we should be able to increase the speed of our military expansion by improving the facilities. We need to prepare uniques for the respective divisions. Right now it doesn't matter if they are somewhat unsuitable. Find a few of them. Scarlet. Yes, Lord. Melsash. Uniques I can leave the troops to for the coming war. It will be difficult to prepare them at once, but as they continue training, it shouldn't be difficult to find exemplary individuals. I just have to give mana to those ones to urge their evolution. Once we get numbers, I will have them compete, and I will select the ones who are the most fitting to use strife. It is fine to just do as I have until now. Even if the Gani that gold rules proceeds with the purification of the nether, it should still take several centuries to reach the inside of the Gani nether. I will proceed with the invasion of mine army by the time and spread the territory of the nether. That's right, that should do. The eternal strife that I desire will not die out, ever. Mine life will be together with strife, from here on and eternally. Demon Lord Sama, there's an intruder at the entrance of the cave. Melsash. Numbers? Scarlet. 1. Black hair and black eyes. He matches the appearance that you have told us regarding the resident of Yugura's planet. Melsash. The resident of Yugura's planet showed up here. I did think of that faint possibility, but I find it strange that he has come alone. It should be impossible to come here without any bodyguards. I should consider that he used the devil clad around his weapon on the way here. Don't let the monsters put a hand on him. Let him come all the way here. Scarlet. Yes, Lord. Melsash. His destination is me, but his objective is unknown. However, it is not bad that my negotiation chip with Colorless has shown up by himself. The resident of Yugura's planet went through the training grounds of the monsters, the weapon production facilities, and took a long time to reach the deep end of mine castle where the throne room is. His whole body is wrapped in bandages, and was walking onwards weakly using a tree branch as a cane like an old man. Mine subordinates made scornful sounds seeing that appearance of his. I made them shut up and voice my question. Resident of Yugura's planet, what is it you are trying to pull here? Scarlet. Nothing big. Scarlet Demon Lord, I have come here to end you. The resident of Yugura's planet let go of the cane, grabbed a dagger, and headed my way. He looks as if he is barely managing to stay up, but those eyes are serious. I can tell that he has the desire to end me even if he falls along. But those are not the eyes of a warrior, not the eyes of an assassin either, and not those of an absolute power like Yugara. It is like an unknown abyss. I have seen someone with eyes like this before. That's right, they are close to the black of omnipotence. Even more of a question then. Have you come to mourn for the ones that died? Or, Scarlet, do you even need me to spell it out for you to understand? This man is clearly different from the time I saw him in Ghani. I don't feel any mana from the resident of Yugara's planet just like before. The difference is that he now has bandages all over his body and a cloak. It is strange that he isn't affected at all, being in the nether, which is overflowing with mine mana despite having the body of a human. But it does make sense if there's no mana it can affect. And what of it? Why am I turning my brain to this degree? That was an unnecessary question. Then, do as you please. Scarlet, don't even feel like standing from your throne. Don't feel the need to. Scarlet. Right. Well, please stay conceited just like that. That makes it easier for me. The resident of Yugara's planet runs. But that run was so unskillful, was affected by the pain from the wounds in his whole body, and made him look like an untrained bum. The dagger seems to be smeared with something. But it is made of iron with nothing special to it. It wouldn't even scratch my body even if I don't move one bit. The resident of Yugara's planet reached right in front of me and unleashes a blatant stab. He is aiming for my eye. He judged that he wouldn't be able to injure my skin and plans on poisoning from a vital point. Pointless. Even if you hit my eyeball directly with that dagger, it won't be able to injure me. No deadly poison can affect mine body. The stab that was unleashed with his pathetic calm was repelled easily. Has there ever been an exchange with this little tension in the past? No, this can't even be called an exchange. Didn't even blink. Then, look closely at this. Opposite to the right arm that was repelled, there was a different dagger being held in his left hand. Its shape is clearly different from your regular dagger. That shape is similar to the demonic tool that woman used. Its shape is slightly different, so it might be an improved version. His aim is the viscera of my heart. If it has the same power, that certainly would be a deadly strike. However, there's an unfillable difference between him and the woman that did the stabbing before. No, the eyes of this man are certain that he can kill me. It has a slightly different shape, so it is possible that he has some way to make it go through my skin. I should cast a barrier just in case to block it. I weave the spell and activate. Got you. Stupid shallow trick. Scarlet. It wasn't difficult at all for me to stand up and move to his back with how slow his stab was. The blade was stabbed into the empty throne. I grabbed the head of the resident of Yugara's planet who had stopped moving and hold him down on the ground. The dagger that looks like a demonic tool left the hand of the man from the impact of being held down. I barely feel any strength from the body of this man. Is it because of his wounds or because he is weak to begin with? The difference is negligible. I let him go and flip him over with my leg to face him up. A cylinder-shaped magic seal stone rolled out from inside the cloak just as I imagined. With one of this size, the ones close to you wouldn't be able to use magic. You used the attack just now to block my view, and aim to land a strike with your demonic tool. You would seal the barrier I would use to block the demonic tool by using a magic seal stone, and you tried to take advantage of the opening in my confusion. If you had the skills of the woman that dropped mine right arm, you might have been able to stab that blade in my chest. Scarlet. Damn it. He used his own weakness as bait, a fake weapon as bait, and then, even read that I would use a barrier. I can certainly see how he can read all my thoughts. The speed at which his brain turns is indeed worthy of praise. But this man lacks the skills to perform them. To think you would need something like this, or you wouldn't even be able to hope of injuring my body. You are way too weak. Scarlet. Though. What did you say? Scarlet. You were so pathetic that you had to stand up against a weakling like me though. This man can't move anymore. The eyes filled with killing intent of before have already changed into ones that are no different from your regular person. In other words, these are just the howlings of a sore loser. This is the last piece of resistance towards an opponent he can't win against no matter how much he struggles. But it seems like it had an effect. I began to feel irritated at this man despite not feeling any proper emotions towards him until now. Is barking all you can do? What a boring conclusion. Scarlet. I put a leg on top of the magic seal stone and crush it. The face of the resident of Yugara's planet stiffened after the tool he believed would lead him to victory had been destroyed. With this, he should be able to know his place better. No, the eyes of this man. They're completely different from just now. It is not killing intent or anger. They are eyes devoid of any emotion. He is not looking at me as an enemy, it is more like, question mark. My body tilts. It is as if my leg has been torn apart. No, that's not it. My leg has been torn. What attack did I get hit with? It is dangerous to stay here. I must take distance. I obeyed my instincts faster than I tried to confirm the identity of the attack and take distance. But a greenish-yellow liquid flew at me faster than my movement. Impossible. Could this possibly be the Mana Eater? Scarlet. That's right. It is the Mana Eater that inhabits the Black Demon Lord Killer Mountain, just as you already know. Thanks for kindly moving away. With this, I don't need to worry about being caught in the crossfire. I slowly get up and look at the Scarlet Demon Lord. He must be extremely sturdy or can regenerate at an astounding speed. Doesn't matter whichever though. The Mana Eater had bitten at the Demon Lord, who possessed massive mana and expanded in the blink of an eye. It began to attack the monsters around too. The screams of the monsters began to echo around. But as expected of a Demon Lord, he is desperately trying to get out despite being swallowed. So this was your true aim? Scarlet. The Mana Eater has no intelligence and is the worst monster that ravishes all living beings. I have observed it over and over in the simulated worlds of gold, and scrupulously investigated its traits. The Mana Eater prioritizes the ones who have mana and those that move. I have experienced the latter with my own body. Sound. In other words, it reacts to vibrations. But the reality is that the Mana Eater doesn't have the sense of hearing or touch. The reason why the Mana Eater can detect vibrations is because it can detect the flow of mana in the air. Turning that around, it means that it doesn't do any devouring in a situation where it doesn't detect any mana. What brought my attention though was the trait of the magic seal stones which I was researching with Nora. Magic seal stones are clad in a special mana, and the spells that touch this mana have their construction disassembled. This mana cannot be perceived by any spell. If the ability to detect mana of the Mana Eater works on the same principle as magic, just what kind of reaction would the Mana Eater have towards mana seal stones? I explained to Gold that this was a magic experiment and have headed countless times to the Black Demon Lord Killer Mountain of the simulated worlds with magic seal stones in hand. Leaving aside how I have experienced close to death experiences several times, the result was that the Mana Eater doesn't react to mana seal stones, and so, what I prepared was a cylindrical shaped magic seal stone. I made the inside hollow, and when a set amount of matter gets inside, it is set to close the lid automatically. The rai fruit that the Mana Eater spreads into the air with its mana as if they were spores and planted onto normal forests. The living creatures that eat this will have their mana affected and be invited into the lair of the Mana Eater. I had cut to catch small animals in the forest alive and have them eat this. Wrap them with a long rope made with ivy along with the magic seal stone container. The animal will be eaten by the Mana Eater after a while. A part of the Mana Eater will be captured in that time with the magic seal stone container. After that, I would calculate the location of the magic seal stone with the length of the rope, then have cut or release other animals that have eaten the rai fruit, a set distance apart from one another. I would then silently go up the mountain to retrieve the magic seal stone while the animals are being eaten by the Mana Eater. The Black Demon Lord Killer Mountain is shining even at night, so it wasn't difficult to search for the magic seal stone container. That's right, mine. Thanks for moving just as I planned. I speak in a lower voice compared to the Scarlet Demon Lord to not stimulate the Mana Eater. The Scarlet Demon Lord didn't falter at anything, and yet, I could tell clearly that he was agitated here as if I was reading a book. He is dealing with the monster that the Black Demon Lord was eaten by the Demon Lord he could not match at all. There's no way this is possible. Scarlet. What is not possible? The fact that I didn't consider the possibility of being killed by other monsters when I showed up in this cave. That wouldn't happen. You must have thought this after losing your right arm. It is possible the humans will find this an opportunity now that I have lost an arm and will send elites. That's why you didn't station monsters with no intelligence in front of the cave and stationed monsters you could contact. Isn't that right? I move slowly, silently, and pick up my cane. Are you referring to how I didn't consider the possibility of being killed when I challenged you one-on-one? That wouldn't happen either. You only think of monsters as pawns. You do the important things by your own hands. If a monster were to attack me, that would have been an affront to you. You wouldn't have forgiven that. Isn't that right? The knife demonic tool with a new shape. is not needed. There's still the possibility of the Mana Eater narrowing its target to me even in the time I am talking here. After all, about how I didn't consider the possibility that you wouldn't be wary of my weapon and would get stabbed on purpose. Not happening either. You are extremely cautious. If you were to see a weapon that has a similar shape as the weapon that blew up your right arm, coupled with my expression assured of victory, you would have to use a barrier. Once you notice that you can't put a barrier because of the magic seal stone, your body will naturally take evasive measures. You can avoid the attack of a weakling among weaklings like me. After all, even though you could have noticed I was in possession of a magic seal stone if you used detection magic, but you didn't want to do a cowardly action like using detection magic against a weakling. Isn't that right? The screams around began to grow lower and screams began to echo from the exit of the cave, about the possibility that you might not break the magic seal stone container with the Mana Eater. That definitely wouldn't happen, because the ones who have thrown foul words at you are either demon lords or people with comparable strength. You are not a demon lord with such low pride that you would allow insults and humiliation from a person you have judged as truly weak and worthless. You would want to make me know my place by destroying the tool I believed would bring me victory. Isn't that right? The movements of the Mana Eater, the state of the monsters around. I probably won't be able to stay here for long. But there's something I have to tell this demon lord in the end. I have been concentrating on comprehending you the whole time I confronted you, for the sake of bringing a short demise to you even if Ilias and the others lost. Even if I were to fall. Comprehend. Do you think a mere subhuman like you understands me? Scarlet, the reason you became a demon lord was in order to become a necessary evil. What? Scarlet, I already comprehend the objective of the Scarlet Demon Lord. Through his own actions and statements. If you wanted to eradicate humans, you could have just destroyed the countries one at a time without declaring war. But you invaded both Ghani and Megis, which were within your sphere of influence. You decided to accentuate your existence as a demon lord to show how much of a threat you yourself are. You were apparently a general before becoming a demon lord, right? That's why you know. If there's a common enemy, there's no fights between allies. Scarlet, you must have been told this by Yugara Naraya. If you want to stop the battles between humans, just become a common enemy of theirs. Demon lords are immortal. If you provide eternal strife, humans can continue holding hands. Scarlet, that's why he didn't cooperate with the Black Demon Lord who tried to eradicate humans. He didn't make the Blue Demon Lord do a full-blown invasion, and had her take a method that would instill her threat. He praised the growth of humans, yet despite that, showed himself alone in order to show how much of a threat he is. It is truly stupid. An ideal that I would never want to sympathize with even if I were to comprehend it. You bastard. What would you even know? If battles don't happen, humans will eventually. Scarlet. Spare me from that. I have no interest. Your words won't resonate in my heart. No matter how heavy the emotions the Scarlet Demon Lord had when he became the natural enemy of humans, I seriously don't care. No matter the emotions, there's no way I would approve of actions that throw a wrench into my present peace. There's a lot of things in me, like how the life of an important person to me has been taken away, but more than that, I don't like your way of living in the purest sense of the word. It is just displeasing. I would want to correct you if possible, but your resolve is strong and your heart would never bend towards me. That's why I will end it. You won't be coming out of this cave for eternity. Your strife will end today, at this very place, with no one sympathizing, and as a worthless attempt. I have no intention of wrapping it up with just ending it. I will end it by making him feel that the path he believed in was worthless and displeasing. I will grant this demon lord eternal disgrace. Your ideal will be trampled by the ego of a single individual you don't even know the name of. Bye, Scarlet Demon Lord. Continue living in a hell of no worth. RGH. Ra'ewah. Scarlet. The Scarlet Demon Lord roared. Words didn't get through him anymore, and he had no leeway to think of a way to escape either. That's why the only thing he could do is roar. That was his only way to hit me with his anger, his sadness. After all, we did it, right? The voice of my friend that I can't even remember well within the countless corpses in the battlefield. The ones raising cheers of victory are the comrades that fought together with my friend. That's right. This is like the past of humans. When the world was overflowing with war, there were endless reasons they could think up. Countries would be born and perish, days where you would always prepare yourself for battle and take arms. I am proud to say that I was someone who was fortunate to have been born as a warrior of a country with power. This victory has fortified our territory even more. The neighboring countries won't be able to attack us carelessly. We were the ones. We were the ones who seized it. Finally peace will come. We stopped the invasions of the neighboring countries over and over, and we finally defeated the empire that had the most power from within those. A victory seized through the countless lives of comrades, countless lives of friends. Even someone as silent as me couldn't enjoy overflowing feelings and cheered at this victory together with my comrades and friends. We succeeded in showing the power of our nation by continuously winning and increasing our territory. The world may still be battling over and over, but peace has been ascertained in the near future for our nation. Hey, what do you plan on doing from here on? Even if you ask me that, I have been promoted to a general after this victory, so I will simply do my everything to protect this peace. I see. It is not like this peace will continue forever after all. What about you? What do you plan on doing? I am thinking of becoming a blacksmith, just like the dream of that guy. He was spitting an ocean of knowledge while cleaning his weapons at night. Right? The best ending would have been for him to have become a blacksmith though. So you are inheriting the dream of someone else. Don't you have your own dream? It was all about the peace lying ahead. I honestly had nothing. But I remembered that guy and felt like doing something. All the people of my nation had taken arms and fought. But there's no need for that anymore. And a lot of warriors let go of their swords. The people who are specialized in that path will be the ones taking charge of the military from here on. And the civilians will watch over this. It is not like I had a dream like my friend. It is because battles were being done so much that the ones who could have dreams were limited. I fortunately had talent in combat. My achievements were acknowledged, and the king asked me to please continue protecting this country. There's no other path I want to aim for. I accepted this as the fitting position for my own talent and my role. So this is your workshop, huh? It is cramped, but it has taste. Are you mocking me there? It is fine for it to be cramped. It saves me the trouble of going somewhere to look for the tools. The people that I called friends all went to their own respective paths, faces filled with life that I couldn't see in the battlefield. That figure of theirs trying to share the peace that they themselves have fought and won made me a bit jealous. A few decades went by peacefully. The other countries continued fighting, but my nation didn't get invaded by other countries and continued its peaceful days. Or so it looked. Attacks increase again? We are not expanding our army anymore, right? It is the decision of the king and the nobles. It will be a necessary expense for the sake of making the nation a better one. No one had the leeway to save up anything in an era of continuous wars, so there was a limit to how much tax could be collected. But the nation began to collect tax with the populace beginning to amass wealth. The nobles learned how to whet their own profit, and began to use all manner of means. I could feel the rift of the social standings getting deeper compared to the time when we fought together as one. Listen here. If so much tax is taken, I won't be able to do my job properly. You know, the nobles are the ones who have more money than us. Our country has become far richer compared to that time. We are not troubled with food and we don't have to worry about invasions from other countries. We need the help of the people in order to maintain this rich and prosperous country. I tell him the speech I was told from the king and the nobles. I can understand the point of both sides as someone caught in between the both of them. That's why I should be maintaining an amicable relationship for both. But about that peace, I don't know how to put it, but it feels more suffocating than before. That might be true. You can't just readily wield your animosity towards compatriots. But there's no one to vent those feelings on, and their displeasure is just accumulating. Well, there's no point complaining to you who is caught in between a rock and a hard place. That said, you are still using that axe? Yeah, why? It is properly maintained, but it is questionable as a weapon an esteemed general should be carrying. How about getting a brand new one? I don't think there's a need now that there's no wars though. It works fine enough for training. Come on, don't say that. Think of it as giving me work to do. I've got some skills, you know. Phew. Right. Confirming your growth as an artisan doesn't sound bad. Ooh, those are fighting words. Your valiant figure in battle always gave us courage. I will hammer the best weapon to pay you back. I will show you the accumulation of this lack shows here. Most of the citizens were comrades that fought together with me to protect the country. It is because that notion still remains that they could swallow most of their gripes. But it is not like that continued forever. They eventually began to complain to the king to improve how they treated them. They colluded and raised their voices. It at first were complaints through words, but it steadily grew more extreme, and it finally became an issue that the nation couldn't just ignore. Suppress the citizens. But if you subdue them with power, and then, me, someone who protects the country, had to take weapons in hand. They are the people that fought through wars. Half-baked suppressions were not enough at all, and the nation itself had already changed into something no different from a war. Hey, is this the peace we won? Torn down cityscape, corpses laying about, the scent of fire and blood that remains in one's nose, but there's nothing to gain from the victory of this. This can't bring about any happiness. The only thing that remained was the sensation of the axe that was given to me by my friend. I would have rather died in the war if I knew this would be the result waiting for me. What do you think? Sorry, that must have been a tough one for you. You may look unfriendly the whole time, but I think I can understand how you feel. There's no need for you to say anything. My friend fought by the side of the people, I punished them on the side of the nation. My bad. Can I request one thing of you while at it? I don't think I will be able to die. As it is, I will most likely be caught somewhere and end up as a decapitated head. In that case, I might as well. With that axe. Are you telling me to kill a friend? I am so happy I can still be your friend. Let me burn that figure of yours in my eyes one last time. I will feel as if I returned to those times. The sensation remaining in my axe is not disappearing no matter how much time went by. The smile of my friend that I can't even remember the face of would peek in a warped fashion when I close my eyes. What should I have sought for? What should I have done? The other countries saw the internal conflicts of the nation growing worse as an opportunity and attacked us. We did fight back, but our country that reduced our numbers with our own hands had lost even the power to fight, and we already didn't have the power to survive in the world of war once more. I continued swinging mine axe despite that. There's no way there would be a reason for me to let go of this axe anymore. There won't be anything remaining for me if I don't continue fighting until my own life is extinguished. Oh, I thought there were only corpses here. But it seems like there's someone who still has breath in him. I met Yugura when I thought everything would end. Within that place where everyone was collapsed on the ground, covered in blood, there was a single person completely clean standing out in a bizarre manner. Oh, it is the face of someone who has accepted death. Well, that's fine by me. How about monologuing since you're going to be dying anyways? I may be some stranger you have no idea of, but it is better than talking with corpses, right? I wished for peace together with my comrades. And fought. The peace we had won created further conflict, and nothing remained from it. I expressed my mind towards Yugura at death's door without feeling any doubts or being cautious. I see, that happens often. People can't go without making enemies after all. They may unite for an outside enemy, but once that's gone, they will begin creating new enemies inside. That goes for both humans and demi-humans. Don't worry, you will simply be dying the common death within the common laws of the world. There was nothing you would have been able to do as you are presently, as I am presently. Then, when would I have been able to go against it? I didn't put it right. It would have been impossible for you no matter how much you went back in the past. However, if you were to live from here on, is what I meant. You have simply been matching answers until now. Nothing will be solved unless you act with those answers you have obtained. I see. Right. But I don't think the current me would be able to accomplish anything. I could understand that that's how things are. But I will most likely die before I even reach the answer to how I can prevent a conclusion like this one. Yugura said this just as I was thinking this. Just become a demon lord. Demon lord. If you want to stop the battles between humans, just become their common enemy. Demon lords are immortal beings. If you create strife eternally, humans will have no choice but to continue joining hands. I see. It makes sense. But even if you tell me to become such a being, you can become one. If you so wish. Do you have any regrets? Do you have the resolve to make the whole world your enemy? I shall grant that warped desire of yours if you form a contract. And so, I became a demon lord, a being that doesn't perish even in death, a being that continues living for eternity outside the laws of the world. Yugura also gave me the power of strife, a power worthy to let me become the enemy of the world. However, it is not like the other demon lords had the same objective. There was even a time when mine objective had begun to go awry because of the rampage of Black. Sorry about that, but the humans might really go extinct if you were to move. I will have you sleep for a bit. You can act freely after you wake up. Humans will have gained a bit of power by then. Yeah, let's do that. Yugura had the demon lords go to sleep for the sake of the survival of humans. He also placed a measure in order for the unwieldy Black to not take the stage ever again. That's how it should be. I began to form an army of monsters after I woke up in order to fulfill my contract with Yugura. I will become a threat to all the humans, take on all the hatred, and become an absolute obstacle. All strifes will gather under me as long as I continue existing. At the very least, the one who knows the sensation of this axe is already. It is truly stupid. An ideal that I would never want to sympathize with even if I were to comprehend it. You bastard. What would you even know? If battles don't happen, humans will eventually. Scarlet. Spare me from that. I have no interest. Your words won't resonate in my heart. I couldn't feel any will from the eyes of the man looking down on me. But those eyes were completely seeing through mine heart. There's a lot of things in me, like how the life of an important person to me has been taken away. But more than that, I don't like your way of living in the purest sense of the word. It is just displeasing. I would want to correct you if possible, but your resolve is strong and your heart would never bend towards me. That's why I will end it. You won't be coming out of this cave for eternity. Your strife will end today, at this very place, with no one sympathizing. And as a worthless attempt. This man is trampling on my desires as if they are worthless, despite knowing what lies inside my heart. Despite comprehending my resolve. There's no way it is okay for someone like this to be in this world. But my body has already lost its faculties due to the Mana Eater. This being that I would be able to end by just moving a single finger of mine. Yet, I can't do anything to him. Your ideal will be trampled by the ego of a single individual you don't even know the name of. Bye, Scarlet Demon Lord. Continue living in a hell of no worth. He turned his back just like that and began to leave. Is it going to end like this? End? Then, for what reason did I even become a Demon Lord? What did I achieve? Don't joke around. If you are a human, if you are someone who has comprehended what lies deep inside mine heart, the Mana Eater tore away at my throat and poured inside of me. I can't even string up words anymore. RRGH, Ra'ewah. Scarlet. There was only one thing I could do, put all my emotions into the roar and curse him. But he didn't turn around even once and left. It will most likely take a bit more time before the body of the Scarlet Demon Lord is completely disintegrated. The danger would be the Mana Eater that has already flown all over to even the entrance of the cave. I can't see monsters on the way anymore. What I can see in the surroundings is the immense amount of Mana Eaters. Once the living creatures with mana are gone, the next thing it will attack is anything that moves. But it is currently showing no signs of jumping at me. Makes sense. Since the mana flowing in my body is thinner than the mana flowing in the whole air of the nether, the Mana Eater is devouring even the mana in the surroundings. It will be a while before I am a target for consumption. That said, it probably won't be like that if I were to move intensely or make a loud sound though. I do have the spirit that has a tiny bit of mana inside of me after all. The Mana Eaters in the surroundings stopped moving and were slowly getting bigger as they ate into the mana of the surroundings. If this continues, it will absorb all of the mana of the Ghani Nether, and it would turn extremely bad, but that part is fine. There's already signs of change in a part of the Mana Eaters. It is wondrous no matter how many times I see it. The Mana Eaters that had become a certain size began to move, stuck onto others, and their sizes gradually got smaller. And then, the surroundings steadily became transparent and began to grow luminescent. This sight is reminiscent of the Black Demon Lord Killer Mountain. The Mana Eater eats mana, enlarges, divides, and increases its numbers. But once a certain amount of mana is absorbed and there's other ones nearby, it most likely judges that there won't be any more food. They begin to stick onto each other, and change the surroundings with the mana they took in. They are making the unnecessary ones into materials for their nest in order to not increase their numbers too much. The reason why the Black Demon Lord Killer Mountain has turned into such a peculiar space is because of this nature of the Mana Eater. At the time when I was learning about the Mana Eater, I wondered why the Mana Eater wouldn't eat stuff like the trees that overflow with mana and shine even in the night if they are creatures that eat all mana. And so, I reached the conclusion that maybe that base was created by the Mana Eater itself. There's a number of other things I learned. The Mana Eater won't increase their own territory more than a certain amount, and in the end just turns into one and grows more docile. This is most likely the consideration of its creator to not wipe out humanity against an enemy that could increase their nest endlessly. You could say this fits Yugara Naraya. The Mana Eater was used in order to stop the Black Demon Lord. The Mana Eater was born with that intention, so there's most likely no doubt that it was the White Demon Lord Yugara Naraya who created it. If this was a monster prepared for the sake of stopping the eradication of humans, he must have restrictions placed on it. This is what I hypothesized, so I observed and experimented over and over the nature of it in the simulated world of gold. The inside of the cave will completely become a nest of the Mana Eater, but the erosion of the Mana Eater will most likely stop at just the surroundings of that cave. I have turned it into a place that no one can get close to, but if the Scarlet Demon Lord won't be coming onto the stage ever again, you could say this is a good price to pay. Even if the Scarlet Demon Lord revives in the future, it would be in the deepest part of the Mana Eater's cave. He will be eaten before he can do anything, and will repeatedly resurrect without even being able to move. For the Scarlet Demon Lord who doesn't have knowledge of special magic like the Black Demon Lord that summoned me, it would be impossible to get out of there and even leave his will behind for others. Was this really for the best? Me? I didn't have the intention of using this method. The reason is simple. There's no way Elias and Marito would allow that. I have to capture the Mana Eater and have it attack the Scarlet Demon Lord all by myself. It is a method that would definitely not be possible to do if there were a resident of this world nearby. I wouldn't have allowed someone to perform this with the resolve of dying along. I would need to distance those people in order to perform this method. I would need to put them out of the stage. But I was the one who yielded this method to me. I relied on me who can perform all of this without feeling remorse. I of course can comprehend this since it is about me. But I still throw questions at myself despite that, even though I haven't even confirmed if Karaji has died or not. Marito said at that time there were no other urgent reports to make. He even reported about the matter regarding the parents of Ekdoik, so it would have been possible to think there was no need to report about Karaji. Then it is possible Karaji is alive. No, you could even say the chance is high. But, even if so, I escaped from that room and decided on using me. There should be a limit to being cowardly. The reason is simple. If I were to hear the next day that Karaji had died, I wouldn't have been able to take this method. I wouldn't have been able to take revenge using the Mana Eater with Ilias and Ekdoik as my bodyguards, and it would have turned into a situation where I would have had no choice but to leave the Scarlet Demon Lord be. I was scared of that. I was scared that I wouldn't be able to do anything against an enemy I won't ever be able to forgive. That's why I went off without even confirming the well-being of Karaji with Marito. If I were to confirm that, it would be the end. He would have strengthened the security around my room. It is fine even if you don't tell me though. You are me and I am you after all. It is not like one or the other are the real ones. This is simply a way of being where I can switch depending on a case-by-case basis. I might have had more chances for exchanges if I had split personalities, but a difference is beginning to be created between me and me. The reason goes without saying. Those girls are changing me. I have no intention of thinking of this change as bad. On the contrary, I even think it is good. But relying on me, who hasn't changed since the time on Earth, is hard to say is good for me. Mediating properly is your job. It is impossible for me. Now then. The remaining issue is, there's no worries of falling thanks to the light created by the Mana Eater. I will most likely regret the pain in my whole body in the future. So there's no worry about that one. The issue is after I leave this cave. There's no Mana Eater outside the cave. They will most likely show up a little later, but not now. I still have time to move away from here. The issue is whether I can return safely. I would definitely die if I were to go by feet from the Ghani Nether to Ghani with this body. I would die if I encountered a monster on the way. and I would die if I ran out of stamina. It should be safe to assume that Duvalieri has already retrieved Katu, but Duvalieri won't be able to approach this cave after obtaining the information. Marito and the others should have at least understood that I have brought the Mana Eater with me. We are talking about Purple here, so she most likely has left Duvalieri on standby at the place where Katu was. As for whether I can get all the way there, I don't think so. You get it well. I felt a shock as if a stun gun was pushed behind me. I would have easily fallen with just a light shove though. Well, it makes sense that you would act carefully. I am injured as you can see. I would like you to at least hold back. Ray 8. I can't get up at all, but I managed to at least confirm my back. There were 3 unknown people there. No, I can tell by instinct that one of them is Ray 8 in a new body. To think you would head to the Scarlet Demon Lord alone with no bodyguards. It is an action unlike you. Ray 8. Not really. It was an action with a chance of victory. I thought you went to the Black Demon Lord Killer Mountain to commit suicide or something, but to think you would use the Mana Eater. You really are one troublesome guy. Ray 8. If you have been watching since then, you could have caught me at that time. We were also interested in what manner you would make contact with the Scarlet Demon Lord. I thank you on behalf of leaders for getting rid of one future obstacle. Ray 8. I managed to predict the encirclement of the Taizu Knights and Ghani soldiers, as well as the actions of the Demon Lord's side to slip by, but I couldn't grasp the actions of Ray 8 and his group completely since I have not been able to read all their cards. However, I was certain that they were going to make a move in some way in this battle between the humans and the Scarlet Demon Lord, as well as the fact that they might try to capture me if I were to act alone. It was unclear whether I would encounter Duvalieri or A8 first, but it ended up like this. Well, this is the luck of the man that didn't rely on his comrades. So, it would be better for you to finish kidnapping me if that's what you plan on doing. But the Mana Eater will most likely jump out in an instant if they feel your mana. Right. We are using a spell that keeps the mana down, but that will most likely just be a matter of time too. Ray 8. Ray 8, you are going to be bringing him all the way to Rishal-sama? One of the companions of Ray 8 raised their voice. Judging from their tone of voice, it is most likely a woman, but I don't feel emotions as if she were a robot. She matches one of the subordinates of Rishal that Duvalieri and Purple encountered. But in that case, she is the user of teleport magic. Looks like it is going to be hard to expect Duvalieri to pursue them. No, I have already consulted with Rishal-san about what to do with him. We will make use of him as a negotiation chip. Let's move away from here first. Ray 8, got it. Also, Sama, I am going to kill you. I would just be switching bodies if you kill me, so please don't make me use energy pointlessly. Ray 8, alright. I will kill you later. Let's move. The one remaining man carried my body. It feels like he has it rough, but judging from the personalities of Ray 8 and the woman that uses teleport magic, I can understand why. If I am to make them crumble, I would have to begin with him. Please make him lose consciousness. Don't talk to him at all until we pass him on to the one we will do the trade with. There won't be any threat to him if we do that. Ray 8, got it. I don't hate people who can learn, but there won't be a time when I will like Ray 8. I lost consciousness the moment I sighed.